4 clutch very early on. Will be able to find Ken, but with the bomb dropped with plenty of bodies around him, this is going to be a difficult clutch for the German.
Yeah, not an easy one, certainly not. And moments like that for Ken completely convey as to why we've seen so much success here from this roster. Faven can find another. Okay, bomb can go down. Things can get interesting. This is a 1 versus 2. This is a pistol round. Information about both as well. Faven, if he can isolate these fights... Oh, it's a silent drop of the Julies, and that is disgusting. What a way to punish Faven and to take away any chances. Look, you kind of spoke about it with this TNL roster and about kind of what they have to offer regarding their individuals. And yes, for a lot of these players, this is their kind of first big team. I do have to say, the reason that I am always so hesitant here about TNL is that experience. Obviously, I'm a player where whenever I'm watching a team like Eyeballers, I always talk about JW and the experience he brings. And I feel like in all games, I always harp on about the experience, the pressure, and how in these moments, this is where you do really need some experienced players. Not to say that Knifey doesn't have that experience. He's got years on HLTV, but these are all in kind of tier 3, tier 4 teams, bar like when he was on Patera and Connor. But I feel like TNL, somehow they're making it work when they don't have that kind of 30-year-old veteran of Counter-Strike who really can mold these players, which is, I guess, even more impressive.
But I think that's the thing. There's a lot of other young teams. I think sort of rosters like Navi Junior, where they're not far off, probably similar sort of spots in the world. And a team like TNL are equally just as young as this team. But look, we have seen them do it for like a year and a half now. Whereas TNL, it very much has been just this year. And even then, probably since February or something. So this team really has had some really great things to show us. But Onyx gets taken down here. The in-game leader falls. And 9 look to swarm onto the lower bomb side. Players have been tagged away at. Have been softened up. And Knifey is the closest rotating player.
Yeah, Kraken's retrieved that MP9 now. There is a late playthrough secret here from Babexter, but he might not even look to activate until contact's really seen. Great trade from Rolls. The FAMAS here of Flyrax finding Kenny will get one, but Faven towards the top site can find, and the force buy from 9 works out very nicely. And that's all due to the fact that Faven can get that bomb down in the 1 versus 4.
Yeah, it's a really great goal to isolate Onyx as well, though. But as soon as he goes down, and you see there's no one retaking from ramp, with just the utility that 9 actually had, considering the weaponry, they're just able to force back the CTs and sort of force them to all rotate from the same position.
Look, in the last 3 months, we've seen this fixture, we've seen this matchup twice, both of which TNL have been victorious. Ancient has featured in both the series, of which TNL have pretty much dominated. 9, obviously in the most recent, they picked Anubis. The one before, they picked Train. Now they're selecting Nuke. It seems like 9 are just hoping that one of these maps will go their way. Maybe chopping and changing it, realizing, well, we can't play TNL on Anubis. They beat us. Same with Train. Let's hope now Nuke's going to be the way to do it. I feel like TNL, if they want to find Nuke, if they want to find the series, we need to see that potency on this CT side. And look, they didn't just lose to the pistols. They give the idea and the opportunity for a foundation to be built here from 9. And obviously we talk about it time and time again about how the T-side, a lot of the time, you just need to get the pistol, get some early rounds on the board, not only gain some confidence, but a bit more structure. An advantage seen here from TNL, and they double it down as Flyrax with the 5-7 finds Rals. And even with the molly down, on it emerging out of the smoke, Kraken will get a freebie, but Dory can find it. And Kraken is in a 1 versus 4. Understandably, Kenny and Knifey have been chipped away, and Flyrax and Dory are half HP, so Kraken has an opportunity at this clutch, and finding 2 picks quite comfortably. He gets his third. A 1 versus 4 ace clutch for Kraken has come down to the 1-on-1 against Flyrax. I love the reposition, though. Flyrax has been spotted towards... Oh, this is devastating for Kraken. How has the round gone so wrong? It's so tough to watch, so tough to see. I think we're all hoping that Kraken wins that one. We always love a bit of a clutch attempt, but great decision making there from Flyrax. Spotted towards office, towards windows, instantly maneuvers the single door, completely clutches out Kraken. Not prepared for it in the slightest.
Yeah, I mean, great attempt there. 1 versus 4 from Kragan. I mean, you can see he finds the first 3 kills without taking even a point of damage. It's superb to isolate those fights. The HE grenade towards Toxic initially to start that off. It really added a bit of diversity in terms of the TNL position. But even with all players grouped up, he still managed to isolate those 1v1s. And it's the pistols that bounce back. And Fred, what a way to kick off playoffs with a force by war on our hand. But not ready for a second player outside. Might not be ready, but Ken's not able to find anything. So advantage switches over to 9 entirely. And you were saying sort of it's difficult for 9 to feel like they really know what map to select against TNL. Right now, the closest map that we have seen in this head-to-head was a 16-12. Yeah. Other than that, there's a lot of pretty one-sided games for TNL. We have 13-4s, 13-5, 13-7s. So TNL, sort of on paper, it feels like everything does point towards them to be able to take down 9 once again. But we know playoffs are a different story. They always are.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the tail end this round is what 9 are going to achieve with just this singular piece of utility. Smoke's now landed towards main, a clear indication. Babexter on this flank though. Onyx can push through the smoke. It's all going to be about timing, but the fact he can only get the 1. And now for Knifey, it's got to be the idea of taking these players down from the backlines. Faven could fall. That is the bomb. And now Modo needing to trade. There is a molly here. This is going to force Modo out. In fact, it keeps him trapped. Dropped into the bomb site is Babexter. The molly spreads and he can isolate Babexter. Quick enough for the trade. Important there as it gives 9 their second. But as you mentioned, I love the fact we're in a bit of a force by war. The setup towards outside only yielding 1 and obviously losing 2 is the real disappointing thing for TNL because I think it's a great setup. Great preparation. It's, you know, the call seemed pretty decent. 9 overlooking it, but TNL bested here and the outside flank and kind of the lurk from Babexter seals the deal.
Yeah, Knifey a bit unlucky there. If he managed to get actual instantly onto Modo as he peeks through the flames, there's a chance he could have backed away and tried to play that out as a 1v1. But as things stand, Babexter knew that his teammate was going to eventually have to peek due to the Molotov and was there to sort of double peek with him and ensure that trade at least. But obviously these force by wars will kind of always favour the T's in terms of cheaper weaponry. Even if they lose around, the bomb plant can always be a bit of a difference maker. So TNL, it's still going to be these pistols. It is an MP9 on Ken, and it is that Scout on Flyrax, unarmored, of course. Not a huge amount of utility to play with, but someone eventually has to make the mistake that he's going to kill any chances, and it might be killed from this fast day, and it is. Kragan and Babexter finds these kills instantly, and TNL probably just need to save this one now. There's no look-in. They don't have a defuse kit. A lot of their utility was on doorway. Not much of a chance left in this one. As Knifey might just look for an exit with this Deagle.
Look, when you think of close range weaponry, you got the 5.7s, you got the MP9. It's kind of perfect to deal with a fast A, but the utility from 9 and the speed of which they do hit that bomb site just denies TNL even getting set up into there. So, look, not only do these force by wars favor the T's because of all kind of the, I guess, extra bonuses of the cheaper economy and bomb plants, but also because it's a CT-sided map. But the fact that 9 seemingly should walk away from this force by war with the victory, as it is an expected eco here from TNL, we could be seeing, you know, a 4-2 scoreline, and 4 rounds on the T side already just gives them such a good platform here for this map. Realistically, there's so many rounds remaining after this. There's 7 rounds left. Honestly, if 9 can find 3 of them, that's where things are looking really scary. That's where a 6-6 scoreline can be seen.
Yeah, you think with the investment we're going to see here from TNL, that 4th one should be almost guaranteed. You definitely think 9 can give themselves a great opportunity to punish, but it's going to be another fast hit towards A. The USP of Dory finds the first. Knifey's Deagle connects. Knifey's Deagle gets a second. What is going on here, 9?
Should never be happening.
Repeat the fast day, and this is not how it wanted to work out. Knifey does eventually get found, but the 5-7 on Onyx connects, and they know exactly where Rouse was. He's been softened up 21 points of health. Fred, we are going to see a victory here with these saved weapons from the Force Buy. Only a few of them and a couple of pistols around it. TNL, it feels like they've done enough. 21 points of health from Rouse is not enough, surely.
Let's find the first. When that USP gets the opening kill, that's when I know the round's going to get so difficult, so costly. It just sets the tempo of things to come. Riles still patiently waiting for the overextension, for the over-aggression. Onic, tucked in hut, ready to trade his Kenny. Onic could lose his life here. Shoulder spotted, but great information now. Molly and Main and Riles just to maneuver his way down the vent. It's a great idea. It's a great play. Problem is for Riles, it's going to be heard on the bomb site now, and they can just force their way through. It is the tap of the bomb. Swinging out is one, and Riles, he can isolate the fights now. Still 21 points of health. Kenny down to 5. Riles, what an attempt at this class. What a necessary moment. Still tapping the bomb over. Just waiting for the overextension from Kenny. Repositioning now. He's worried about potential flank. And Kenny can find him, and we will see the round go the way of TNL. At least for 9, they get the bomb down in that scenario, but again, it's what, a scout, a deagle, a 5-7, and a couple USBs, but it's Knifey's second on the deagle that really secures this round, and Modo falling as well for nothing.
I mean, great attempt when you're 1 bullet from death, but as soon as sort of Ken gets softened up, he plays that perfectly. Doesn't give up anything, does not swing, calls the bluff every time that bomb gets tapped until eventually he realizes, yep, I'm going to go for the swing now. Manages to find the kill and will secure TNL's 3rd. So although he said it should be a guarantee for 9, I think they might think twice about going for another fast days. That one really had a couple of mistakes there, and they weren't quite finding those entries, and it goes against them with a lobby aggression here from Duel. He doubles up 9. Do get one in response thanks to Favon, but it is just the one, so lobby control under the hands of the CT side, and they've got that man advantage. I mean, Flyrax can just find Babexter through the smoke.
Yeah, it's so devastating for Babexter. You understand what he wants to do. He wants to be alert, try and create some space, and maybe find a pick. He's always spotted Kragan.
I think it's great awareness that players are likely going to be here, and now he gets his chance, will take down Kragan, and this has been a domination from the CTs. What a round from Dory. 4 kills towards lobby, thriving amongst the pressure and the action of this portion of the map, and somehow TNL already have the lead back in their favor, and Wizard likely going to need to be an eco from 9. This is where things could get returned to normality slightly, and TNL will take a bit more of a dominant stance here on the CT side of Nuke.
A great round, though, from Doi, not only from a kind of an individual standpoint, but the call there from TNL is excellent. They know it's going to be a strong buy. They know that 9 have obviously opted for 2 fast plays in a row. Maybe they might look towards outside. Maybe they might look towards ramp. Let's crunch in on lobby. There wasn't that much utility as well, and look, once Knifey goes down, it just completely takes all attention away. Up in play for Flyrax. Searching here. There's pistols in play for 9. Shoulder spotted here for Babexter. Kenny can find. They will have heard that drop onto main as well, and that's why Kenny has just repositioned.
He's certainly not a player that shies away from many fights and is still actively wanting to have a bit of a peek towards outside. Flyrax just jump spotted. Top main will find Rouse. Top main player starts the swing on out now. And it's a bit of a shooting gallery for the CTs as they do not miss these ones. 3rd in the round for Flyrax, out of ammo, swaps to the USP and takes the duel onto Fathom. Flawless round for the CTs. And very quickly, look at the turn of this. From a close game where forced by wars were occurring, neither team had any money. TNL just a couple of rounds later, I mean, they got tons of it.
I think as well, it's the fact that 9 should have been the ones that were victorious off of that forced by war. They finally broke the streak. They broke the investments from TNL. It was a scout, a deagle, and a 5-7. Yeah, it was the USP first on the score sheet in that round. And not only is that round to break the money for 9, but it's going to break the mentality.
I mean, it's only going to be a difficult one, because look, they did win the force by war. But then they lose around that. It should have been 3 afterwards. That was their reward for winning it.
And he's already crept into secret.
Yeah, I mean, it might just bait him Babexter and realise that there might not be a player here, but he's got the awareness for it. It is going to clear out the angle. He does actually find this kill. Really good awareness there from Babexter. Gets the opening kill 4-9 and can just accelerate down towards the lower side.
I do really like the idea of this. Onic is going to be taking space here towards ramp. Great timing. The bomb is to rotate through lobby as well. And with Onic getting that kill, back to this 4-on-4, they realise, well, Babexter is towards the lower side, so we'll rotate our way down. Quite like this shoulder-to-shoulder approach from Knifey and Onic. Even if one of them go down, a trade should be seen, but But Baxter now the one questioning whether it's going to be a play from Vent. Flyrax towards Credit can find Riles. Doi, attention was taken away from him, obviously, from that double ramp push. But Baxter now up the Vents. Needs to find this kill onto Doi. Is successful. 3 in this round for Baxter. Dragon might creep his way out, but Flyrax ready and waiting. But Baxter falling to the same fate. How many easy kills are going to be given to Flyrax? Look, he's not the type of player that you can just take a heads-up fight with, because we saw it 3 times in the round and 3 quick shots. Flyrax has been very, very well kind of,
well
well
versed,
prepared.
I think, on the map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the thing.
It's looking clinical.
Nuke is actually one of those maps where the CT side can really be dominated by the AWP. But on paper, you look at it in terms of, traditionally, they used to play a lot towards outside, a lot deeper in outside than they sort of do now. And sort of a lot of AWPers stopped doing that because you've traditionally just had the wall of smokes come down, the AWPer didn't have any sight lines, the smokes will disappear, and then you don't get any of that. But now we've got things like nades of the smoke. That opens up a lot of avenues, as well as there's a lot of different positions on the map where you can find early and opening kills. A lot of AWPers, though, still struggle on the map to really get themselves in the thick of it and really manage to sort of look for these finds. Flyrax is not seeming to be one of those players. He's really seeming to thrive on this map. And I'm loving how he's positioning. Really good movement with the AWP already. And this is a player that I love to watch, obviously not just because I'm a bit of a AWP myself, but I think this is a really talented guy.
Let's be honest though, Charlie, has Flyrax had to fight for these kills? Has he had to really kind of get himself in the action, go for early ramp peaks, go for early main peaks? He's just been holding angles and connecting bullets.
I do think his deeper positioning, it has caught off 9, because like I said, you traditionally don't really have the AWP there anymore, but a couple of kills found with these pistols have brought this one competitive, still unarmored is Modo.
Great positioning from Knifey, but Baxter catches him off. Great find with the Tech 9.
Yeah, he's got a very good awareness this game of Baxter. He's sort of been the leading man for 9. And to be that one player that feels like he can create this spark that 9 need to keep themselves really competitive in this one. Still a chance for the CTs as they rotate on down.
Kenny's got a lot of utility as well. Molly's, nades, smokes, flashes. They are systematically clearing now. Faven could fall. Timing on this looks good, but Baxter rotating in. So many targets, not enough time. Kenny falling. And 9 will secure their 4th. It was unfortunate there. You saw from Flyrax, he gets this first kill. And the flank from Kragan, he's just so fast towards outside. But Baxter taking down Knifey. It's those 2 kills that change up the game.
I mean, it is certainly around that it feels like you could have easily seen it fall very flat if these flanks didn't come through, if Baxter didn't get this deep position in, if Kragan doesn't get this deep position, they get caught out beforehand. You see probably there's no entry path into that 1-4-9, but they do a really good job to get their players there and to secure their 4th. 2 rounds remaining left in this half. It's still anyone's game left to be played. It's going to be a fast pop here through A. They wait out the initial util and start to push now. Dory does get the trade onto Fathom. Bullets flying through the hut wall to try to take him down. But Vexa spots out Ken and will find another HE grenade thrown towards main. Flyrax is all gets deleted. But Vexa is looking like a madman here on Nuke. What a game he is having.
Yeah, crazy performance. Don't get
He's
me wrong,
looking so
Baxter,
sort.
Look, is he always the first name on the score sheet that you're expecting at the top of the leaderboard? I would have said so. It's just one of those games where you're feeling good. You're on the T side, and whatever's thrown at you, he's prepared for it. But that is an incredible 3rd shot there from Baxter.
I mean, he is looking sort of like. I mean, he's playing how like you think Counter-Strike should be played, with just sort of these perfect headshots. And it makes you watch, and it definitely does, or it always does for me, make you think, it just looks so easy. Oh, I can do that. I'll just hop onto the server. I can be a pro. And then you do it, and it's, why does my aim not work like that? Because it just makes it look so easy. I mean, what a game he is having, and really when 9 need it.
Yeah, especially when players like Modo are really struggling. He's 2 and 8. I think 9 have, I don't want to say been a bit fortunate that Baxter's absolutely cooking, but sometimes that's all it takes. You just have one individual that's really stepping up and really performing, because I think that's what you need to deal with a team like TNL. A lot of teams really struggle to fight against TNL on the basis that TNL are just such a good team when it comes to the fragging power, when it comes to kind of the individual ability. So it's usually how it goes.
Not easy to go toe-to-toe with them, that's for sure, individually at least. But it looks like we could be having a 6-6 half unless these weapons can do enough. Doorway will find around a kill. Oh, actually, Kraken pushes through other and actually gives the man advantage back in favor. All square here. Has been stopping up, though. Has been spotted as well on the AWP.
And the steps are heard here from Rals. Rals has had many clutch attempts. Now this is the time to convert it. 16 seconds on the clock. Smoke now dropped. Rals dropping in, and Flarex can find 7-5 half. Look, I actually think a 7-5 half is probably a fair assumption. I think both teams won't be too disappointed.
Yeah, it doesn't feel overly sort of uncommon on Nuke. I definitely think 9 are probably going to be kicking themselves at a couple of positions. Like, they win the 4th by war, they lose to 3 saved weapons. And when I say saved weapons, this isn't like M4, these are like scouts, 5.7s and an MP9. They end up losing that one. That one's going to be a bit brutal. They end up losing that final round as well. That one's going to feel rough for them, considering they had a huge advantage. They had 2-man advantage at that point. We end up seeing Flarex find 1, and then Kraken just sort of swing, or Dory even finds 1 there. We see Kraken swing out of heart. I don't know why he's doing that alone if the rest of his team aren't going to be with him, and it just allows Dory, who's also playing sort of out of his mind, just to bring that round even closer.
Last player down towards ramp though. 9 alleviate any contact initially as they press down onto the bomb site. Well, Julies from Bob XD getting taken down. Kenny needs to be cautious. Rals in the flanks. Struggling to connect the bullets though is Rals, and another clutch needed from Rals. Pistol is hitting. 1 versus 4 gone 1v3. Trying to isolate these fights, and the isolated duels are being given up by TNL.
We just keeping his attention. Oh, very fine on again there, but has been softened up. Even the body shots would do. Flyrax does it with the headshot, and TNL win that pistol round to extend their lead ever so slightly. Question is, Red, are we going to have another one of these 4th by walls that we had in the first half?
Oh, I certainly hope so. Always creates that excitement.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't be disappointed if we saw one at least. Especially in a game like this where it is very back and forth. But I'm curious to see what Onyx got here. I'd be very impressed by his calling on the T side most of the time. And considering this is his first team or one of his first teams, still just 20 years old, it feels like we were at a point in CS where we have a real sort of limited pool of in-game leaders that can play at the high level. And now you're seeing a ton of younger guys come up and take the mantle on this role. Not necessarily just these sort of experienced veterans anymore who sort of transition into that later in their career. A lot of younger guys are doing it, and I'm so excited to see what sort of these next 2 years of Counter-Strike will hold, where a lot of these sort of in-game leaders start moving on to bigger teams, start getting bigger chances. I'm interested to see what happens, because these guys are going to be the future, but TNL waltz their way onto the A-bomb site, undefended. It is just going to be that 2nd round eco from 9, and going to be a super easy one here for TNL.
Yeah, look, honestly, you know, talking about young in-game leaders, while we're just going to be seeing this save from the CTs, who do we think is the first that really made it kind of the realization that these youngsters can have the experience, the calling kind of potential? Are we thinking someone maybe like Shui, or is that maybe not early enough?
I mean, it is difficult because, yeah, like I said, it was sort of just players kind of transitioning or players who, yeah, sort of took up the role a long time ago, and it felt like we never really had, and it felt like big teams always struggle to know who to pick up, and it's like, oh, do you go with a name like Snappy or something? Do you go with someone like a Cylon maybe? I mean, it was always difficult to know, and like, you saw a lot of teams gravitating towards players like MSL, because like I said, the in-game leader pool was really shallow. And potentially, yeah,
Still
what's
is.
that Mount's NXT team? Yeah, I mean, certainly at the top level. But I think there's going to be a lot of sort of the top 10 teams that are probably going to be keeping their eye on players like Onyx. But I think hopefully for the time being, these guys are moving because I'm loving watching TNL play. But Fathom with the opening kill, what a crucial one for them as they can't let this game slip out of their hands. TNL just a few rounds off. Both players toe to toe. Onyx will find with the Mac 10 through the smoke and brings this one all square in terms of kills. Doorway outside finds Kraken, gives man advantage to TNL as they look to swarm towards A now. But Baxter and Fathom in second minutes in heaven combining off one another.
Yeah, this is where they really should have waited for the A players to be closer as the players in lobby. Onyx peeking, perfectly timed, aware there's one towards heaven and Fathom. Modo is in the back lines. This is all going to be about timing. There's going to be a flank here from Flyrax. It's all about whether Onyx is going to be prepared for Modo's position. And the biggest issue for Modo is Flyrax is going to be rotating in. Why would you ever be looking towards heaven here if you're Modo? It's the last thing he expects, just on the basis that Fathom was just here. And we've just seen a T-side molly as well. Fathom, who's clearing here through Squeaky? Oh, this is an incredible setup. Modo clearing, Modo found. And Fathom now down to 13 points of health. Flyrax just needs to connect one body shot. Flashbang coming through. And Flyrax will find, but he does it in style. Questioning whether to save the AWP for the AK. But an important round there. Even after the opening kills come through the way of 9. Even when we see this double on the bomb site. TNL disadvantaged at moments, but will still find it. 10 now, double digits secured on their opponent's map selection.
And this is the thing on Nuke, isn't it? That when CTs do go down, it does offer a lot of different sort of real estate for TNL and the T side in general to look to take, and that's what happens there with Flyrax towards heaven. Honestly, a bit unfortunate. He was to play with the bomb, so he had to drop down from that position. Doesn't matter though, they still managed to go on to win the round, and it's just going to be this partial buy for 9, and very likely going to be 11 given up to TNL. We do need to see it work. I think it is going to be reasonably important, but because otherwise, one mistake, and next thing you know, TNL secured overtime at a minimum, and this isn't a team that sort of has too many difficulties actually closing games out that a lot of inexperienced teams do. I mean, if they do get 12, they will find 13.
Yeah, I think as well, when you look at 9 and the struggles they had, obviously in the Swiss stage, they obviously bested Eclat in that opening game 2-1. They beat Cybershock 2-0, and then they struggled against Partizan, struggled against Zero Tenacity. They got that kind of fortunate forfeit victory against Marius, but there honestly could have been a world in which they didn't even make it to playoffs. And I think this is where we're seeing the struggle of 9 kind of being showed here. Obviously, yes, it's their map selection, but we already spoke about how both teams, they look really good on the kind of, I guess, remaining 5 maps bar Dust. So I don't think it is going to be the vetoes that dictate this game. It is going to be based on individuals. Flyrax is going to push down here. They overlook the angle. Rawls can get a free double kill, and 9 will get their 6th. Look, we said the necessity of that round. How difficult it might have been. It's just the fact they got these opening kills, it's the fact they got this advantage.
Yeah, great couple of kills there from Ralph. Just needs 2 bullets with that 5-7 to make it work. I mean, look how clean this looked here. Great couple of finds, and 9 do secure 6. TNL, I wanted to call a tactical boards here. It is going to be a partial buy from them. Might even actually need to be a force buy, as you see Doorway fully invested up. He wasn't sitting on a lot of cash. Neither is Flyrax. So they might actually not have an option in terms of the investment they need to make. And this could be the perfect way for 9 to bring themselves closer in this one.
Yeah, definitely. Look, force buy in this one from TNL. 7 goes the way of 9. Eco goes for 8. Their CT and T side here of Nuke. I think a lot of the time that does happen when you are very well versed on a map.
Could that mean overtime's on the horizon?
Yeah, certainly a possibility. But
Great
for 9 in this round, yeah. For this round, I think 9 need to make sure they keep as many players alive. They don't kind of overextend and overstay their welcome. Because we know how heavy these deagles can hit. Who's coming through here for Knifey? Ooh, great information.
I mean, Fred, this is just a 1.9k loss bonus. I'm curious if TNL... Look, they haven't bought. They want to get guns out. So I'm very curious if sort of the game plan is, we need a bomb plant. Let's see if these demons can find anything towards outside. Boost has been spotted from Modo. Finally starting to come alive here.
Free shot from Flyrax.
Will connect, and a missed shot from Modo gives it a little bit of space, but not much.
Onyx gets one towards A, but obviously Raul's patiently waiting there. 7 secured now for 9. Still 3 rounds ahead of TNL, but important shots here from Modo. Just for a bit of a confidence gainer. He had a really slow start.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not easy to walk on T-Side Nuke. Modo wanted to go for a couple of these opening kills, and I think we can see him pretty quickly rejoining his team in terms of the sort of kill department. But with some of the weak weapons, we've got a few Galils in play, and Modo going for that opening kill towards Ramp, takes down Duel. He has to be ready for Baxter in Hut, and he is.
Yeah, looking, Ken gets that kill back, and obviously Modo goes for the early fight, and Rampy's got a teammate alongside him, but in doing so, he backs away, and now they look to accelerate TNL. It's a great call, great awareness. Nade now into Modo's position. They're going to maneuver their way down towards the lower side. Kragan is already here, though. And it isn't just Kragan. Raul's ready as well. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath on the bomb side, but surely to go the way of 9. The over-rotation has worked so well for them. Onyx leading a 1 versus 4, and 9 they will secure. This is getting scary here for TNL.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue with it being the 1.9k loss bonus and then opting not to force. They didn't really have the utility to actually be able to play around like this onto that low bomb site. Like you said, the over-rotation is exactly what 9 needed to do. If they just sort of have 1 or 2 players down towards the lower site, that's where it gives TNL a chance. But look, we have a molly, we have another smoke in play. That's a molly that's going to be thrown towards double doors. We'll deny that peek coming through that takes down the bomb planter. You have a second smoke maybe even thrown at the double doors. Space taken towards control thanks to the molly, but the issue is they didn't have the utilities. They had to concede a decent bit of that real estate. Like he found early here.
Yeah, the pistols are going to struggle here. Baxter really need to go for that fight. He gives his life up. Ken and Doi looking to creep towards outside. Odo's playing a little bit more of an advanced angle, so could get caught off here. Steps heard. If Onyx can find Kragan, this round gets really difficult, and he does. He can look to make his way down the vent. Surely is the go call. Surely is the game plan. The T's are looking to kind of rush their way into fighting Modo. Doesn't need to happen. All that needs to happen is in this round is we see Onyx push down the vents, and this round gets so difficult for 9 to think about, but they play for the frags, they play for the kills, and it doesn't pan out well for them.
Scoreline getting closer by the second. As TNL, they are going to be back on the weapons. It's going to be curious to see what they can produce with these guns. Because 9 are bringing this scoreline closer, and on the favored side of Nuke, at a scoreline like this, I mean, I wouldn't blame you if you favor a 9 at this point, because this does definitely feel like anyone's game. But guns are in hands, utilities bought out, no limitations. I mean, apart from perhaps an AWP or Flyrax, but you saw Modo how much he struggled with that, and I think Flyrax more than happy to play with the rifle on most occasions. That, yeah, this feels like a pretty competent buy for TNL to have. But round number 20, this could be 9's opportunity to square up this game.
Set of outside smokes though from TNL. Early nade to keep them at bay. Ready, we have seen a rotation. 2 smokes thrown there, all as a fake. It's going to be a playthrough A here. There's a lot of utility still in play. We've got mollies, we've got nades, we've got flashes here on the side of TNL. Just prepping for this A hit, and honestly, the timing of this could be perfect. We've got both Riles and Bobexter playing close towards heart. There will be a rotation in from Kragan, though. Back at the bomb site is BobXD. But the finds from Riles and BobXD are excellent, and Kragan, as mentioned, rotates in time. Kills are being found here from TNL. Kragan onto the USB, but he gets the first. So much damage onto the second, and now all on Knifey. 3 HP here. Molly to land at his feet, and Riles can rotate in from Hut and Fine. 9 secure 10. A leveled up game, and a hard buy from TNL impending.
Yeah, scary times for TNL as the streak continues from 9, 5 in a row from them on the CG side, and it finally feels like they found their footing in this series and at a necessary time, because Ancient is always going to be a bit of a worrying map for them to bring things onto. And what we've seen in the past, where we've been two very dominant affairs from TNL getting victories over 9 on this map, it feels like Nuke does need to go the way of the international roster.
Roz has really stepped up here. Obviously, we would have been hyping up Flyrax's performance. This is where Flyrax really just needs to give this AK to his teammate. We'll see that now. Backing away from outside, Modo could get caught off guard, but what a shot there. Headshot is connected, but the Tech 9 at that range, we expect very little from.
Yeah, TNL are going to give the lead here. It's all going to potentially come down to their next ball by. Rouse's position is good here in lobby. Will get traded out by Knifey eventually. Modo strikes with the AWP. Is he going to give up another fight? But with so many CTs around, he takes the push, got his teammate by his side, gets a triple in this one. What a turnaround from Modo. 2 kills at the end of the first half and already matching his team, not far off it at least. So TNL, it could all come down to this full buy. If they're not successful here, they could have weaker weapons to play with in what could be the final round. It's really all or nothing now for them.
Yeah, Modo has really stepped up. And look, we said he was probably one of the reasons that 9 was struggling so much on that T side. He did just have the 2 frags. Yeah, now 12 and 13. It just looks like he's had a bit of a quiet game now. Great find from Riles. Ken has made his way into A main already. Way through A main could be perfect. Heaven player spotted. Great find from Kenny. Oh, tapping through the smoke is Onyx. 2 frags found. Man advantage now. Riles is low, but he's pushing through. Kragan as well finding Onyx. And now the round switches massively. Dory in the 1 versus 1. Kragan, he's been spotted towards close squeaky. Dory can retrieve the bomb. Has a real chance at this clutch. Got to find Kragan first and taken down there. An excellent round. And it's Riles again. He's low HP tucked away. Obviously, he finds this first. Then he creeps through the smoke. And that's what changes everything. He obviously finds Flyrax on the bomb site. Kragan getting this kill as well. Just makes it so tough. That's now 12. How has this gone from kind of the TNL show to 9 proving their worth on their CT side? That's 7 in a row now.
Yeah, I mean, 10 to 5 to 12 to 10 is a huge turnaround. But yeah, like you said, rounds playing around the smoke, and then Kragan just playing off of that pressure to push the smoke himself and really flip the script of that round and put it in the favor of 9. But just 2 rounds remaining of this regulation. TNL needing to find both just to bring us to overtime. No bomb plant means they are missing some vital piece of utility. They've got on a Galil as well, the rest on AKs, but obviously sacrificing util for these premium rifles is likely going to have to come down to gunfights. Raw rain, brute force their way into a bomb site. And slowing things down here in the early portion of this T round. Look to exploit towards outside a lot, but normally on half buys, and it's allowed Modo to really find quite a nice few easy kills at range. Surely got to be traded by Onyx, but Dory peeks first. Onyx does get that trade, but already it's man advantage for 9. Onyx wielding the AWP now. Searching for someone on the lower bomb site. If this kill goes the way, 9, they feel primed for this one, but Onyx on that AWP will find Rouse. They know there's a second player down here, but it's a disadvantage, and with 30 seconds on the clock, 9 have all the chance.
Yeah, smoke flash, 2 HE grenades, and with the low HP Onyx in play, it really could work. Flyrax, he's heard on in the vents. I like it from Flyrax. He's got to take the initiative. He's got to be proactive in this post plant. He can't just look to play patient and passive. And on it, will get taken down. 1v3 for Flyrax now. He finds the first. Closing of the doors. He's got a flash though. Sending it through. Turning from the utility sent from 9. But he's low and he's found. And Kragan will confirm 9. Victorious in this one. Enough time for the defuse. They will find 13. They will find Nuke. And as we mentioned, from a 10-5 scoreline to this, absolutely ridiculous. But it's Modo who stepped up so massively here on the CT side, truly showing the impact of that AWP. But what a performance from 9. What a comeback.
Yeah, everyone had that round. You got Bob XD in the first half with some really big moments, Rouse and Modo in the second. And it felt like 9 ended up just completely falling apart there towards the end of Nuke. They found 10 rounds, but they just couldn't seem to string anything together afterwards. 9 just had their number. Everyone started to play out of their minds. I mean, look, you've got Kragan up there. Haven't even mentioned his name too much. But everyone definitely did have the moments that they needed to have to go toe-to-toe with 9 that we with TNL that we said isn't easy to do so. But with map number 1 going the way of 9, look, they do have the opportunity to technically close things out here. I don't necessarily know if that's where we're going to head on this one. It definitely feels like to me we could be in for a full 3-map series. But if Nike can continue to perform at that level, there's no reason why they can't take Ancient.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Obviously, Ancient for TNL is by far their best map. Their sample size is quite high. I think they've got over 20 maps there. They've nearly got a 90% win rate there. So it's clear that TNL, they've looked really good on Ancient. It has been their playground and they've been performing so well. So I think it will be difficult for 9. But look, we have big moments from Kragan. We have big moments from Raz. And obviously Modo in that second half, so important with that AWP. So if we see that level of Modo from the start of Ancient, that's where things could get interesting. And that's where we could be kind of creating a bit of an argument and maybe a bit of persuasion that 9 could do it in a 2-0 fashion. But obviously, if it's not done on Ancient, I've got to say, what a comeback from 9, right? They seemed down and out for the count, yet all it took was just one little kind of half-buy success, that Riles double kill towards ramp, and maybe that gave them the confidence, the reality that this game may be more possible than they initially thought. But what a performance.
And that's the thing, no, look, they really dug their heels in. Players all stepped up. It was a real team performance towards the end there. On the first half, it looked a little bit like BobX was the guy to sort of always go to sort of dig 9 out of a few difficult spots. But look, on the second half, completely different story. Everyone had their moments. Everyone chimed in. And honestly, super deserved win from them. TNL to kind of crumbled towards the end there of Nuke. Couldn't quite get their T-Side working to the level that they want to. We're heading on to map number 2 now. Had a lot more success. Fred jumping into the map now. Pierce round going to be underway shortly. But look, we've seen this head-to-head a couple of times between both teams. And 9 just couldn't actually show us a lot. We actually seen it about a week and a half ago. 13-7 on this map in favor of TNL. It's been a real dominant showing when TNL have played it. It feels like they can beat near enough any team on this map. So 9, I think they're going to have to put on a really good display if they're able to take this one. For me, I think we're heading to Dust 2.
Yeah, definitely. It has that idea about it. The interesting thing is when we look at the 2 most recent fixtures between these teams, 9 unable to secure a map, but obviously they've done that here and taking Nuke. Something I do have to say though, when you look at the kind of the stats of Nuke, when you dig a little deeper, you look at opening kills. There was 13 rounds. Oh no, there was 23 rounds. Sorry. 9 got opening kills in 16 of those. 4 clutches were won by TNL. When you look at that, maybe we're saying, okay, TNL, we know they're a good Nuke team, but 9 actually played a little bit better than many would have thought.
I mean, what a comeback on this pistol round here. Not a lot going the way of the T's. It's all 91 versus 4. Does find the first, swings and out, can't quite connect the bullet. The blade is in hand for Fabian. This could be a mistake. This is a 10-second defuse. Rouse goes down on the 1 versus 4 from Knifey. That is a way to make yourself heard on Ancient. What a showing, but it's the blade that comes out. I mean, it must have been out of ammo, but the fact that no one can find Knifey there towards Donut. This was a great response. Every player finds their kills here. And you can find, as soon as Rouse has to back away to reload, you just see that times get given up. There's still about 5 seconds on for this defuse. Rouse goes down and BobXD, I mean, he's left with no chance, but what a pistol round there from Knifey.
Yeah, and for the lowest performing player in the whole server throughout Nuke, in a really tough time, a 0.61 rating, 11 and 18. Single-handedly given TNL a very good opportunity. And with the force buy from 9, I actually love a force buy decision like this. You go for the full force, you gamble stack towards B. If your opponents come towards the B bomb site, you've got a great chance of winning it. If they don't, you can just save and give it another go in the next. I actually really like these types of calls.
Yeah, I mean, a bit unfortunate that TNL feels like they've read this one perfectly. Out through middle, into Donut and A. They're searching for someone. Haven't seen anyone towards middle. Haven't seen anyone towards A. And honestly, if 9 don't show anything, TNL probably going to think this is an eco.
Yeah.
Whether that's better or worse, as there's a good chance they're going to be coming out in the next round thinking it's a full investment. TNL are searching ever so slightly. I think they'll be more than happy just keeping all 5 weapons alive, regardless into the next though. But 9, like you said, I like the call. I like the idea. Not quite worked out in favor of them this round. It looks like, Fred, how many times do you see 10 players survive?
Honestly, I can't remember the last time. I want to say this is maybe one of the first ever times I've seen it.
Not
at least while I'm on the broadcast.
No one's even spotted the other team. It's certainly been an interesting one there. But 9, keep these weapons alive into the next. TNL very likely probably thinking it might be an eco and maybe thinking, oh, they're not wanting to give anything. But also a good chance that they do have the idea of what this investment is. But regardless, round number 3 underway, we are going to likely get to see this force buy. Get to see a bit more usage, as regardless, 9 are getting a buyout in the next. There's no need to really save all of these weapons.
No, I think there's no point throwing them away, though. It's not as though the FAMAS and the MP9s can't have utilization, especially close towards A main, whether you're playing in cave. Bit of a bonus round for both teams. And again, they go for this stacked approach, but in fact, in this one, they leave Kragan on his lonesome here towards A, and oh, he is going to be so surprised. Swinging in. Spots out 3. We'll get one beforehand, but now this is where 9 will Try and speedily rotate their way through. It should be a pretty comfortable round, though. Just the lack of utility here for 9, the lack of a defuse kit. Look at the positioning of Knifey and a huge pistol round. In fact, can only get the 1. It's a 3 versus 3. And there's 3 players in Donut. This is maybe a bad decision from TNL. It's quite close here, and there's still a lot of time for the defuse. Nade now drop and missing. OBXD rotating in to find 1. The MP9 can secure another. Kenny needing to find these picks. So many casualties there on the side of TNL. All on the basis that they kind of just wanted to fight. They don't need to do that.
Yeah, super surprised. Knifey only found 1, and it's a bit unfortunate he found the one that felt like he's already dead to rights. So like, again, he's already secured that kill, but it is still the 3-0 start for TNL. They had 5 survivors, obviously, in the last, so money is going to be no real issue for them. Guns can still be bought out. You got 5.5k on fly racks. Similar money from Ken. But first, a weapon round in play for 9, and we got the AWP on Modo, and it's a fast hit towards B. We saw the same call back-to-back for TNL. This one, they're mixing up. Mac 10 of Onyx taking all of this space. The first kill goes the way, but quick response from 9. But only temporarily as TNL find that man advantage and get that bomb down.
Yeah, with the deep smoke thrown as well. Flashbang coming through. Accompanied by BobXD. Great find. He's going to send the nade as well, and the nade is a direct hit. How is Dory still alive? Flyrex can get 1, and now all on the AWP of Modo. Dory, he's low HP, but the fact he's fighting against this AWP, Modo doesn't really want to see anything in this round. He's just going to back away. A 4-0 start now for TNL. Modo will get the 1, but surely that is all it will be.
Yeah, I mean, that's super unlucky that the nade doesn't take down Dory there. Like you said, direct hit.
I think it's because it hits him in the head. It hits him on the head and then it just shoots up in the air.
Yeah, I think he's able to get away from a little bit of the damage there, but still super low HP. I think the nade probably does need to just sort of stay on him to be able to finish him off, but not the case. 9 a little unlucky on that occasion, but a great find at the end from Flyrax just to put it into that 2 versus 1. And Modo, he came into the round with no utility, bringing out Kevlar and the AWP and not wanting to stick around and give this up before he even gets a chance to really use it.
I like the hero rifle from Kragan. Because you've got an MP9. Well, yeah, exactly.
So we'll be able to bring 4.1k out at least in the next. So even if there's a bit of a kill reward, can sort of allow him to bring out a little bit more utility. But yeah, I think it just makes this buy even more competitive. You've got the AWP, you've got some saved weapons. We know the MP9 can have a lot of usage, and we know how good individually these guys are with the Desert Eagle. But always a chance around like this can spiral out of control. But in cave is BobXD, as it's quite a heavy lean here towards this B side of the map.
Yeah, it's a triple B stack with the AWP of Modo just cutting off ties if they decide to go towards mid now. I think TNL will overlook this. And that is seemingly what will happen as they're going to make their way through. BobXD turning from the flash. Knifey needs to clear this angle. Eagle doing a lot of damage, but kill not seen. Important find now. Riles on the center of the bomb site. Will find his first of the round. Takes down Doi. Through the smoke is Flyrex spamming. Onyx though. Oh, Onyx, so much damage here. Modo's is still posted up. So if they do decide to head back towards middle, it could be a costly decision. Kragan might reaggress and found by Kenny. Information, there's still 2 here towards B. Fathom rotating now. Great find from Knifey. 8 and 2 currently as Knifey and Modo again just going to be looking to save.
I mean, that's a really unfortunate one for 9 because TNL, it felt like they played perfectly into the CT's hands, but still just brute forcing their way into the bomb site pans out. And you can't believe it, like, Knife even gets caught out by that. You see this kill from Rouse, and there you're thinking, Kragan finding out this is the perfect spot for the CTs to be in. They've got a 1-man advantage with confirmed damage that Knifey's going to be 1 bullet from death, but it's the fact that Onyx able to spam through this through the wall, find a kill, there's plenty of damage on the other players. And Modo, again, a little bit out of the round, just can't seem to get this AWP utilized. Honestly, Ancient's not the easiest map to AWP on. It's difficult to go for a lot of early peaks, so you're kind of left playing in deeper angles and where you're normally susceptible to a lot of util coming your way and being forced out of situations. So yeah, certainly at this level, very difficult to fully make this all work on this map. But look, there's definitely chances, and we're going to need to see some of those from Modo. Is this 5-0 start nice and early from TNL on the T side of Ancient?
Look, I think my favorite kind of instance of CT side AWPing is where you go for kind of an early A main peak. You might have an MP9, a 5.7, a rifle by your side, and you look to take that space towards A main. And I think that always, it just provides a lot of utilization for the AWP early on, because you can just stay posted up towards that left-hand side. The rifle can get tucked in the corner. And then, honestly, you can just over-rotate towards middle, play from donut. You've got such a deep angle, so not only will you get the early information of TNL looking to head towards A main, but also you have such a power position. You know, if someone's tucked in that corner with, 30, 40 seconds left, it's usually a guaranteed kill. So that's always my favorite part of the AWP on the CT side, just kind of trying to get your teammates into better positions. Obviously, going for those early mid peaks can be exciting, but a lot of the time, there's just so much utility. And it's tough to deal with. It's an open A bomb site currently. The calling from TNL has been excellent. Look, there's a reason they've got near a 90% win rate on this map, and they're conveying it with this call. Bob XT's going to rotate back in, not ready for two, holding him in donut.
And the smoke down's perfect. I mean, neither kind of already shut out of this round. Well, Modo finding that kill might change the tides.
Important trade from Kenny.
Yeah, I mean, crucial trade there just to keep this one all square and favoured towards TNL with this bomb down. Flashbang comes over, the smoke's still there. Rao's just taking his time. There's no need to rush this retake. And through CT to go. Dragon gets finished off. Rao's goes down, and final player towards CT tries to back away, but it feels like Modo's kills kind of forced 9 into going for this retake. That was always going to be difficult with the bomb down and all the control under the control of the T side. Has to be said, Fred, most teams nowadays do favour the T side of Ancient. It feels like a lot of sides really like to be the ones to set the tempo on this map. That's no exception for either of these teams. TNL, they do have a decent favour in towards this T side, similar with 9. The only difference is TNL also have a pretty competent CT side, also very positive win rate on that. Whereas for 9, it's their CT side that's let them down on a lot of occasions. I think we are going to see a lot from 9 on their second half. The question is, are they going to be able to give themselves enough rounds to be able to make it work?
Yeah, I think the tough thing for 9 is when you look at their 3 most recent results on Ancient, it's a 13-11 loss to Passion UA, a 13-11 loss to Fnatic, 13-10 loss to Partizan. Obviously, that was that Partizan game here in the Proving Ground. So I feel like a fair few of their losses have been really close, but then at the same time, they've had some pretty dominant losses, some 13-5s in there as well. It's clear that Ancient's a map that they can play. They can play pretty well on, but it's consistency that's lacking them down. And when you think of a consistent Ancient team at the moment, the one team that comes to mind is TNL.
Yeah, tough to really best them here. Modo towards A with the AWP. Rotation's a little far. But if forced out of utility, it can be tough to make this all work in one missed shot. The positioning from Flyrax is great. Molotov is going to be thrown, but the T's are not going to respect this and can find him Bob XT. And like you said, Calling's been spot on. And this is the scary thing about a side like TNL. Look, they don't necessarily have the experience that 9 do have. They've got a lot of star power in terms of name value on this team. So much experience in many of these players. But it is the younger caller, and it is the 20-year-old Onyx that feels like he's put on a masterclass. I think a lot of credit for TNL's success does also have to go to a player like JR. I think he's done God's work with this team. Obviously, a lot of you are going to remember him on sort of sides like Vegas Squadron when they made it to the major. That was a big run for them, being on that team for a long time. And JR now sort of really feels like he's nurturing some of the CIS talent, and what a great job he's done with it. Somehow, Kraken slipped the net here towards Despawn. Plays some knives out. There could be a decent few kills. We'll find the first. Hello, not spotting Dorby. Welcome to 4x3.
Okay, 4x3 you can account for. It's not like Dorby was quiet though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the bomb explosion there sort of masked some of the jumping,
yeah,
but
maybe,
a bit frantic there regardless. Yet to see around from 9 though, 7-0 scoreline. Like I said, I do think we are going to see some decent things from 9 on their T side, but if they're not given the amount of rounds to be able to play, this is where scary times do come. You've got to imagine TNL are going to at least be able to find a couple of rounds remaining. Great find from Dragon there through the smoke, but will get traded out by Dory. And look at the lack of respect that TNL have through the flames. It's Flyrax. Hello.
It's his teammate's Molly, so he's not actually going to take that much damage with it. I love the kind of the ego for a play like that. With Faven finding the bomb carrier, it's where this round could get quite costly. They've got a man advantage scenario now, 9. We are going to be seeing Doi looking to push through Red Room. So in fact, all that needs to happen now is just a bit more discipline. But Flyrax, surely to be found by Modo. 2 versus 4 now. And Riles' spidey senses tingling as he's turned to hold for Doi.
It's all going to be on time. And Round starts recovering CT and Cave. Doorway spots out this player as does Rouse there. The bomb has been retrieved from Knifey as he looks to backstab. But he does need Doorway to find some successes. Starting to make some noise towards B.
Love the idea of that molly, but Doi will go down to Faven. 38 seconds on the clock. Knifey could make his way towards A. Obviously got a cross path with both Bob XD and Riles. Spots out Bob XD. Now we'll look to accelerate. It's all going to be on timing here. Great from Bob XD. We'll find 9 put their first round on the board.
Yeah, finally, we needed to see that money. Still in a really strong spot for TNL, so no issues in terms of getting an investment out. Flyrax bringing out the AWP alongside. And 9, the question for them now is going to be, can you string these rounds together?
Look, I think
good
actually
call from 9 for the aggression towards round. That really turned the tide to that round.
Yeah, I think 4 rounds on the CT side for 9 is enough. That's where you can kind of justify still seeing him at victory. But great openers from Doi. Kenny as well, the one actually taking that initial contact. Bob XD will find him. Great from Flyrax, aware that we have seen this kind of aggression towards ramp. Moda with the trade though. And Knifey swap places with Riles. No, he's going to lose his timing. Moda actually is aware of it. He's holding for Cave.
Yeah, there's always these fine margins. I mean, look, the amount of times these teams sort of practice this map, that's bound to have happened a couple of times. But the question is, are TNL going to be ready for this? Rouse actually advancing time is going to go against him, but the T's not actually looking towards the position. It looked like we saw Onyx actually make that aggression and catch that angle, but seemingly not. Rouse still making presence here towards Cave, just drawing it so much attention.
Bob XD is going to make his way through B main. TNL surely not to be prepared for this. XD's just holding, in fact, which I don't mind. I think if he goes searching and is being held, he gives up not only the avenue for escape, but an opportunity. Modo on the orb, though. He's having these big moments, and Bob XD will find.
Have to say, what a round from Modo there. Look, only 2 kills, but it's this one here. It's a really challenging trade. When Flyrax is posted up on your angle, such a crucial kill. Just to bring things back to a 3 versus 3. You could have easily seen Modo sort of just be like, I don't want to take that fight. I'm just going to leave this position. Or equally, great chance of him getting taken down there. But really gave the platform for 9 to be able to string these rounds together. And money's starting to be a bit of an issue for TNL. They aren't going to get another buyout. But you've got Onyx on a little. You've got Knifey on probably a Mac 10 or even a pistol. And it's just that Mac 10 swaps over to a Tech 9. This is going to be the last buy before 9 are going to be able to reset that economy. And indeed, they should be able to find 4, maybe even 5. So really going to be a crucial one here. Such a pivotal round as to whether if TNL can go on to take this, 8's going to be solid. They're going to put the pressure back onto 9, whereas on the flip side, this could be 9's opportunity to bring themselves closer in scoreline on Ancient. I think we are going to need to see that if they want this chance of a 2-0.
Well, look, we're seeing TNL head a little bit more towards the B bomb site because I think they thought that they would condition 9 into playing more towards A. And in fact, Modo is playing on the A bomb site currently, so I guess maybe there is some conditioning there. Knifey with the Tech 9 in hand. Oh, this is going to be a bloodbath at the bottom of ramp. Faven will be able to get one. Great finds from Faven. Doubles down and now can just drop the smoke. All in an attempt to survive. Knifey can get a dragon. Accelerating his Kearney. There is still Faven tucked away here, but found eventually. Flyrax 4 HP. Spam coming through from Knifey. Bob XD. Oh, if he pushes through this smoke, surely to surprise. The bomb is dropped on the center of the bomb site as well, so a lot of control here from the CTs, and Modo just holding for the swing from Cave. Bob XD. If he goes pressing and looks to flank Cave, well, low HP for Flyrax. Actually, still towards top ramp. Knifey could have spotted him here. Great find from Knifey, and now all on Modo. He's been holding this angle this entire time. Enough time here for Knifey to back away, though. Oh, there's a fake steps. Disgusting here from Knifey. Modo will go clearing, but Modo found a great round from the in-game leader. A triple in this one. Not the in-game leader, from Knifey.
I mean, it feels like a leader of how smart that was. Really intelligent stuff. I mean, I'm actually super surprised we ended up seeing Fab and survive for that long. Tugged towards Cubby has so much impact, but BobXD felt like he did enough to make that round work. It just gets aggressive towards Cave, allows Knifey to find the verse, and Modo's always in a tough position there because there is time to play with. You've got the AWP, it's all about mind games at that point, and Knifey just has to one-up what a round he's been having. And like you said, really tough time there on Nuke. Fast hit towards B, big change of pace for TNL as the final 2 rounds of the half are closing out. Boost here into Cave, elevating Faven up. The bomb can get planted, and we're going to have a 5 versus 5 retake.
A nice find from Kragan, though, getting on the score sheet early. Doi needs to double down from this scenario, but BobXD, great find. And Knifey falling to Rals. Flyrax, the bomb is down. In best case scenario, get one and save, but has been taken down. Third found here for 9. I said, look, I think the lower ground, the lower kind of denominator for success being 4 rounds on this CT side is still achievable. I think 8 rounds for TNL they'll be happy with. I don't think either team will be massively disappointed, especially with context of kind of how many rounds in a row this was for TNL. Maybe that's the slight thing they'd be disappointed about, as it was that 7-0 start. But is 8-4 an unfair assumption?
No, I think it's a reasonably fair assessment of how this game's gone, to be honest. I don't think either team can really ask for more when, look, 9 have been able to bring themselves back into this game and deservedly should be able to find 4. Considering the weapons that are in play now, that looks like it is going to be the case. Story being found, Knifey being softened up to 35 points of health. And this is the start that 9 needed to be able to make it 4.
Nice find from Kearney.
Needs to double up and not going to be ready for the second player there. This is the issue with these pistols. You need someone to go above and beyond. Onyx will at least get the trade onto Fathom, but it's plenty of information to these CTs.
False information, though, is they could maneuver their way back towards the A-bomb site. Molly now retrieved from Knifey. Slowly clearing here towards Cave. Still the option and the opportunity for this round, but very limited. I like the silent approach here from 9. From TNL. I'm losing my mind here. There's been so much chaos here on Ancient. Knifey playing close with the MAC-10, all in the attempt to find a pick towards long, retrieve a weapon, but Rolls finding now all on Onyx, but BobXD will get that trade, and of course he does. 4 rounds found. BobXD has been the clinical player here for 9, though. 14-7.
Yeah, because he's a standout player on Nuke in the first half. Standout player here on Ancient in the first half as well. But it is that 8-4 scoreline that we said was a possibility. Look, we do know 9 have a good T-side on this map, but equally TNL, they are a very strong CT-side Ancient roster as well. It feels like this round could certainly have a lot of implications for the future as to where this one could head, but as the scoreline has at least been brought closer from 9, still the possibility that they can take this one in 2.
And look, what a story it would be from 7-0 down on Ancient to come back. It'd be ridiculous. But yeah, as you said, I think this pistol holds so much weight. If TNL are successful, that's where we're saying, look, 9-4, 9 are you going to look to force? If you do, you lose. It's 11-4. A scary call to make. Obviously, 9 should have won the pistol on that CT side. It was just it was a 1 versus 4. Obviously, from Knifey, that really changed things.
Slow play pistol here from 9 as they want to take their time. 40 seconds has been burnt already. No contact's been made. B-lanes have been cleared out as the T's now look to explode out towards middle. Is this double donut setup? Dory spots and instantly found by Fathom.
And now all on Knifey. Dooley's in hand, needs to find plenty. Just the one found. Flyrax will combine on the B-bomb site, but bomb now planted. TNL with a 3v3 retake. No utility for them to work with. Or no defuse kit, sorry.
Yeah, all the CTs back away into Donut here, so this has given a lot of room for the CT side to play with. Ken will find one. We've got Onyx fighting with Flyrax now in middle.
Just taking all of that contract. Flyrax will have enough time to find. Yeah, this is a great pistol, great retake.
Is there enough time? It is close.
Oh, I think he's got it. I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, he's got it. No issues there. Couple of seconds in it, but manages to make it work. Yeah, Flyrax really just split towards middle there. It takes his time before pushing out towards Donut and close it in. But... yeah, exactly. Makes a lot of presence. Makes a lot of pressure, but it's a good flashbang early to be able to find the first 1-for-1. Make this Donut setup look a little more flimsy. And this is the issue with all the T's playing towards this one position. It's you can see how much stock TNL have to put into clearing it. That maybe if you just had someone towards A main as well, there just might not have been enough time. But with the pistol going the way of TNL, it's going to be the second round force by from 9. They want to get the weaponry out. They want to press the issue now. But in losing it, there's a great chance TNL can find 11. And at that point, I do think things would be too far gone for 9 here.
Honestly, I've got to say, in a round like this, I don't mind the call, but it needs to be done with a bit more speed because now TNL can look to set up, then get places towards cave, towards top ramp. Doorway sending the flash in front of the bomb site. Great flashbang, but in fact, only finding the one. Rotating in this Flyrax, he can find one. Same with Kearney. So a 2-man advantage now for TNL. Let the bomb go down. There is no need for them to overfight here. They've got the numbers, they've got the util, and Kragan feels like he's got to make a hero play here. Ralls as well. Tech 9 in hand. Gets the first, but the trade from Knifey necessary, and Onyx can deal as well. So TNL, they will secure 10. The loss in the force fight should allow for an 11th. Unless if 9 feel like an eco isn't the right call.
Yeah, it's a really tough one because look, no bomb plant, only 2 kills found. The force fight hadn't worked out there for 9 whatsoever, and TNL pushing closer and closer to the finish line here on Ancient. 9, they are just going to go for the eco. They are going to go for broke in the next round, and it's going to need to be successful on their first full bite.
Look, a lot of people
otherwise, I think we are going to head to dust too sooner than we thought.
Yeah. I think a lot of people might think, oh, okay, well, 9, you've missed an opportunity to take it in a 2-0. You really could have found this series, pushed to those quarterfinals. I think a lot of people are forgetting TNL are one of the best teams on Ancient in the world right now. When it comes to like statistics, obviously, I don't want to compare them to tier 1 teams. I feel like that's a bit unfair. Like if they play Vitality on Ancient, I think they're probably going to get smashed. But within this tier 2 scene, they've got nearly a 90% win rate on the map. That holds a lot of weight. It's quite a rarity to see a team have that much potency on a map. So I think we do have to say that 9. I think the calling has been the difference maker here. I think the decision making from TNL has been excellent. I think that's why there has been this one-sided scoreline. Obviously, it was 10-5 on Nuke, and 9 were able to come back and find victory. A little bit more outstretched is the deficit, as it's 11-4.
And it really feels like it's all or nothing now for 9. These weapons have to work. Otherwise, it is going to be... I mean, it's going to be a force by the last, of course, but the weaponry isn't going to be great without a bomb plant. Taking middle with no issue.
Look how fast the CTs are here, but the missed shot's devastating. Nade at the smoke could be so upsetting. Fathom, though, finding Modo as well, connecting onto Ken. Spamler's nice, but doesn't find the kill. Still got a player in Bucket and Knifey. Onyx playing a nice off angle here, though. Might go unchecked. The problem is Ralls is making his way through CT. Modo, mere moments behind, but they've both gone through CT. Onyx. He's got to take this fight. He's got to take this peak soon. Surely to be cleared by Ralls. Oh, no one's looked at him. No one's even looked at Onyx yet. Spots out 2. We'll find the first, but that is it. He was moving while shooting there. He should have just lined it up. Taking his time, waited for the plant to come through, and then he's got a guaranteed double. Still not going to be the easiest of rounds, and Modo found. It's all on Bob XD. There's a kit on Knifey. I don't mind the decision from Bob XD maneuvering to Donut. I think it's his only chance, especially as the bomb is planted there. Steps are going to be, ooh, maybe not heard. Tap of the bomb, give Bob XD a reason to peek. And there we have it. Now the taps come through. Surely an unknown entity, and there it is. He finds the first, and Doy. Oh, he doesn't. Oh, he's just retrieved the kit. It is the full stick. I love this. Bob XD. Is he going to find him in time? He certainly does. Milliseconds remaining in that one, but a great clutch from Bob XD. 17 kills now found from him.
I mean, what a play it is. What a hero moment from Bob XD there. Instantly makes that decision, doesn't change his mind, wins the round thanks to it. I mean, just about got this kill on Doorway as that bomb was being defused, but gave 9 their 5th. Still an investment here from TNL. I'm going to need to see a lot more of that where it came from 9. That is just the beginning of what is going to be a long road back from them here on Ancient. Out towards middle, Kraken finds the first. Tech9 will get that trade, so 4 versus 4. It's not a bad trade for TNL, as Doorway just had a 5-7, able to retrieve that M4 now. Onyx aggressors taking this space here into the B lanes. Faven on his lonesome makes a great call to push through B. This is undefended as a bomb site. It's not actually advancing any further though. Still questions as to exactly where 9 are going to finish this round up in the air, but Faven might look like he's just going to end up as a bit of a lurk. I hope that's not going to be the case. He's got so much free room to play with. Doorway here in Donut. Flashbang comes over, going to force him deeper into the angle. Molotov comes as well, takes the fight and does go down. Still 2 more players here towards A. And that's when Onyx gets caught out. 9 playing this round perfectly. If Onyx held that patience, probably could have seen him find a bit more success, but that's not the case. The kill into Donut was enough to force him off, even though there's 2 defenders still in A, neither of which is going to be tested. Perfect call in there. And I think it's a Faven's D position as well, going to be calling. I've seen nothing cross on B. There's been no presence at all.
It's a great luck. I think a lot of the time you'll see players overextend, get caught out, and not have anywhere near as much impact, but it's not that the T's were kind of heavy pressed there in middle. They made that right decision, and look, this is where 9 are slowly getting themselves back into the game, creating chances, creating kind of opportunities. Around like that, not only is it a perfect call, but they look clinical in the fragging department. Look, they're only trailing by 5. That was the deficit on Nuke. They did find that success there. I think we're going to wait until maybe it gets 11-9, maybe even double digits found from 9, and then we can be confident and at least compelling when saying, yeah, look, this comeback, it's got real chances. But I think TNL, they're still so close to the finish line here on Ancient.
Yeah, I mean, look, they were close to the finish line on Nuke as well, weren't they? And they somehow managed to let that one slip through their fingers. But some of these rounds have been very close, very much down to the wire, and it feels like TNL should be able to bring things over the mark here. And for Knifey, Herd in Donut, you got Flyrax's Orb over here towards B, taking an aggressive stance on the ramp. I see now going to be advancing down with Molotov. He don't go 1 for 1, but not even that. Flashbang's so strong.
I really like the idea there from Faven. Peeking into his teammate's Molotov, completely catches off Flyrax. Obviously, the orb has been retrieved. Flashbang dropped there. Onyx falls. The orb of Ken is posted up here. Missed shot though, and great fight. He didn't even get the time. Faven! What a round here. So clinical with the AK in hand. Now all on Knifey. He's not even attempting to spam through the smoke to deny the plant. Why would he? It's 1 versus 5. 7 now secured here. And then the only game plan for Knifey, maybe find a couple exits. Try and keep your opponent's finances as limiting as possible. We'll get a second here. maybe where Kragan's saying, look guys, I'm towards A main, let's slow this one down, let's not look to swing too much. These fights from Faven were everything.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant shots, really great kills from Faven, and we are going to see this round get closer and closer as 9 start to bridge the gap onto their opponents. It is just 2 rounds that TNL need to bring us onto Dust 2. But 9, similar to Nuke, look, they might be slow off the mark, but they really show up when it matters most. And this has been super impressive from 9. Look, this has been a team that have had a lot of inconsistencies. They can beat, it does feel like we said in the pregame, they can beat any game on their day, but it's just been that days not come as often as they would like. If they're able to make the comeback happen again here on Ancient, I'll be super impressed.
Look, there's just the one diffuse kit from TNL, limited weaponry as well on it. Utility's pretty decent. No major inconsistencies there. Some of the players on 9, their finances aren't perfect. You look at Bob XD. Wow. What a decision here from TNL. Onyx could fall here to Faven. It's down to this 3-on-3. The nade's going to chip away at Flyrax. Nade of the smoke here now. Bob XD is going to look to push into middle. How has this round gone so wrong here? Well, always double in middle. 3 overall. I guess brings things back to the ways we expected. Bob XD. Has he been heard here from Knifey? Knifey just gives up a heads-up fight. It leaves Doyes on 6 health in the clutch, but even on limited health, he wins it. TNL secure 12, and now 5 opportunities to close out map 2 and head to Dust.
6 health or not, it doesn't matter. Dory will be that promising player. He's had a great game here on Ancient. This double was perfect. But yeah, Knifey just simply wants to take this deep space towards B main and probably just get posted up, not realizing how close his opponent is going to be at that given moment. Like you said, 5 opportunities now for TNL to finish things here on Ancient. Mac 10 out towards middle, does go 1 for 1 as the rest of the troops make their way out towards A into an open, undefended bomb site.
I like the decision from TNL. It's clear that 9 have put a lot of stock in taking some early space in middle, so TNL, they look and say, well, we're going to play 3 players here. We've got the utility. Pushing through the molly to deny the plant. I love the idea, but the digits still punched in. A lot of damage onto Bob XD, though. Flyrax swinging and finding. Man advantage now for TNL on this retake. There is a defuse kit from Knifey. Kragan finally backing away from Temple. He realizes Knifey could be close by. And this is the kit. If Knifey goes down, now the round gets really difficult, because not only is the bomb going to be difficult to defuse, retrieving that kit, but it doesn't matter. Onyx, a great double there with the MP9. TNL finds success on Ancient, and we do move to Dust as expected.
A third and final is what's needed to break the deadlock between these 2 teams. TNL had a great chance to close things out on Nuke, but 9 battled back. They were able to post a couple of rounds towards the end of the half, but TNL so close to the finish line. All it takes is one big round from Dory to put them on 12, and at that point, it's a big deficit for 9 to try to overcome. Big performance again from Bob XD. I mean, like a player who's had not the greatest few months. Map number 1, he looked really sharp. Same thing here on map number 2, but it's like he was the difference maker. Really gave that initial platform, it felt like, for TNL to start things off. Had a great start to the game, and a player who had difficult times on Nuke is a big turnaround from him and an important one. But look, in the second half, I felt like everyone had their moments. Dory especially, and 13-7 is the scoreline. Dust 2, that third and final. This is a really interesting map, I think, for these 2 to battle out on, because statistically, it's kind of as even as it gets.
Yeah, 44% win rate for TNL, 43 for 9. Obviously, sample size favoring 9, but look, it's so close comparatively. Look, I actually think 9 actually have quite a decent chance on Dust, because Modo, he's struggling with the rifle, he's struggling on the T-sides, but he's been dominating with the AWPing. I think when we look at the kind of the AWPing head-to-head, we saw it on Ancient there. A lot of the heads-up fights, even when Flyrax is holding the angle, Modo has been so clinical with the AWP. And I think on a map like Dust, where it's very AWP-centric, where you can really have those kind of huge moments, this is where Modo could really shine and really show that he's a quality stand-in, a quality player, still has the goods. hopefully we can see that excitement on Dust. Look, I'm so looking forward to see how it kind of falls, because finally we've got a map where there is no advantage. It's not as though it's an 86% win rate for TNL and a 50 for the 9. This is as even as it gets, and it is going to lead to such an exciting game. Remember, this is a round of 16 match. This is for the quarter.
as it's all blue in the kill feed. So much damage has been dealt. And finally, this push through the smoke could actually go against the CT side. And it does. 3 quick kills, make that 4. And it's round in another 1 versus 3.
Jawley's at range here as well from long. Not the best of weapons, but let's see if he can make things work. He needs to connect the shot. A little too premature. Just needed to take his time. Doi had no clue about him. And then there's a possibility for the clutch. I'm happy, though, that you predicted TNL because I'm thinking Niner to take it. I think Modo on that AWP. I think that's where the differences will be seen, in fact. So, finally, we're not kind of in agreement when it comes to predictions.
I mean, look, BobXD, we saw what he could do on the T side of so many maps. Looked really snappy with his aim. Very curious if he can do the same thing on Dust too. It feels like he does lean himself to it. Double nade out towards long, slightly missed this time. And Knifey ahead of that, as is Flyrax. And Flyrax actually wants to take this fight onto the A bomb site. It is this 4th fight out from 9. You've got Modo on the scout. He's posted up towards B right now. None of these kills are quite coming through. Well,
say that we get a double.
Yeah, 2 kills instantly come through. That is BobXD and Rouse going down. As you still got these 2 defenders towards A, but with all the space, with the man and the gunpowder, it feels like the T side should be able to take this one without too many issues. Nice find there from Ken. And the bottom 2 CTs probably going to look for a save, but Dory will deny Fathom being able to bring this weapon into the next, and it's all on Modo and his scout.
Yeah, expectations low here from Modo. TNL, I don't think they really need to hunt. They've got 4 rifles. There's no real need to throw them away. You don't understand the MAC-10 wanting to search here, but the rest should just sit patient. Yeah, obviously, we know how these hero scouts can work, though.
I mean, you see the AI winner prediction there gives Modo a 0% chance to win the round. I'm probably in agreement. I don't think there's any looking with that one. Onyx will find with that MAC-10 and TNL double up and just kind of an easy time here against that anti-eco. Just the USPs. We are having a flashbang brought out for Rouse.
Yeah,
I do love rounds like this. Yeah, sort of look to send in your players because a round like this often can fall super flat where you just don't find a lot. You've just got USPs, a couple of upgraded pistols that have been purchased there. But look to see if you can group up, send a good flashbang, and see if you can try to catch a couple of kills. But the call-in is perfect here as TNL are going to break into an empty bomb site. The only defender is Dragon here. Will get found. Smoke towards the door will alleviate all of this pressure, but the T's want to fight, and here are those flashbangs. They are great. They work perfectly, but it's not perfect enough to get any kills.
It's unfortunate as well because Doi and Kenny are just so low, but kills not coming through. TNL with an excellent start here on the T side. But like when we talk about favoring and kind of side preference on a map like Dust, it seems like Dust is the one map where I feel like teams, they can go from being kind of preferred on the T side for it to be completely flipped the next day. I feel like Dust 2 is more of a momentum-based game than kind of more of a side favoring, if anything.
Yeah, there can be some maps that sort of, if it's your main map, your main selection, that kind of just do lean itself to be one of those sort of maps where it's not exactly easy to be 100% consistent to necessarily be the best in the world at those. Yeah. Inferno's one of those maps. You can always be a great Inferno team, but just due to the nature of the map, there's never any guarantees with it, regardless of how good you are. Dust does tend to feel like that. If you don't necessarily have your individuals stepping up, you can feel a little bit outclassed at times, although the map can be very rotation and call independent as well. It definitely does feel like you need your individuals to step up alongside. Rouse here as the solo A defender.
Timing on this HE grenade. Oh, look at the nade there onto TNL. Players have been chipped away, but Onyx dropping into CT and isolating fine very comfortably here. Kraken just sat in the smoke. Rals steering clear of the flames for now. The rotation will be seen from long. Great flashbang though. Rals can get the trade, but with the lack of ammunition, Knifey can find. The MAC-10 finally emerging in CT. Kill found from Kraken, but disadvantage still a 9. And the late flank from short, kind of containing all of this space for TNL. This should be a fairly comfortable 4th round.
Yeah, I'm loving the pace of this from TNL. Not slowing down whatsoever. A fast hit towards being the last short. It was just the anti-eco. But a fast pop up towards short just with sort of 30 seconds gone on the clock. They want to really press the issue and put 9 into an uncomfortable spot. They want to test this defense. See how strong it is early. Modo's timing's being rough. Not going to go his way. Will get taken down. No AWP save for him. And that's going to be a freebie for Flyrax.
I think as well, we need to see that kind of confidence that Modo showed on Ancient and that we saw from Flyrax here with the Orpas, because you understand it's the first round for Modo and he's probably thinking, well, let's play a little bit more disciplined. I don't want to get out, caught out in the open and flashbangs being the reason that I've lost my life. But on a map like Dust, I feel like you need to be confidently peeking on that CT side, whether you're looking to progress up short, maybe for an early lower tunnels peek, peeking towards some mid. We need to see some form of aggression here. I love the double nade onto Doi, chipped away down to 30 HP. It is just a hard fight, but they are putting a lot of stock in long, and Doi will fall. So that's a weapon that can be retrieved from Faven. The rest of the team, for TNL, or at least the main brunt, going to make their way towards lower tunnels now. And this is where Kragan, I think this is the type of angle where you can see him get both or get absolutely nothing. And timing looks good for 2, and there it is. Not even that much damage taken for it. Aggression from
There he goes. One missed shot, and that is going to cost Flyrax his life there, as the AWP can be retrieved. And this partial bite from 9 is going to be the way that they find their first round on it, coming into all this space towards A, but it's not going to matter all too much. When the bomb's dropped in lower tunnels, does have a minute to work with. Can look to find a few kills, I suppose. But other than that, this is a round that's gone the way of 9. Yeah, I think the setup from the CTs is really brilliant. 3 players towards long, and then you've got 2 ready to sort of pounce in lower tunnels. But it is the double from Kragan that feels like it seals the fate of this round for the Ukrainian roster.
Interestingly as well, is the kind of the first round that TNL have played a bit more disciplined and not been so kind of fast with their approach, and they haven't found that success. Obviously on Nuke, it was that half-buy victory, that double kill from Rals towards Ramp with that 5-7 that gave 9 their first round on that CT side of Nuke, and obviously found that crazy streak of success there. Hopefully we don't see something similar. I'm sure the TNL fans won't be hoping for that, because all it takes is a half-buy victory, kind of rally the troops, get some more confidence going. And that's where we can see things get a little bit out of hand. Finances aren't broken for TNL. I guess that's a real positive with how some of these half-buys and how some of these full-buys have gone in pretty convincing, many rounds with 3 players surviving or more. But open play for both Modo and Flyrax now. And this is what we're looking forward to. I think we both are in agreement on. The AWPing duel on a map like Dust can always be so exciting.
It does feel like every time we build it up, it always ends up being the rifle as to steal the show. So I'm curious if it's going to be a similar thing here today. But 3 players for TNL, early doors towards tunnel, nade thrown instantly, chipping away slightly at Rouse. But not wanting to give this base up to the CTs early. That's where TNL looks to take this phase. Being given all of tunnels. Looks like they've been given a decent chunk of cat and short as Modo is backing away from this angle. Just trying to burn from that utility on 9. Look to set up for a late round execute. There's still all the possibilities as to where to go. Flashbangs being lined up. But we can see short can be taken for free.
Again, TNL looking for more of a systematic approach, a bit more discipline in this round. Honestly, I think if 9 win this round, this is where TNL just need to go back to, well, we were playing fast, we were really catching 9 off and making them feel so pressured. Maybe we'll go back to the speedy approach, but no bloodshed as of yet.
Duto out long, missed flashbang here from the CT side. They are going to get swung on. Modo tested on the A-bomb side, found, and a quick flurry of kills for the T side. TNL want to press the issue on it down towards CT, find Bob XD, and it's all on the MP9 in a 1 versus 5. Bomb still yet to get planted, but the round's not going to be won on the bomb. Can find Rouse, and that's a 5th on the board for TNL. They fumbled in the last, but quickly recover in round number 6.
Nice round from TNL.
Super disciplined. Look, they take their time. They burn out the utility. They get this space towards short uncontested and look to swarm onto long and just split onto the A-bomb side together. The short players find the kill. And 2 frags found out long. And at that round, point 9 can't do anything. They just have to back away. It's a 2 versus 5. Dust 2 can be very brutal, a bit like Inferno in that regard. But if you do find some early kills, you kind of just need to save. Both bomb sites can be difficult to retake, particularly that B-bomb site.
It's renowned for being Quite possibly one of the hardest bomb sites to retake in the whole of Counter-Strike, but nice find from Modo. Getting on the score sheet early doors here. And he's crept in front of this smoke. He's holding for any re-aggression from the left-hand side, from the B-bomb side. We do have this double B setup, but Onyx pushing through. They've heard the tick in the Molotov. Kragan, oh, Kragan! That is not the shots we need to be seeing. Traded out. Aggression from short, but Knifey finding. 3-on-3 now. Smoke will fade towards top tunnels some point soon, and that's where BobXD could get caught out. Yorba Flyrax patiently waiting, but BobXD is taking up the positioning that Kragan was once in. Look at Kenny, though. Oh, I would have much preferred Kenny to play with some discipline there, but no issues. Round still victorious. TNL secures 6. At worst, they tie up the half. Being a little bit out of hand here now for 9.
I mean, look, it's been all 3 maps, actually, that we've seen TNL have a pretty good start to each of them. And it's been 9. They had a really good resurgence on Nuke to be able to bring themselves back into the game. What was it, 11-5, 10-5, something along the lines of that, where 9 have been able to bring themselves back into it. They made a little bit of a comeback towards the end of Ancient, but it always felt like TNL were going to be able to walk away with a victory there. And it seems like, sadly, for 9, it's going to be a similar start where things just aren't working out. But we have to say, that kill from Onyx towards B was huge. That looked really difficult. Softened up through that smoke and just sort of wildly sprayed and managed to get at least a kill to keep things competitive there from TNL. And Ken, whether he plays disciplined or not, it doesn't matter. This guy's aim is unbelievable.
I think the difficulty here for 9 is, you look at the performance from Nuke, we had sort of BobXD absolutely just dominating Modo on the CT side with the AWP. Yet here on Dust, we don't have that individual that's stepping up massively. We don't have kind of the real leader in the fragging department, which is what's going to make things so tough. Obviously, they have found the opening kill here from Modo's AWP, and that's exactly what we need to be seeing, because get yourself the early advantage, the ability to back away. It is still this double B setup. Great positioning here from Kenny, but he's struggling to connect the bullets. We'll eventually find. There is still Kragan to deal with here, tucked towards Car. Elevated angle now, top of the box, but still found by Doi. And it's a 3 versus 3 now. Honestly, if you're 9, you should just give this one up. There's no defuse kit. There's no utility. 7 to be secured from CNL if 9 opt to go for this, in my opinion.
I mean, it's difficult because there's no actual util for TNL either. They've got no smokes towards these doors, so normally you'd have to see the bomb be half-tick before the CT can even attempt something like this. But the setup is good. Onyx ready to dodge flashes that are never going to come. We'll find the first, able to transfer onto the second, and Modo wants to bring this up into the next round. Going to get swung on. Timing's good for Doorway, and we'll shut down 9 in this. Yeah, it's always a bit of a misleading one. You can see those rounds go either way, but with no utility from either side on the bomb site, it does just come down to positioning. And with so many angles towards B, so many potential crossfires that can get set up in what is a pretty small bomb site, Onyx just takes it into his own hands and gets a double there. And first tactical timeout being seen from 9 as, look, like you said, things are starting to slip away from them. TNL, they've had some good starts in all of these maps, but this is a series. This is a team that, despite the inexperience that a lot of these players have, they don't have issues closing out maps. They don't have issues closing out series. They will take a mile if you give them an inch.
Yeah, exactly. It is just going to be the half bite here from 9. 8 should be secured from TNL. When we look to recent results here from TNL on Dust, some of the losses have been really close. Obviously, there was that 13-4 loss to Incilio, which I think they will just kind of wipe away and as a bit of a missed game. But majority of their losses here on Dust have come, right down to the wire. The difference is you look at a lot of them and you're seeing kind of real back and forth nature. You're not seeing this dominant start. Kragan, we've seen him have a lot of success towards the lower tunnels with the MP9. Can't even get the first. Eagle shot from Faven connecting. Scout getting the tag. Scout finding the frag. And Flyrax, he gets the double towards B. You understand why Rolls and BobXD want to find that, want to have that aggression, but Flyrax gets one with the AWP, one with the P250. Gets the tag on Modo as well, and Knifey close enough to confirm this kill surely. Faven all that remains. Oh, the Deagle in the back line's missing the shots, and Knifey doubles as well. TNL will find a... It looks good initially. Man advantage at one point there for 9. But that double from Flyrax,
yeah,
I think that kind of confirms the round.
Yeah, finds the first with the AWP, switches over to the PT50 and takes down the second. If the trade comes through there, still we're going to see sketchy stuff for TNL, but it just opens up so much space, has information on where the final two players are, and can just maneuver his way out towards B. The bomb can get planted, but even then you see the teams, they want to go for blood. They want to find these kills. They're confident.
I'm loving this from Modo. Right up in your opponent's face. And with that contact, we're seeing straight away the change in decision. They're heading straight to the B-bomb site. Bob XD goes for the peak. Will find Molly to land on his position here by Onyx. Bob XD eventually found. There's a lot of space taken here now from Knifey, but he's falling as well. And Modo posted up. I love the peak there from Modo with the AWP towards top middle. And this is what we need to be seeing from 9 if they want the chance to come back into this game.
Yeah, interestingly enough, opening kills are not an issue that 9 are having here. Again, it feels like they're doing a decent job of finding the opening kills. But regardless of that, TNL, they are a disadvantage in terms of the first blood in each round, but they can still manage to turn these rounds on their head. They can still manage to find the success. And Moto's been quite a key player on 9 with the AWP in terms of finding the first blood, but it's just 9 are struggling to convert these rounds, and TNL always have this clutch potential within them. Onyx so quick here in CT, can't double up, gets the difficult one of the two. And with Knifey in middle holding these rotations, there is a near enough open bomb site for the T's to take. Rouse is doing his best to delay with utility, has done a good enough job. But TNL will still have the positioning advantage. Knifey, if he overextends, Moto's AWP will be able to find. Timing looks decent. Rouse will be cleared out. And this is kind of around now where it probably feels like the CTs kind of feel like to themselves they have to attempt it.
Yeah, they've got decent money on players like Moto, like Rolls, Kragan as well, but Flyrax, great information, but info's only half the battle. The missed shot is devastating. They've still got a lot of utility as well. 2 mollies, a smoke, an HE grenade, but Doi playing kind of an open angle here in CT, surely to be overlooked. Contact now made. Moto does have the AWP here to slowly creep into the angle, but the jiggle from Doi is good. And Kenny, they're searching for this kill. They're not giving Bob XD any time to think, any time to move. And we will see the round go the way of TNL, so that is a 9-2 scoreline now.
I mean, it's a real lethal tempo that TNL are playing with every fight. They want to just press the attack for it. They want to just hold down that W key and search for blood. And this is the scary TNL. This is the roster where I think a lot of teams fear. And I think a lot of fans at home have sort of come to love, and fully understandably as to why, because this team deserves all of the credit that they are getting. And again, another early kill here, another early fight wants to be taken. On this occasion, 9 don't find the first blood, and TNL prime themselves to find 10 rounds and a half if they're successful here.
Well, look, I think in a lot of these rounds, as we mentioned, 9 have found the opening kill. They've still gone the way of TNL. It's the rounds where TNL get that opening kill that are so scary, because you're thinking, well, 9, if you're unable to do it with the amount of advantage, how's it going to look with the disadvantage? Either way, though, this is it. 9 have to secure this round. Otherwise, I think a 10-2 scoreline's a little too out of reach. The double swing from short. A team kill from Doi. He's out for blood. Doesn't matter whether it's an opponent or a teammate. Peeking before the smoke. What a shot from Flyrax. And Knifey at range will secure. TNL find 10. Double digits acquired here. A ridiculous scoreline. An incredible performance. I feel like you're sitting with a smile on your face about your prediction.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been very confident in whatever map and match TNL are coming up against. But look, we've seen what TNL can do on Dust 2. They don't have the greatest of win rates, but sort of you highlighted that TNL, when they do play Dust, even when they lose it, they do tend to lose it in really close fashions. So it's not necessarily a map that they're 100% confident on in terms of they're going to necessarily win every map. It feels like they do on Ancient, but they at least keep things very competitive. And when they do win, I mean, they'll let you know they win. Round to the opening kill seems to be ready for the aggression from TNL, and always in between a rock and a hard place is able to at least get one before getting taken down. But it's a low HP Flyrax and Onyx with no armor in this diffuse kit to try to clutch this round out. It feels like 9 have done enough work to win this pistol.
Yeah, thankfully for 9, they do win this pistol, or at least That's what is expected. And surely we see it as we got a flanking Bob XD. So we'll get their third. Look, we mentioned the TNL, there are games where things get close on a map like Dust, but you look at that first half performance in those games, they're 6-6 halftime scores, they're 7-5s against them. Usually with a scoreline like this, we are expecting TNL to find victory. Honestly, Force Buy coming through, do we agree with this? Do we think it's an unnecessary decision? Because I'm certainly there. I don't really know why they've opted for a Force. It just gives another round to 9. Look, they're probably going to win it now. I've discredited the decision, but...
I mean, yeah, you do see... I mean, it feels like second round Force Buy is just part of the game now to a point that they just weren't as frequent as beforehand. These are the ones that I'm not a huge fan of. I mean, look, you understand in terms of, you know, there's a good chance they just want to get as good weaponry utility. They want to get the AWP on Flyer Axe as soon as possible. And by going for this, you know, their next full buy, they are going to have all the bells and whistles that you do want. But I am kind of there with you in terms of it does feel like you're just giving an extra round to 9 to sort of bridge the gap between both rosters. I'm not always a huge fan of it. It's not going to work out on this round unless Onyx has some monster Deagle rounds that isn't going to be happening, or 5-7, sorry. But look, it does mean in the next full buy they are going to have everything that they could possibly want, and that's where we can really get our look in at TNL CT side. Good read though from 9 to have a lot of body towards the long to make sure that that one doesn't go in the favor of the CTs, because very easily you can see a couple of kills go the way of the CT side, retrieve some weapons, and 9 still will have their work cut out for them. But they put the extra man there, and that does make the difference. Dodging the flashbangs, dodging any of the util that is coming their way. But it is just this eco here. Onyx with the Hero Scout. You touched on the Hero Scout. Yeah, the only sort of map it feels like where you're ever going to see a Hero Scout.
Yeah, look, there's pistols in play as well. If the Scout can get the tag and pistols find the frags, I've got no issue with it.
Up through long is where 9 send the main brunt of their forces. And we'll clear and confirm that this space is empty as the bomb gets planted, starts to set a time limit now onto this round.
Kragan very much isolated here. He's going to need help here from Rals, and Mac 10, maybe not the cleanest of kills. There is still a rifle towards top middle as well, but the flying Mac 10 surely to confirm plenty of these ones. Nice no scope there from Onyx, searching for more, but Faven there to deny, and now Flyer Axe. It's all a game of whether he can save this weapon, but think of how much damage that's just been done here. I don't think 9 needed to search so heavily. It was all a kind of a game of trying to keep Kragan alive, but they've lost Bob XD, they've lost Kragan, they've lost Rals. Finances are so important for 9 if they want to achieve this comeback. Flyer Axe saving this weapon's actually huge, because obviously Onyx went for that Hero Scout.
Yes, I can just be dropping that gun over to Onyx. AWP is going to be purchased likely from Flyer Axe. And like you said, yeah, a lot of damage dealt. So a lot of reinvestment is going to need to be seen, which can allow TNL to very quickly, if they're able to win this round, put 9 in some financial deep water.
Look, Bob XD will struggle to invest. Modo with $400 to his name. It's because he's got the AWP in play. Holding for the short swing, but it's a hefty long setup from TNL. A quad long setup. Honestly, I don't mind the idea of it. You go for a quad long setup, you confirm that long is yours, and then you can just rotate away, expecting that 9 aren't going to be playing with pace elsewhere.
Look, 9, they're going to be aware that they've got all the bonuses from winning that pistol. It's going to be full buys galore now that they have to try to really overcome this CT side of TNL, who are just 3 rounds away from not only closing out this series, but advancing through the playoffs and bringing themselves to that quarter-final.
Nice find from Kragan, though. Takes down the AWP of Flyer Axe. XD trying to take some space towards middle, trying to cut some rotations. I love the idea of this. There is going to be a flank here from Knife Eve towards short. Bob XD will find Dory, though. There is that flank coming through. Kenny, if goes unchecked, he could find a multitude of frags, but it's just the one. And with Modo taking down Knife Eve, it's Onyx in a 1 versus 3. We'll just look to save. 6 secured now from 9.
And a strong start from them. Finding the early kill onto Flyrax gives up so much space, and they instantly look to push their way out onto the A-bomb site. It was only being defended really by Onyx towards Goose, sorry. And like you said, kind of desperately needs Fortune to go his way. He needs to be overlooked. Needs sort of the bomb carrier to have the bomb in hand while he finds the first. Things like that. And Nine aren't going to make sloppy mistakes like that. Not at this point in the game. Not with how crucial it is for them.
Obviously, the victor of this game will face off against the winner in BetClick against Cybershow. I think you look at those two teams.
As well.
Yeah. Certainly not an easy one.
With the full loss bonus high, can be a partial investment. And TNL are going to be using their second tactical pause. Look, they've been in a similar spot on Nuke where they had a hefty lead and couldn't close things out there.
Honestly, I'd love to see Onyx drop over a hero rifle. Imagine if Onyx dropped a rifle into this fight. Okay, yes, it means he might be with an MP9 in the next, but it would be an MP9, 2 rifles, and pistols. A very possible buy. I love when a hero rifle's brought into play. I know there is one, there's obviously the same one, but I think sometimes having one player with a weaker weapon in the next round isn't going to be the biggest of issues, but you've got the opportunity to not only heavily upset the finances, but you've got the chance to win the round.
Yeah, I think probably looking at it and saying, I'll save my money so I can drop Flyrax over an AWP so we can invest a little bit more into this round. Something potentially along those lines, just so he can have utility in the next. But again, out towards middle, does find the first. The flashbang's good enough, and even trades. But Fathom will put an end to any of this mid-aggression now, as Flyrax has crept his way into lower tunnels, but also having a push through long from that saves rifle, that Galil. But Onyx holding his nerve for now. Still a chance in this round. Deep positions from both the CTs.
It's all going to be about timing here. How disciplined is Modo? How willing is he to kind of hold this angle? He's just going to drop the Molotov.
And Flyrax spotted in lower tunnels. Most of the danger of this round has been gone. Onyx just with this Galil, still patiently waiting in long. But 9 fine to 7. No round yet to be posted from TNL since switching over to this CT side. And they actually have shown pretty good things on their CT side in the past to Dust. Normally hasn't been their T side that's been the more promising one. Yet to find any success. Onyx having a dual hit towards short, drops an aid, but does the damage with the headshot.
Yeah, retrieves an AK.
Having a bit more of a look into this round.
Why not? Modo on the AWP. Simple shot for Modo, though. Only 3 rounds in it now. 9 are getting closer and closer. This is where, honestly, if you're TNL, do you start getting worried? I certainly know I would.
I mean, this is where you do need people like Onyx. This is where you do need JR as the coach, just to make sure those nerves are calm. Because like TNL, despite them being an inexperienced team, they have been grinding a lot. They would have been in positions like this at sort of multiple different stages at events. They do need to just make sure they hold their nerve and don't let things get too out of control. They've still got a nice lead on this map. We know they can just flip that switch at any moment and roll teams over. Keep your nerve, and I think the success will come.
Got Flyrax once again on the big green. Currently playing towards middle. That is where Modo resides as well. The altercation between Favon and Knifey is going to be everything in this one. Minute on the clock and 9. It doesn't seem as though they've got a guaranteed goal as to where they want to head.
Opening kill from Flyrax, taking down Kragan as he goes for a peek in middle. Like you said, still the T's darted all across the map.
Not much utility remaining here on 9 either. Just a flash and an HE grenade. They're going to look to try and barrel their way towards short, but oh, Kenny could have had a perfect timing and a great angle. The smoke actually favoring Kenny. Knifey finds Faven in the process as well, so it's a 5 versus 2. Bob XD might look to take some space towards B, but with him being found by Onyx, it is all on Modo. Surely Modo just looks to save here, but already look how speedy Knifey is. Rushing towards T-spawn. 12 seconds. Modo. He's kind of hoping maybe to get taken down before time. 7 seconds on the clock. We'll go for the fight now. There's going to be a crunch here. Modo will fall beforehand, so we'll get a little bit extra money. I don't think there was any chance of survival there, was there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure 9 still have enough money to be able to get a buyout in the next one. The issue is if TNL win it instead. So yeah, we can see a buy, but look, you can see that finances have been drained. If TNL win this, they should have a free road to 13 and to those quarterfinals. But it all comes down to this. This is such a pivotal round for 9. They've put in some really good work to make this round more competitive, but Flyrax again with the opening kill on the big green.
Flyrax is heating up a little. Not had the best of starts, but certainly getting himself into the action now. 8 and 10. Modo, when you talk about the AWPing kind of 1v1, especially here on Dust, certainly been the senior of the two. 17 kills.
It's going to be this play for sure. Knifey just needs to make sure he keeps hold of long. Doesn't allow the T's to take this as well. Flyrax finds his second, so despite Modo's success, Flyrax is having a lot of impact with the big green here. 2 players up on the bomb site. Knifey does not need to move from his position. His teammates have got all of this covered. Gets a freebie onto Fathom. Tap of the bomb. Oh, Bob XD does find a double, but the third player might prove too much, and it does. That's 12 confirmed. Map in series point.
Look at the money.
1 round away from the quarterfinals, and this is what I was saying. If they do string 2 rounds together, that's all the finances drained for 9, and they're going to have scraps to fight with second and potentially the final tactical pause from 9 here, as they have to make this by work.
It looks as though we could be seeing a complete copy of what we saw on Ancient regarding scoreline, 13-7. The weight of TNL, but we've seen weaker weapons prevail. For 9, though, 5 in a row needed. But it has to be said, that CT side performance from 9 just wasn't enough. Only 2 rounds found on the CT side. I think in the back of our minds, it was always a question of when, not if, for TNL. And proving that moment of when could be now.
I mean, look, 9 found themselves with a decent bit of a resurgence with 5 rounds in a row on this T side. But like you said, with double digits already hitting the first half from TNL, this is a roster that will eventually capitalize, even if it does take a couple of rounds to get going on the second half. They're still in a really strong spot. 5 opportunities to do so. And with Tech 9s, with pistols, with 1 AK on Bob XD, this is the best chance TNL are going to have to close out this map.
Kenny just jiggling here from long. Players look as though they're going to try and make their way through the smoke. Great find from Dory, and oh, this is devastating. Onyx prepared. Great find from Bob XD. It's kind of been the lurk. This team taking the attention. He has got the AK. Needs to find this kill. Struggling is Bob XD. Gets another. Taken down, and it is done. TNL, they will take the series. They make it in 3 maps. Obviously, we expected Nuke to maybe go their way after that first half performance, but it doesn't matter. The losses of Nuke outshined by the successes of Ancient and Dust, and TNL, they are our first team here in the playoffs to make their way through to the quarterfinals. But what a performance here. TNL, as you mentioned, I think they just have had the slight edge, the slight one up in this series, and a great performance overall.
Yeah, an opening day here in the playoffs. This is exactly how I would have wanted to kick things off here. No 2-0s. We want that 3-map thriller. And honestly, I'm super impressed with 9. It feels like every time I've watched them recently, they've kind of always let me down a little bit. So I'm happy to see them actually be able to bring things to a third map. For them to be able to take Nuke, they did have that slight chance for a 2-0, but moving on to TNL's Ancient, I mean, that was always going to be an uphill battle for them as the Ukrainian side absolute demons on that map. And maybe, look, maybe we didn't give them enough credit for their dust too, because that T-Side performance, really electric. The pace that they played in so many of those rounds, it didn't feel like they gave Nine any breathing room whatsoever, especially early doors where they had that nice start. We ended up seeing one of those rounds won by a partial buy from Nine, but like you said, it was the double digits in the first half that was found from TNL that it made it feel like it was always going to be when, not if. And I think that's the difficulties for Nine. All three of these maps, they were very slow to get off the mark, didn't have a good start, and we do see a resurgence, a little bit of one on all three of the maps, but it's just a bit too late to be able to sustainably do that on all three maps of the series.
Yeah, really tough, really unfortunate for Nine. I think they certainly kind of kept things competitive, as you mentioned, but it just wasn't enough. They were too far down, obviously, on Dust. Ancient, we were expecting TNL to take just based on kind of their history on that map. Either way, TNL being that first team to make it through to the quarterfinals. As I mentioned before, they will be facing off against the victor of BetClick versus Cybershock. So that game is going to be a banger. That isn't today, though. That's tomorrow's matches. So I think the way that today's working is we're going to be seeing kind of one match from each bracket, each sector, so we can see kind of 4 of the teams progress to the quarterfinals, and then we see the return result, which is always going to be nice to see. But obviously, speaking about the remaining playoffs games today, next up we do have OG against Ruby, which I'm sure is going to be an absolute banger as well. I think the rest of the games for today are going to be exciting. I want to bring up the schedule. We can have a little bit of a chat, maybe the playoff bracket as well, and we can talk about our expectations on how things are going to fare in the kind of remaining games for today. But obviously, as I mentioned, it is that OG against Ruby. We've got NIP to face Astrum, which honestly, I think that is going to be the banging game for today. Not to say this one wasn't, but I think NIP slightly senior in comparison to Astrum, but we know what Astrum can provide. So I think that one's going to be a good one. And then obviously to end out the evening, we have BC game against Partizan. But look, Charlie, an exciting first series.
wins against some really good teams. They found themselves 2-2, but their round 5 game, they beat Astrum and actually knocked them out.
Yeah.
So, sorry, not the round 5 game, the round 4 game. Astrum still made it through. They went up 3-1. But yeah, they beat Astrum. And yeah, that to me was like a massively surprising result. I really wasn't expecting them to win that game. And it sets a bit of a benchmark of if they're able to beat a team like Astrum, who I think on a good day can beat OG, then maybe there's something there if they turn up.
Yeah, I think knowing that this team is still in its infancy stage and seeing that they're able to beat some bigger opposition like Astrum, have a really comfortable game against Fireflugs, beat the likes of Eklot with ease. This is a team that is already making their mark, and I feel like they're going to go far. But they do have a bit of a Goliath situation to deal with now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there is that. And I would argue, honestly, the rest of their run through that Swiss stage was a little bit easier. Now, that sounds somewhat toxic, but we had Eklot playing with 2 stand-ins throughout the whole of the Swiss stage. It was crazy that they almost made it through and actually had some really serviceable results against some really good teams because they were literally playing with 2 stand-ins. And Fireflux, who just haven't really looked themselves. Scrump's been putting down some really poor performances. And just ultimately, it's looked really tough. So far this tournament for Fireflux. They've struggled to get wins after their opening round game against the side of Nexus. Even taking a loss to Marius, who were our sort of resident dark horse Kazakh team that caused a couple of upsets in those Swiss stage games. But let's take a little look at the playoffs bracket, how things are shaping up so far. Obviously, we've already seen TNL beat 9. The game that we have got ahead of you is OG and Ruby right on the other side of that bracket. But some big names butting heads, and I'm definitely excited for a couple of these. I think Big Paravision should be a really exciting one. Nip Astrum could definitely deliver as well as another really, really good game here in the round of 16.
Yeah, knowing that NIP versus Astrum is the game coming up next, like we've already seen Astrum have a really competitive game before against Ruby, so we know that they can be shaky. I feel like NIP is guilty of that same sort of inconsistency, so I think just that little bit of back and forth is going to be really fun to watch. But you're right, there are some really big names in there. Pun fully intended because Big is actually in there. And you've got the likes of BC Game, you've got the likes of Fnatic. Of course, these are some very, very star-studded lineups. And I really do appreciate the fact that in recent times, VRS has made the top echelons of CS a little bit more accessible, I suppose, giving more chances to tier 2.5 teams to try and prove their mettle. Because I feel like you'd have to wait through too many hoops of qualifiers and stuff like that to have a chance before. But I mean, for all its flaws, right? I do feel like this is really good. We get to see some really good competition come out even from the tier 2.5 side of things, and oftentimes it's going to deliver in folds. Like we just saw Ruby get a win against Astrum, right? Like what more is there to ask for?
Yeah. There's constantly sort of proof in the pudding since going into the VRS system this year. We've had months of upsets from sides that would never normally get the opportunities to qualify or play for some of these bigger, or play within some of these bigger tournaments, beating some of the bigger teams. I think like the side of Apogee are a really good example of that. We've got them in the tournament as well. And remember when they qualified for the PGL event, and they were doing exceptionally well, beating some seriously high-ranked teams, and everyone was like, "Oh wow, yeah, hang on a minute, like these guys are actually good." And I think that there's quite a lot of teams at this sort of tier of CS that are capable of taking that next step and pushing those boundaries. But yeah, prior to this year, haven't really got the opportunities to. So there's definitely its cons, but certainly some pros. And you're right, this is definitely one of them. We're going to take a look at the rosters now, though, see who we're going to be seeing on the server today, and try and sort of point you in the right direction as to who's the men to look out for. Over on OG, Crizzen, Fiku, Nikados, as I say, over in Austin was breaking records. He had the highest rating in any major game ever. It was unbelievable. It was 3 point something. It was completely nuts. Spooky and Buzz to join, and yeah, just obviously a formidable side that, as long as they're not too jet lagged and you know they're ready for this game, they should definitely be your favorites today.
Oh yeah, they should be your favorites by a mile. I feel like they were looking good enough that they might have actually made it all the way through. They might have made it through stage 2. But a couple of very close games, of course, did mean that they couldn't get it done. Of course, that 2-1 against Falcons, very close a game against one of the big dogs who ended up getting bullied out of the tournament very quickly as well. Super close game against M80. So yeah, you're not only are Ruby going to be playing against contenders of a major who are coming hot off the plane, they're also playing against a team that actually did quite well, right? Like this isn't like a case of a very low ranked team just bombing out immediately as soon as they touch base on the major, which is, I think, what people expected of Legacy. But even that storyline didn't happen, so that's fun.
I was dead set on Legacy just going all the way and winning the major. I'll be honest. I thought it got to a point where it was like, this is ridiculous. Okay, they're putting something in the water. These guys are going to win.
There's this really funny thing that Haka posted where, like after Legacy made it through the first stage of the major, everybody was like, yeah, you know what? Like they're probably gonna go 0-3 this time. That was a fluke, right? And there was just like this like Wojak meme that says that has a ribbon in his hand saying "Fell for it again" award, and they just make it through stage 2 again.
That was me, by the way. That was me.
Yeah, me
that was
too.
Like in the
I put them 0-3
0-3
again. I was like, this isn't gonna happen. They're having a generational run. That's not gonna happen, but they did. So that was definitely fun. But yeah, that's not the topic for today. It happens. It's all good. We both are victims in that camp, but that's not the conversation we're here to have today. It's about Ruby, who, could have a little bit of their own moment in the limelight as we look at their roster. Of course, having a chance to take down some of the big dogs is certainly going to bolster their confidence. And they've already gotten a few confidence boosters when they've beaten the likes of Astrum. So I feel like you had a bit of a closer eye on that, Josh, because, I just stepped into this stage of the tournament. So why don't you give me a bit of a rundown of how Ruby's been doing?
Okay. Yeah, Cade has been exceptionally good. As the IGL, as the captain of this team, to be putting up the numbers that he's been pulling is just really, really impressive. He's had some fantastic matches that I think a lot of the weight has been sort of put onto his shoulders. McQueen, actually one of the most recent additions, and a player that bizarrely doesn't have like a very much experience at all within the scene. He's 20 years old, so he's not this sort of like 15-year-old talent or something, but came into this roster this month. It's his first ever team on HLTV. He's logged some of his first ever officials. He's been absolutely fantastic with that orb. Quite a flary orb, but hitting these flicks and getting out that sniper as often as he can because he can really, really make a difference with it. So definitely an exciting man to watch in the server. And I think someone that actually has quite a high ceiling going into the next couple of years could definitely be more of a staple for either Ruby progressing as a team or him progressing as a player within some of these CIS rosters. Fozil, I've wanted to see a little bit more out of him. He's had a couple of games where he's had absolute stinkers. He's had a couple of decent performances as well, but some maps where he's absolutely bombed out. Hazanate has been a consistent piece. Also a couple of maps where he's been super. One of the maps the other day in that Astrum game, I think it was on Anubis, he really, really popped off and was a big part of that success. And so Alio's just kind of been somewhere in the middle. He's had some good games. He's remained consistent though. And been a key piece for Ruby. But I think definitely the one to watch out for is Cade. He can put up these star-studded performances, and McQueen as well on that sniper. If the veto tailors towards that or for having major impact, you can expect him to be doing everything he can to have that major impact, to be trying to butt heads with Nika does and give him a run for his money.
It's pretty crazy that Cade is now coming into the scene, as of late last year, when he is a 25-year-old, because generally speaking, we start to see people pop up on HLTV if they've got what it takes by the time they're like entering their 20s, maybe even well before that. But there are certain instances, I think, especially outside of Europe and outside of North America, where we see trends like this. I'm thinking of one more player who I think he started playing competitively when he was like 27. Am I thinking of Safe? I'm not sure.
You're thinking of Roy? No. Roy started playing when he was 27. Yeah. Roy started real late.
Okay. Yeah, probably. But yeah, like even if you're like mid-20s, right? Like it's very uncommon to see that, but like he's coming out the gate swinging. This is it still falls within his rookie year because, you know, it's not been a year since he started playing for Ruby. So I'm hopeful. I want to see a good old senior citizen run. So I have more hope going into my Face-It matches.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got good genes. He looks very young for a 25-year-old, but you are right. He's 25. And it is kind of crazy when you think about that on the level of like even how rare that is to happen, because the circumstances for esports players and the development of a professional player so heavily a lot of the time relies on the time that you have to commit to the game as a teenager, right? So like, you know, time after school, whilst you're living with your parents, sort of late teens, early 20s. You don't necessarily have to like get a job and things like that. And you can commit a huge amount of time to CS in those younger years. And then if you have what it takes, then going into your 20s, you can kind of pursue a career within it. And you know, it's plausible. But yeah, I think one of the main reasons that we don't see players emerge at that kind of age isn't because at 25 you're walking with a walking stick and your reactions aren't good enough, because I don't think that starts to hit you.
But...
Maybe, but yeah, I don't think that starts to hit you yet. But it's more just a lot of the time the circumstances don't necessarily tailor towards you being able to commit that much time to the game at that kind of age if you haven't already made it yet. So yeah, massive kudos. You've always got to commend players when they sort of emerge late. And yeah, as you say, sort of within his rookie year, calling and putting up these kind of figures is very rare. It's it's a major diamond in the rough in Counter-Strike when we can find a fragging IGL. And yeah, give him a couple more years, he could absolutely be a big piece for any roster within the CIS or even global scene. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully, we'll have the vetoes ready and we can start to talk about sort of the turf that we'll be facing on, and yeah, what that means, I guess, for both of these teams and certain individuals. Both of these maps have both of these teams have quite deep map pools, both playing 6 to the 7. As soon as Ruby get rid of Inferno and OG get rid of Train, they're pretty comfortable anywhere else. So it does mean that there's not going to be any major advantages for either of these sides. And we should get some quite contentious Counter-Strike.
All right, so going straight into the swing of things, we're going to have... Gonna have Nuke as the first pick, Dustu second, and then Anubis as the decider. And I feel like with what we've seen from both of these teams, there's never going to be a point where they're cornered into a map that they don't want to play. Obviously, wide enough, wide enough vetoes for them to be able to comfortably, consistently stay on the ground that they want to. But I feel like the veto is kind of misrepresentative of what we're going to see on the server, because if you look at a team like OG, right, their win percentages are coming off of some really difficult opposition, right? Like some of that is being influenced by the major. As they were coming into it, they're obviously a very highly ranked team as well. So it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison. And that's why I think just looking at their past results and stuff like that, we're going to have to do that with a grain of salt. But the good thing is we will be seeing all 3 maps be relatively comfortable for either squad.
Sorry for the awkward silence. Accidentally muted my mic. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, when you've got a side like Ruby that's putting up like a decent win rate on a map like Nuke, for example, it's very difficult to draw those parallels when OG's losses have been against like Falcons and whatnot, right? And their wins are against Astralis and NRG and some big teams. Now, Ruby, to be fair, yeah, some of their recent victories have been against 500 and Bet Boom and some very good sides, to be fair. But yeah, there is definitely that sort of caliber context that you have to bring into a match like this. And yeah, it's not always easy, as you say. It's not apples to apples. However, that does also come with an added element of playstyles and what OG have potentially been used to coming off of the major, this very structured, regimented style of tier 1 Counter-Strike, versus a side like Ruby, who actually play quite fast-paced, CIS superstar Counter-Strike that we see so often from teams like Spirit Academy or Navi Junior, where they do just rely on individual mechanics quite heavily. And that's where we do sometimes see these upsets against bigger teams. So I'm trying to sort of find silver linings for them here. I still think OG are absolutely your favorites, but maybe there's something that Ruby can bring to the table here. Without further ado, though, we will be kicking things off. It's going to be Ruby starting off their CT side, OG on the attack, Util heavy on the pistol round, and we're good to go here. They lean over towards lobby early.
Definitely a longer conversation to be had about stylistically how teams from Tier 1 can struggle, but right now, it's all about watching Nuke. Fozil already pops off ahead, and he is going to retreat into the bottom bomb site. He's got more players coming his way, but he's got expert precision as he finds 3, and it's going to be an easy cleanup for Ruby. As all that is left on the side of OG is Buzz. Quick tap, and Fozil cleans it up with the 4K. Beautiful work.
Wow. Okay. Well, you know, we go from teeing up OG as this side that should be able to make light work of this game to them going into the pistol round without a single kill. And one of the big talking points when I was talking through the Ruby roster was the fact that Fozil's not really been up to par recently. I did want to see more out of him for this game, and realizing that this one really counts. This is a match that's worth a lot of points, and pulls things off with a 4K out of the gates. Very, very hot here. Full eco for OG. No real silver linings to justify a buy after a pistol round that you find no kills and no bomb plant. It should be a bit of a freebie here for Ruby. A good opportunity for Sawalio and McQueen to back up a bit of cash as well, especially for McQueen. He wants that money for the AWP, so he can have the chance to find those kills, then he absolutely wants it.
I never really noticed how high quality the gun models are, even if you're not looking at them in first person.
Yeah.
There you
that's
go.
Where your FPS is. That's where your FPS is going. By the way, that's
yeah. Every time there's a Reddit post complaining about frame rates, I want to show them this cinematic.
Painful.
It's like they're just huddled up around a little campfire. The heat from the silo, because it's nuclear.
It doesn't feel like a very good place to, you know, keep yourself warm, does it? But it's another flawless round.
Yeah, very good start from Ruby. Obviously, a little too early days to say to make any performance predictions off of it, but you can already tell that Fozil's looking warmed up. Now the weapons are going to be brought out for OG. AK-47s across the board. Krisen being the only one that has to sacrifice his weaponry to be able to afford that little bit of extra util. Outside smokes is the name of the game. They're going to stagger it a bit so they don't get caught off guard by the nades. There's a player in silo as an insurance policy as well, but this is where they've gained access to secret. And OG, Ruby rather, might not be ready for it, but they do have a two-man setup here. Fozil, first kill found. Nikadal's unable to labor the spray onto the second one, but he's going to swing wide to find another. No. And Buzz, in the meantime, will shut down the lurk.
Okay, well, a very good start. Starts to fall apart here, but Hazenator with a strong position. They won't clear it straight away, but the trade is strong again. McQueen down in the vents. Molly meets him. He somehow flies out and takes another. That's Buzz gone. He leaves this plausible for Cade. They have no info on where he resides. As he creeps up through the vents, timing's good. He won't be able to deny the plant, but might be able to isolate that first duel. No. He creeps around the corner, worried that he's wrapped around the site. Nikados will emerge, and a first on the board from OG. A hard-fought round where they take some casualties, but ultimately they hold strong. They convert on the buy.
It's actually my first time looking at the the replay graphic. I'm sure you've gotten used to it, but that just took me out for a second.
It's just, yeah, I feel you.
Very cool.
Especially when that's the position as well. That we saw the final kill come.
Yeah, you're right.
Perfect for Nuke as well. It's that same animation, whatever map we're on. So, but
They need to add variations for each map, but very cool. I like that.
when we're on Nuke, it really works.
So my first exposure to it was the one time that it works really well.
Works really well, yeah.
Yeah. Well,
You never feel that
OG
same
going
way.
exploring outside. They've gotten access to Garage, courtesy of the smoke. Quick shot by Spook is going to eviscerate Cade. Slow progression, Nikodos. Okay, that's looking comfortable for OG. Bit of a back and forth, but nothing of substance. Just Husinator. And he's going to fall in just a moment as well. So, comfortable round for OG, and this is where the money starts to fall apart.
Okay, well, tied up at 2 apiece, and yeah, as I say, it was a bonus round from Ruby in the round prior, so they still had a couple of SMGs. The fact that it came as close as it did gave me a bit of confidence that maybe when the rifles came out, we'd see something better, but it falls very, very flat. Now they're the ones down to the eco. OG have got a chance to take the lead here. T-Side and Nuke. It's exactly what you want early on. Should see this hit 3-2 quite comfortably. Most important thing here is try not to lose these rifles, I guess. Only up against an eco. Give them the opportunities. Seen a couple of really bizarre eco round wins in the group stages so far. I don't believe we've seen one out of Ruby yet, but now would be a better time than any. OG playing this quite meticulously, but as they're on the A site, this is quite secure now.
I know I want to talk about something that you mentioned at the start of this game where you were talking about how tier 1 teams can just stylistically suffer against some of the smaller opposition because they're playing like more raw, more aggressive Counter-Strike, but I feel like over the years that has changed a bit, and obviously not entirely because there's definitely teams that are teams like Legacy that are playing super aggro, running strats straight out of spawn sometimes that can find some really good success, and that is a little unprecedented when it's to that extreme, but oftentimes tier 1 teams have now just gotten used to the fact that the newest meta of CS is all about the mid-rounding, which is why I feel like you're also seeing just the emergence of more fragging IGLs as well, because you're seeing fewer micromanagers.
Yeah, okay. I kind of get that. I see where that's coming from. Definitely the entire meta of CS has taken a bit of a sharp turn the past year or so.
I think it was Steel that was talking about how teams are like struggling with the fundamentals of CS or something along those lines. Like, I mean, I don't want to misquote him, but I feel like that's not really the case. Like, we're at a point where teams are so strong with the fundamentals that now it's all about like trying to find a gap within the fundamentals, right? Which often, like, on the surface starts looking like a very scrappy form of Counter-Strike, but when you're constantly just trying to one-up the other's fundamentals, that's what CS ends up looking like. It's just an adaptation to the final conclusion of metas.
Game's been around for so long with fairly unchanged map pool as well. Teams and players have innovated to the max. We're seeing some of the highest level of play that we've ever seen. But all tiers, really. Goalpost definitely shifting. Buzz. Easy kill. He emerges out of the single door. The B site taken comfortably. And Osk's going to have a little poke at the retake. Doesn't seem like Ozil and McQueen are really in position to have a go at this. They don't have a kit. They don't have a lot of util. Seems like a bit of a no-brainer to just back off and save again. That does mean OG are going to be on to 4. After a shaky start and losing the pistol, they've taken the reins back very quickly. Isn't yet to put a kill on the board yet. I think he'd quite like to change that. Go hunting a little bit here for a better rifle. There you go. Another good round from OG.
It's a little disappointing because we saw Ruby kick things off in such a decisive way, but then OG are just running right over them. Even when they're playing a little bit disjointed, right? Like so many times we've just seen them walk outside. It's been relatively comfortable for them to take.
It's a little bit harder, isn't it? When you're on the rifle rounds and you're on your CT side. And the pistol, you can just sort of run them down. Oh, brilliant nade stack. This is the thing. What do you do there if you're Soalio? He'll learn his lesson. He won't play that same pause next time round. But the 3-man defense on the A site is just dismantled by a single flashbang out of Nikados. And for Ruby, they're now at a 3-man deficit. And they have not seen anybody. Yeah, it's a nade stack onto Soalio. And then a perfect flash and double entry. They don't even get to witness their killers. OG take their 5th round on the hunt again at Fozil and Cade. 0 chance at saving those rifles. This is where OG just start to look a whole lot better.
OG definitely looking like they are way far ahead now. And obviously, if you're just looking at the scoreline, it's not all for naught just yet. But the money is going to start to creep up on Ruby. The money's also being built up for OG. They're now looking very confident. Outside control has been very easy for them to find. And very consistently, the utility being used by OG is just miles better than anything that Ruby are able to furnish. So, waiting to see if there's going to be a response. Obviously, the tactical pause does mean that they have something cooked up. And I'd like to see them get a little bit more aggressive. I feel like outside has just been a relatively uncontested ground from Ruby, where they've been trying to poke at it by perhaps trying to nade the smoke, trying to have at least one prong that eventually deals with OG by the time they get into secret. But that's not aggressive enough of an approach. You could see glimpses of aggression there outside as well. Doesn't materialize into anything.
Yeah, certainly not pressing anything here. McQueen does have the AWP, but it's ventured elsewhere. It's up towards ramp. There's no sniper to defend outside. Just a little bit of a crossfire between Garage and Heaven. The cross smoke's hit. Will eventually go down, so they'll have safe passage through to secret, down towards B if they want it. A couple of spams through, close to Nikados, no cigar. They tiptoe their way over. Yeah, Fiku ready for the head over the top of that smoke. Timing's brilliant, and a buzz through the squeaky door as well. And once again, Ruby just read like a book and dismantled. You just see the timing out of the slow lurk from Squeaky. It's so brilliant. Running circles around Ruby right now.
AI winner prediction, 100% to 0. Is that just for the round? I hope so.
It is, yeah, but it still feels harsh, McQueen. Giving him not even 1%, no equity at all. It's harsh, but it was correct. So maybe AI is going to come for our jobs.
I could use a Josh GPT.
This gives you false information.
Yeah.
And it's like really slow to like work anything out. maths equation. Like, yeah, give me a minute. Oh my god, so Alio, okay. I mean, they're not going to realise they've crossed paths with Spooky, so this will be a nasty surprise waiting for them on the other side.
What
I like the initiative.
My issue with that initiative is that it happens when Ruby have nothing else. Just with the MP9s, they're trying to make it work. And I feel like that kind of initiative, if they had weapons, would have had a completely different outcome. Just those duels being won a little bit earlier might have meant that they get away with the advantage. So I think that ambition needs to also be reserved for the gun rounds.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I don't know if the outcome would have been all too different having rifles in hand there. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. It feels very flat, very uninspired. The CT rifle rounds, and it's only when we see these lower buys that they actually start to activate a little bit. They might actually make this work, as Fiku, not expecting Fozil to come in from the side. Tops out to the rifle, ready for the final to buzz as well, and he does win it. So Ruby will convert a third. Feels like a bit of a shallow victory if they're not able to follow up with it, but it's a good round. And as you say, it's sort of proof in the pudding that changing up the setup a little bit here and going for some of these aggressive prods can work out. Maybe we'll see it a little bit more as we go into the final few of this half.
Once again, Spook able to get quite a bit of space outside. Won't be too long before he tucks himself in the garage as well. No, instead he opts to go forward, and he should be able to catch the Opper. In the meantime, though, Kate is ready for business, finds Fiku in the side of the head, but Nikodos is there to respond. Buzz might have to activate in just a moment. There it is, Husinator down, and Nikodos still firing on all cylinders. It's a 2v4, both players tucked into hell. In for a bit of a surprise. Fozil surprisingly finds the vertical angle. Maquin also able to equalize the numbers, and now all of a sudden that 2v4 is possible. What? Oh, look at this prediction! No way Fozil gets away with that! And again, aggression from Crizzen to even the scales. Waiting to clothesline, there it is, and Maquin will go down.
The fact that he's running knife out here, switches to the rifle in time to land the headshot. It was a great recovery to even bring it to this point, but yeah, so well played from Crizzen. His footwork here, just to isolate those two fights, gets himself on the advantageous angles. There wasn't a lot McQueen could do, so it is a decent stab at it from Ruby, but not going to be one that goes their way. Fly out again. Clean on that AWP, but a couple of contingencies. Sualio's on an MP9. Hazinator with the FAMAS. Look how aggressive this is from the sniper. I love it, but now he's got to try and escape. Seemed like Mission Impossible, but he does get out of that. Now on this angle towards Squeaky McQueen. This is what I'm talking about. When he's got that sniper in hand, he can be deadly. And he pounces for his prey in this round with a double and perhaps more. OG now scared of where this sniper is repositioned to, and he's down below.
We've seen OG recover some very awkward positions, so not counting them out just yet, even if they are down a couple men, and Nikodos has 1 foot in the graveyard. Crizzen looking to aggress. As long as he can find the skill suddenly, this is a very doable prospect. Molotov starts giving away the audio cues as well. Nikodos right behind Husinator. Buys a little bit of time. Just one defender remaining on the A-bomb side now. Never mind, there it is. Macwin coming out of the doors, but he will be overwhelmed by Fiku, who finds both from heaven.
Wow. Another really good round recovery. Seems like Ruby have these little moments, either early round or a decent little recovery towards the end, but ultimately OG have got all the answers. It's a sick play from McQueen to get things started. I like that move to get the AWP aggressive, peeking in from the red container. Just being present all around the map, right? As soon as he found that kill, straight onto the squeaky angle. As soon as he finds a squeaky kill, he's right down onto B. Knowing there was heavier presence outside, knowing there was a decent chance they were soon going to take contact from Secret. Still, OG have put up 8 rounds on their T side and up against a fairly low buy here in the last of the half. Be keen to make it 9. A little technical pause first, though.
Not sure what the tech pause is for. I can't get over the fact that Hassanator's name is exactly what I would name myself if I was 7 years old on the internet.
Not have a couple of
Like
extras in there.
Mm-hmm.
I would.
I know you would.
We used to have like an Xbox clan. You know, you do that with like a friend group, and you'd all like name yourself like the same Xbox name. And the plan was to be sneaky and then an animal, right? And my friend Jack was the first one to do it, and he was sneaky penguin, right? But then he spelled it
Is
wrong,
that where
and
Sneaky Beaky's name comes from?
it actually isn't, believe it or not. This is a whole different storyline. But we're just running parallel at the same time.
Okay.
But yeah, yeah. Obviously, you used to have to pay like $7.99 or something to change your name on Xbox Live, and yeah, he did it, and he misspelled it, and he wrote Seeky, so he was Seeky Penguin, and then like couldn't borrow his mum's credit card again to change the name, so we all just mocked it, and then we all called ourselves Seeky something. I was Seeky Centipede, and we were all Seeky and then an animal, and that was the Seeky clan.
That's kind of a heartwarming story though, because like you guys ended up bullying him, but you went with his name, so that's
in a cool, nice way.
Yeah, you guys were bullies in a cool, nice way. This is not an endorsement for bullying. At least not yet. You have to wait for at least.
Bad at spelling, then you're allowed to mock him.
Yeah, you've got to wait for the second best of 3 for the bullying to start, right, Josh?
Who doesn't spell check it before they confirm? And it costs $8 to change your name.
I feel like the bigger crime there is charging someone $8 to change it.
Yeah, well, you can go take that up with Bill Gates if you want.
Oh, that's where he gets his wealth from. All those kids misspelling their names on Xbox Live.
Yeah, exactly that. Get kicked out of the clan. Got to change your name.
Mm-hmm.
More money.
Gotta send a heated email to Microsoft.
About how you were kicked from the Seeky clan and you want to change your name, but
the
money.
And that the divorce has been tough on the family, so the money's hard to come by. OG... Well, OG are incredibly far ahead, and I feel like the scoreline doesn't really do justice to how much better they've been playing, because Ruby was able to get away with the first couple of rounds. And obviously it was a very nice performance from Fozil. He got 4K to kick things off, very clean conversion round as well. But then it's been an all OG show.
It really has. Final round of the half as well. Ruby crossing their fingers, they can make this work. And to be fair, OG are doing everything that they need to feed the Ruby round straight into the crossfire there on ramp. And it works very nicely. Fozil, the sacrificial lamb, but a double trade back from McQueen. Puts it into a 4-on-2. Krisen and Spooky left with the weight of the world on their shoulders. Try and make this happen. Krisen tiptoeing forward. Spooky coming to join him soon, but with 40 seconds of a major deficit to make up for. Contact made, but no kill found. McQueen gets a second lease on life. He'll give up the control. The numbers still maintained. There's now 30 seconds. Pressure really on here.
Krisen can get the opening frag. Oh, I was hopeful. He just gets way too much damage off, and Cade gonna spam through the smoke. Doesn't really matter, because, I mean, 3v1, Krisen with 5 HP. Kind of bullshit that the AI prediction gave him a 5% chance of winning.
Yeah, give McQueen nothing earlier.
Yeah, they're just like, nah.
Unreal. Guess they couldn't find the bomb in the smoke. It's a good little setup, though, here towards ramp. And as I say, yeah, OG sort of going for the only approach that almost guaranteed a Ruby round there. Good stuff. You can see it on the cams as well, playing on boot camp. I always say it does you a lot of favors as a team, especially as the underdogs, when you're all in the room together and, you know, frustrating rounds can be diffused amongst all 5 rather than just you molding in your own room by yourself, and allows that leader, that IGL to sort of rally up the troops, get everybody going, get the morale going. It's much easier when you're all in the room together. You can have a bit of a pep talk before the maps and things like that. I think they're doing pretty well here, considering this David and Goliath story that we've got in front of us. They can take the second half pistol. It's definitely a world they can make this work. Their opponent's map pick as well. A lot of space taken already outside.
Pistol, of course, of the essence, and it gets really awkward there in lobby. OG looking to try and interrupt the bomb plan. Spook's going to be able to do it. Macron had already gotten off of it. Nikodos, quick tap, and Krisen will have the last laugh. So, OG, 9 rounds on the board now. Chance for the conversion. The chances for Ruby to get through are looking much slimmer now. Okay, it was cool the first time, all right?
Yeah, this gets real tricky now for Ruby. T-Side Force. And Tech9's Desert Eagle on Hazanate. Cade. That Galil out. Looking to try and spearhead this one. Normally, he's the hardest hitter. He's putting up the biggest numbers. But today, maybe having to use a little bit of extra brain power on the calling side of things. Not putting up the numbers that we've grown used to. 5 and 7. Going to number 14. A good chance that these pistols could overwhelm the MP9. Plus turns the flash. And wishful thinking out of me. He ends up with 2.
Yeah, the pistols definitely didn't do any of the heavy lifting. It had to be the Galil to come out there at the end. Ooh. How is he here? This could be really bad for Spook, but he's repositioning, so could be in the clear, getting ready for the fight against Singledore, but Macquin will be able to take him down. So 3v3, and all 3 players rotating in from ramp, Josh.
Winning that fight without taking any casualties or any damage actually really increases their equity in this round. They found an MP9, so a tiny bit of extra firepower, but you can't be caught with your pants down like that. Cade, not finished yet, this position known, and he's limping on 28 HP. M4 swings wide, Cade dealt with. A little AK upgrade. Now just the Tech 9 and MP9s try and carve a path into a round victory here. Bomb's been tapped but not held. Flashbang over. A re-peek out.
Oh.
This is all getting very scrappy. OG. Nobody's got a kit. That's the problem here. They don't want to commit to the defuse, and there's just no time. They've got to try and get out of here. And I don't even think they're going to escape with their lives. Bomb goes boom, and Nikodos goes down with the ship, as does McQueen. But the round win, the most important thing for Ruby. That gets really sloppy at the end from OG. Why did nobody have a defuse kit?
Yeah, and Ruby are thanking their lucky stars right now that they did end up committing to the buy. They had a Galil come out, and that was how they ended up getting the entry frag to begin with. And you've got to really commend McQueen on the back, able to keep himself alive, be as annoying as possible, and he's also quite elaborate with how he maintains control of the bomb, because he goes for a flashbang through the broken window before he peeks out. Doesn't want it to just be the raw peek. A full round deficit now, and it's something that they could creep up on, considering that OG will be hard done for money for a bit.
Yeah, they could absolutely creep up on it. Look at the buy right now. OG down to pretty much 0 after investing some upgraded pistols. And FAMAS and the rifle could have a say here, but if it doesn't, then Ruby are on to 6. It's an eco in the next. They claw 7, and we really do have a game on our hands. Ordinarily, you'd sort of strike out the T side of a map like Nuke, especially. And they're 8-4 down at the halfway point, but for a team like this, individual mechanics through the roof. You can give them a little bit of credit. P250 does swing wide, finishes Hazanator. Ozil knows he needs this trade, doesn't want that rifle falling into enemy hands. MP9's going to come out through Heart as well. There's an Eagle. Oh, I was going to say can't connect, but somehow stays alive and lines up too. It's an unforgivable whiff out of Sawalio. It leaves it down to McQueen to try and pick up the pieces.
Oh, McQueen, just not enough HP, and the 5-7's going to be able to take him out.
Wow.
This was potentially a ramp for Ruby to just propel themselves to a victory here on Nuke, but it's a very huge opportunity being missed, and hard to call it being missed when Nikodos kind of stole that away from them. But yeah, no excuses there regardless. And now Ruby are going to try and replicate what they did in the conversion of the second half. They bring out one rifle to supplement the pistols that are surrounding it, but they have gone all the way down deep into their pockets. Ooh, beautiful shot from Fozil to match the freak of Nikodos from the round gone. Oh, you don't want to peek into those Eagles, man. But Spook's here to help.
Wow. What a flop of a round. She should finish off the job. Yeah, slam dunk. Ozil sent packing. 11 rounds here for OG. And as you say, this is just how sort of fragile a game of CS can really be, right? That last round that was arguably supposed to go Ruby's way. Had it done so. It really turned the tides on Nuke.
Do you think your life would be better or worse if you had an AI winner prediction that just kept popping up in front of your eyes for whatever you're about to do? Like imagine you're trying to ask a girl. Yeah, imagine you're trying to ask a girl out and it just says AI winner prediction 0%. You will be cancelled.
Yeah, it would hurt your confidence, wouldn't it? But ultimately, I think it'd be a good thing. Manage expectations. I'm a bit of a realist.
Yeah, like it would get really awkward if you're just doing something basic, like you're just trying to go to the bathroom and it says AI winner prediction 0%. You're like, what? How am I gonna mess this up?
You start panicking. Be on the floor.
You're just gonna double check for toilet paper.
I don't know. I think this might be the future. You know, we've all got Neuralink.
It
chips.
probably is.
Yeah.
We've outsourced thinking already.
Even like crossing the road and stuff. So AI winner prediction 0%. You're like, oh no, this is where it ends.
You know how they say that like your last 7 seconds. Ooh, hang on. Come on, Okay, let's see a highlight here. Probably not. But yeah, you know how they say that your last 7 seconds are just a replay of all the nicest memories in your life. For one, mine as always is going to be Instagram Reels, but with I feel like with the AI winner prediction thing being incorporated into our lives, like that would just be the only thing that people see right before they die. It's like, oh, 0%. Yep, I'm gonna die.
I don't know. I'd quite like mine to be like a really cheesy, like 2014 montage, like Everest is playing in the background or something. Yeah. Yeah, one of those, please. That's what I want to see in my last 7 seconds. But it won't be. It'll be all of my fumbles. The embarrassing moments.
Why are they
Top
your
10
fondest
embarrassing
memories?
Well, they wouldn't be fondest. That's just what my brain will do.
Fair enough.
Like, jokes on you, loser.
One
across that road.
Yeah, one parting shot before you die. From
Told
old
you,
brain.
it was a 5%. Look at those odds. Optimist. Ruby.
I'm not feeling too optimistic about Ruby's chances here, especially after Buzz is going to be able to set up the tripwire for Cade. Generally, the best player on the team has been taken out. Now a rushed effort to get into A, which is very quickly going to be intercepted by Fiku. Spook's there to take care of business, and Buzz is in the back. So OG, a 13-5 victory. Very, very comfortable stuff. And if that's the precedent they're setting, I'm not feeling too good about David's chances against Goliath.
Yeah, me neither. Got to start racking up those pebbles. Get the slingshot out for that second map because Nuke was a little bit of a flop. It, to be honest, felt closer than the scoreline shows. A 13-5 feels incredibly one-sided. I do feel like Ruby had a little bit more to say than that. But ultimately, yeah, it's a disappointing result. Going into Dust 2 up next, it is a map that they're really good on. I do think that we'll see more out of them, but whether or not that's going to be a match win is a really would be. We do see it sometimes. This isn't a impossibility, but not going to be easy. Pistol round underway. Ruby's T-side pistol on Nuke. Didn't go all too well. Their CT pistol, however, did. Just to a map that follows a very different blueprint. As they come in through the lower tunnels, they've been given a lot of map control here. They've got full reign of mid, full reign of the tunnels. They'll work their way up short. They will eventually take contact, but they don't even need to commit here. They're just sort of pushing OG back, stretching their legs.
Straight into the B-bomb site we go, and a single prong approach should somehow work out for them. Both trying to be a bit of a problem, unable to find a second shot after the initial connection. And Cade is in just the perfect position to be a nuisance. Still a 2-on-3 though, so kind of doable. Fozil in the back lines does leave the B-bomb site a bit under-defended for a moment, but are they going to expect the full wraparound? That's the big question. Fozil's going to have to be quick. They're going to go right in. No, they take a little too long. Fozil, definitely going to be a big problem. Makwin trying to circle around. And although it's an ambitious effort here from Nikodas, and he will be able to get a couple shots, Makwin will have the last laugh. So Ruby, kickoff does too in the exact same fashion as Nuke. Maybe a little bit scrappier on the actual round, but the score remains the same.
Pretty incredible attempt from Nikodas at the end there, but yeah, unfortunately, does not go their way. Ruby with a pistol round, looking to try and follow up for another second here. They should be able to take that 3-0 start. OG this time instead of the full eco in the second. They've gone for a force and nothing is coming off the back of it. Falling like flies, one by one. Nikodas in prison. With it to do, HG, still a little bit of damage. Isn't susceptible to that Mac 10 headshot, but he doesn't care. Swings out, double deagle to the body. Not a lot to lose, but also not a lot to gain by going for this. So I think they might just try and hold on to what they have. It'll be an eco in the next, so Eagle and Armor and a Scout will do them some favors. That does mean a second on the board here for Ruby.
The problem is that we've seen this pattern before, right? Where Ruby start off strong, they look fine. Okay, now the replay animation looks a little bit out of place. I'm not going to lie to you, King. Now that it's no longer Nuke. But yeah, we've seen this before. And I want to see if Ruby can actually survive the test of time. If they can go through the third, maybe the fourth round. At least this time it's going to be a little bit easier because there's no purchase coming out of OG. Couple of deagles in there, but that's pretty much all they have to fight with.
Hey, cheese over the top. Oh, that was a little bit awkward. Takes a bounce. Deals more damage onto Fozil than anybody else. It's okay. They are against an eco here, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. A long stack. Soalio will confirm that this is the case, so stick around for some freebie kills. They don't come as free as I think he would have hoped with a flashbang over the top. He ends up 2 for 1. Beautiful deagle shot out of Nikodas. Hold your horses. This is going wrong. Rifles. Recoverable. I'm not going to go for it yet. Nikodas wants another headshot, and oh my god. Even without the Kevlar, tanks the tags, cross set. Goes wild from the aim punch. Still manages to adjust. We've got a little bit premature into the replay because the round's still going. But a 1v3 here for Cade. As we come back, is the round over? Or is he still in business? He's still in business.
Okay, Cade might be the only person ever to defy the replay. Still not over just yet. First kill found, knows there's another one tucked into CT, and we'll be able to get the drop on him. And now he's narrowed it down to just a 1v1 on the crossover as well. Should be able to spot one. And oh my, Cade has recovered the impossible. That's where you're supposed to get the replay.
That's an AI winner
work.
prediction, bro. I'm telling you. He's like, he doesn't stand a chance. Roll the credits. No. Cade, massive triple. More of a sigh of relief there, I feel, than any kind of major celebration, because that was a round that they were supposed to just win every day of the week. But monster showing from him there to convert it. OG a little bit disjointed towards the end. Beautiful. OG's in. Sualio will take a chunk of damage. Should fill you with confidence if you're on OG that, yeah, we very nearly got that done with nothing. So now we've got the guns out. Let's put this one to bed. Still a 3-0 start. Perhaps a bit of a wake-up call here for Ruby. Got to get their head screwed on. Focus up here.
Just a good collection. Money also a little bit more palatable for OG, as they're able to do quite a bit of damage in the previous one. Nikodas holding the angle on short. About to have a victim soon, but they're going to be careful. They flash their way in. Now posted up on the angle. Nikodas catches the second swing from Cade and will be able to recover as well. Ruby now wanted to change their efforts, go all the way towards B. If Buzz peaks, there is a crosshair trained on the angle, but he picks the perfect timing, aligns it with the molly, and Chris is going to be able to burn the second to a crisp.
Working his way through, it is just going to be McQueen. 20 seconds saying, well, I need to hold on to this AWP, but maybe easier said than done. Nice shot. Move down. Still in hot pursuit of it. Dying after time and be disastrous. And the molly at his feet. He's just going to cower into the cloud.
Right?
This is
oh,
good.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Good bit of footwork from him there.
Yeah, he might have found the only possible solution there. There was no way he was going to fight his way out of there, so that's good. I just kind of feel like Nikodas got away with murder there. A labored second swing meant that he could not be caught. And weapons now missing for Ruby. Couple players down to the Deagles, couple AK-47s, and AWP still somehow in play. It was actually quite well done from Ruby on the pistol round, where they just did something quite unexpected and sent all 5 players out of middle. So I think something a little unorthodox like that could be good. Does seem to be the general direction they're going for, but this time they're going to have a second prong coming through from B tunnels as well. Cade. 2 players ready and waiting, 2 different vertical angles, so it's always a difficult duel. Here it comes though. Peek with the back. Big disadvantage. Prison's able to get the drop on things, but in the meantime, they're going to start ushering the other players through B tunnels. But they don't have the same resources to fight back with. Makwin trying to negotiate his way in with an AWP and the Molotov. 2 kills found, and suddenly this is doable, Josh.
This is where maybe that stylistic difference comes into play a little bit. I've been incredibly surprised with how much room OG have afforded Ruby in these rounds. Brilliant nade, though. Won't deny the plant, but catches McQueen out after the fact. The numbers now stacking up against them. Good little read. Zwalio's going to peek up from heaven off of the contact. Nikodos finishes off. An OG onto 2. That one getting a little bit worrying. The 3v3 on the B-bomb site. Notoriously difficult to retake, but they get it over the line. They keep players alive, so a comfortable round. Very much following the theme of map 1, right? This has been a great start out of Ruby. Then it's gone a little bit quiet. Some good moments, but not materializing into rounds.
It seems all too familiar. This is how it started on Nuke, where OG looked incredibly strong after the first couple of rounds. Let's see if this team continues. Fiku sees him coming, just needs to maintain his spray, but realizes he's a little off the mark, so he's going to back off. He's got support as well. AWP from Nikodos posted on the angle. And the cleanup could not be cleaner.
This one doesn't come even close to what we saw in the last. Little prod from McQueen.
Yeah, if he had armor there, he might have been able to find Nikodos, but aim punch on the leg is going to get him, and Fiku is able to put Fozil down as well. So, even Steven now. And I think OG are going to start to get back some of the confidence that they might have lost in the first couple of rounds. And make no mistake, so far it has in fact looked like OG are punching down.
Once those buy rounds are out, that's really seeming like the case. Other thing to mention here is Ruby have actually got an elimination game in Galaxy Battle in about 30 minutes. So that's going to be in the back of their minds as well. As you know, if we're going to lose this one, then let's lose it in time so that we don't have to forfeit another tournament. If we're going to win it, then we will have to forfeit that other tournament. But have a chance to make it further into the playoffs here.
Oh.
Big shots from McQueen, keeping them afloat.
Oh, dude, you were right about the flash. Definitely some flashy plays coming out. Quick little jump spot as well as he's dropping over. Smoke deployed to make it easier to come out of the doors without being spotted by the AWP. And Spook is creeping up in hot pursuit. Molotov expires. He starts to go through. McQueen, what a shot! As Spook is put 6 feet under. And now Fiku's got everything to do. Trying to go through the smoke. He knows he's bumping into something. No, Kate doesn't catch him. So the op's going to be left hanging out to dry. And as he comes back into the site, they realize now that they've let him in, but so much time has elapsed that it should not matter. He's missing too many shots, and it's just taking way too long to clean up the duels. Cade has already done the heavy lifting. Now it's all about adding insult to that injury.
Massive stuff. Grabs that AWP. Does he get out far enough? Oh, just about. So, on will go boom, but he won't die to it. A good round that absolutely comes off of the shoulders of McQueen here, being able to trade that sniper, hitting this second shot, bit of a whiff from Christen, and then this third. That is unbelievable on Spook. Doesn't give him a chance there to trade it back out. A triple to convert the round. For Cade, it was all just about biding time. 4th on the board for Ruby. They won't allow OG to take the lead. Still a fragile game that hangs in the balance. A decent trade. The Mac 10 goes 1 for 1. The aggression, the buzz, give them further room. Fire! Oh my god, what? What?
Yeah, that was
his teammates util. All of that was his teammates util.
In my expert opinion, that shouldn't have happened.
That is one of the
what a
dumbest little sequences that I think I've seen in a while.
And if they still end up winning this round, then honestly, That'll be disappointing.
Oh wow, I'd
No
be
position
fuming
given
if I was Nika Does. That was actually a really good position as well, as they're pushing down middle. It could have been a key factor, but 2v1. Fiku's on 10 HP. He's about to be cleared. So Ali will finish. Ruby take 5. And yeah, you can't help but feel the CT side. McQueen with one in hand. He's expecting someone to try and contest him, but they won't. Just given the mid space once again for free.
One for one trade is short, but things are about to get real chaotic. Cade, the prime fragger that you were talking about earlier, is able to find a little bit more damage. Spook, anticipating the flash, knows there's a player stuck in the corner, preemptively riddles the wall with bullets. And this has been a much more competitive affair from Ruby compared to what we saw before. OG actually starting to feel a little bit of the heat.
A 3v3, but a very, very fragile one. 17, 18, and 19 points of health between Cade, Fiku, and Hazanator. Two of the low HPs will trade 1 for 1. Hazanator tosses the bomb over, keeps that AWP in hand, somewhat negates that low health, and put himself down in the pit as well. Only his head will be exposed. There won't be any freebie kill for Buzz and Fiku, but it does leave Fozil with a tall task on the bomb site. Molotov in. He's a little bit further back towards the ramp, so won't affect him. You'll have that information as they start to work up short. Pokes over, head spotted, big kill. Fiku dropped. Doesn't know the buzz is coming until now. He'll hear the footsteps. Just tuck himself below. Bar's having to clear out so much. He knows where Fozil is, but if he swings into long, he'll walk straight into the Orpa's crosshair. Hazanator will seal the deal. 7-3, Ruby. This has been brilliant.
Yeah, and OG aren't looking like the dominant force that you would expect them to at all. Now, I do still expect this to change by the time they're on the T side, but certainly a lackluster CT side showing. It's also a little bit disappointing to see that so many of those rounds have gotten so close. So Ruby, oftentimes by a hair's breadth, they're able to get away with it. Ruby inches away from guaranteeing the scoreline that we saw at the end of Nuke. Sorry, at the end of the first half of Nuke.
Oh, finally, and this is what I like to see. Dealing with the sort of eco force buy rounds a hell of a lot better. We've seen a lot of complications in the past in moments like that, but yeah, a really clean round there from Ruby, not being challenged by the 5-7s at all. Boost up from the sniper. Again, looking for the fight this time, hoping that Nikodos challenges him. We've actually seen a major lack of an AWP hit from Nikodos on this CT half. The money's just not really accommodated that sniper, and hasn't really been a priority. Maybe it should have been. Right now, they're staring down the barrel of potentially being 9-3 down at the half. Be pretty brutal. Bang into short. They'll try and take space through the mid doors again. They've kind of worked out if the AWP doesn't contest early, it normally means that Nikodos doesn't have an AWP, and therefore can just walk through uncontested. Looking in the smoke. This could be dangerous.
Oh, good flashbang. I think Spook might have seen a shoulder of a second player peeking through. But man, Makun's been looking really good on that sniper. OG recognize that they don't need to poke the bear anymore. They've got the advantage. They can just huddle into bomb sites. But they do have one prong in CT that could very quickly be taken out. Spook's the closest one to the action. And after disallowing information on CT spawn, they're instead going to route their efforts up short.
Disadvantage, but that can be changed very quickly. They barrel out looking for the entries. M4 down below. Spooky does take one. They continue to flicker in their favor. Fiku and Nikodos will shut it down. OG do take a fourth. By no means is it a half to brag about, but one that they'll be happy to take another chip out of before they split even. Switch sides. Yeah, decent stuff there. Lovely little flashbang to accommodate that doors peak. And from that point, they could just play the trading game. Two snipers spearheading things on Dust 2 here. Somewhat to be expected, I guess. 12 and 13 kills apiece. Nikodos definitely been dealing more damage. That hasn't materialized into rounds. And a remarkably even scoreboard, considering the fact that one team has got double the amount of rounds, you know? There's actually more kills on the side of OG right now. Isn't that crazy? We're frantically doing the maths. There's one. Yeah. They have one more kill than Ruby do right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Faraz GPT wouldn't be any good either. But yeah, it does kind of feel like OG has had massive fumbles, if anything, right? Like, obviously, the lower tunnels round was... That incident was the one that highlights everything, but so many times we've seen very back and forth, very close situations. We've seen Makoen get away with some very nasty work. I think that was there was a 2v4 in there. But yeah, regardless, too many fumbles by OG on, like, perhaps an individual level. I do want to see how they do on the terrorist side, though. Pissed around of the essence. Can't afford to drop the ball here.
Good start. Very good start from OG. Hasanator getting a little bit desperate now as he pushes into the tunnels. Let's take the contact, can't find the kill. That'll be confirmation. There's one on B, and he's getting aggressive. So Alio needs to be the difference maker. There's no flash to accommodate them up short here. They're not going to play through the smoke, but he's still anticipating. Oh, they will. They will play through the smoke. He's anticipating the flashbang to come. He goes 1 for 1. It's not enough. Leaves it down to Hasanator. They knew where he was a little while ago. They'll reconfirm that info. 1v3 now for him to try and pull off.
Chances slim, but not impossible. He's got to get a move on, though. No kit available. Head spotted, found. Crossfire is going to be impossible, though, and Spook will have the last laugh. So, OG, 5 rounds on the board. A chance to bolster it with a couple more. I think OG could be fine here.
Yeah, with that pistol round win, I'm sort of with you. I think we now lean back in their favour a little bit here. Like the fact that they are at the deficit. Can't help but feel got it in them to pull it back. Force bite needs to work for Ruby. It doesn't, we'll almost definitely see this tie up. Look at this. I don't think I've ever seen this before. 3-man stack over the doors. Gives a tiny little sightline through that crack. Only P once that smoke fades, but it could merit an early kill here. This is super interesting. Not something I've ever seen a T player hold for either. Oh no.
God. I mean, I really do appreciate the elaboration. Let's see if it pays any dividends. 1-for-1 trade, sure, but the pushback from OG is unbelievable. Oh, hang on. Cade's being a bit of a problem. Gets away with murder, and Hasanator is going to be a problem with the FAMAS as well. MP9 keeps getting activated, but Fiku in the meantime has already dropped into CT and is circling around them, and he needs to find a 1v3. Oh no, they recognize it. Chip down to just 2 members, though. So much time is going to be wasted by the smoke that's just been deployed. And Fiku doesn't even have a way to break it. Dude, he doesn't have the time.
Yeah,
20 seconds. He's got to be quite heavy-footed.
And he's not been. Yeah, he realizes that now. I have to 4W this. And even then, I don't think he has time to get the bomb and get it back on the side. So he has to find both of these kills. Hasanator recognizes that. Yeah, the information from Cade here is he doesn't have time. Just hide, and we win the round. What a ridiculous conversion from Ruby. I loved the initiative on that triple boost there in middle. No real need to pull the trigger as early as they did. I think it's sort of like itchy fingers and a bit of a fumble, but they still managed to make it work. It was brilliant. And everything we were saying in the last round about, okay, yeah, this is where OG turn it around and pull this back their way, starts to go out of the window a little bit now. Still doable, of course, but Fiku gets no money for surviving there, and they're on double eco, so they have to force up. There's going to be pistols around that saved hero rifle. If they can't convert, Ruby will be on to 10. OG will be on an eco. To be honest, once you're on 11 rounds, you're 11-5 up. Even if they don't have a very good CT side here, it often feels easy enough to find 1 or 2 out of somewhere. Important to convert now, though.
Oh wow, once again, Chaos has been highlighting the server. Just Buzz remaining. But he's all the way towards T-spawn. Let's see if he can make that AI 17% work.
17% feels generous, doesn't it, with 30 HP and a Deagle. As a world. He'll take first contact, though, with Hazenator, so it needs to be the headshot. Oh, my God. Connects it. Doesn't expect Fozil so close. That's a nice little setup. There's that 10 for Ruby. A little more expensive than they would have hoped for, but the most important thing is just winning that round. They do manage just about. That's such a sick shot.
After that first shot, I had faith in the 17%. Maybe AI is not so bad after all.
I wonder what it went up to in that little brief moment. Where it was
Yeah, I thought of that as well. You know that the AI is probably just some guy, right? Like,
he's just got a little slider on his desk. That's his job.
Hmm.
What if I told you it was me?
I believe you.
Available for hire. AI prediction, but it's actually just Josh prediction. Do I reckon he'll win this round? Probably not. The slider just goes from maybe to probably not.
And there's a secret third option that says, I'm getting paid, right?
Yeah.
So what you're telling me...
I didn't highlight this before. OG, this is supposed to be an eco round, and they've actually forced pistols again.
So what you're telling me is that by using OG as a yardstick, Ruby is a Falcons level Dust 2 team.
Yeah, somebody said this in chat earlier. If Ruby win this map, then that means that they're better than Falcons. So GP Falcons. Not sure that's how it works, but they're onto something. There's something there. Spooky's position. Kind of massive. His teammates have any success out onto the B site, but they don't. They get mowed down. Spooky catches one on the rotate. That is about it. Ruby onto 11. And now they should be up against an eco, right? I don't blame OG for going for the force in that last. It's sort of running out of rounds and options, and did have a lot of success in the one prior. It came desperately close into the 1v1. But a flop right there surely means an eco. Nikodos actually bought a scout at the start of this and then sold it. Could have been viable. He had the spawn for mid, so it could have been viable to kind of take the fight, and then if he didn't connect it, then go and sell, but ops against. Full eco. Ruby should be good for 12, and we could actually see this go 13-5 their way, which is exactly the score that OG were able to pull together on their map pick. Ruby are giving us some real fight here.
Okay, so damn quick. Switches to the sidearm as well to finish business. And I think that might be an ace.
Nice little time to get one, I guess. I mean, it's against an eco, but mechanically pretty sick. Switching between the angles. A nice little stat pad. I was saying he was quieter, especially on map 1, as normally the man at the top of the scoreboard. 5 right there.
I thought that was an ace. Did someone steal his kill?
It was, wasn't it?
Because in the MVP graphic it said 4 kills, so I'm not sure.
Ah, I think it was an ace. Oh, what a start. It's against
How
the
does Hasanator always end up on the other side of the smoke where he's supposed to mow them down?
This is done. This is done.
It's GG.
Hasanator's positioning, I mean, it's kind of a silly point, but it's perfect, right? So often he finds himself in these positions, and whether it be on the B-bomb site or close long, we haven't seen Ruby take that long control all too often, but the one round that they do is at the right moment. And it might just be about to win them the game. Nikodos can't connect for the second. It's a 2v1. Crizant, the weight of the world on his shoulders, doesn't connect. Now a 1 versus 1. He's got the HP advantage. So Alio running. Crizant does find it. Okay, OG, prolonged play here.
What an interesting way to be staying in the game. And if this is what leads to overtime, Ruby are going to be kicking themselves for allowing that to happen later. Look at that from Nikodas. I think he could have ended that right there if he was able to connect the second shot on the car player as well, but Prison, a little bit labored, but that's okay. 6 rounds to go, some of them being ecos being sprinkled into the fray as well, so it's not the most arduous task in the world, but it's a difficult one to say the very least. Initial bout of control on long from Ruby, but then they're going to start to abandon it instead. They're going to buckle down on taking full control of short with 3 players instead. Generally speaking, OG have been very fond of going for these mid aggressions, which is why pivoting into long is very unprecedented.
Slightly unnecessary in that last round when Hazanator found that double kill. That's the issue. Didn't fall away. Could have just played the 5v3. Probably would have been theirs all day long. Now they will be challenged. Money down to 0 after this buy, and if they can't convert this round, they'll have to allow OG a couple more. Okay, good timing on the swing into Goose. Puts the numbers back in their favor. Traded back through the smoke, though. That is a sick shot from Nikodas. Into the 3-on-3. Pincer from behind Fozil. Now can't fight. He's just stuck in the corner. He jiggles out, takes the Duel onto Khan, knows that Buzz is going to be coming in the next couple of seconds and does very well to isolate those 2 Duels. Gets Fiku down to a slither, barrels it down with a USP, and Hazanator should be able to finish this one off. Pre-fire around the corner. Ruby, don't complicate things. I thought maybe part of the plan there for Zawalio, but he still ends up with 4.
Buzz gets away with a Galil, and he does know that there's a player waiting for him, so instant connection onto Fozel's head. It's not entirely an undoable scenario. He can recover that AK and go all the way around, but he's opted to save instead. Not a bad option. I think this time OG are also going to be a little bit more careful. Last game, they were more trigger happy when it came to their purchases. They were more than happy to just keep buying into forces, keep trying to buy around 1 or 2 rifles, but they know that that's a slippery slope, and they've already lost a game over it. Not only did they lose the game, they also did it in a very decisive fashion. I mean, Ruby only let 6 rounds through.
It's actually really something to sort of highlight and think about. Although it may not have been the definite root cause of that map loss, in that second half, OG did get very kind of sloppy with some of the buys, didn't they? Remember, as soon as they went 9-4 down, they were very much just in this headspace. Sorry, 9-5 down. They were very much in this headspace of, yeah, we just have to keep forcing here. Like, we can't possibly take an eco and come out with a full buy. So we saw, like, back-to-back-to-back rounds where they had these pistols out, or they had, like, the lower SMGs and whatnot. And it didn't work. They came close a few times, but it didn't work for them. And ultimately, I think that is really what cost them the game. Lovely opening shot from Cade. This is a buy round. OG already off to a bad start. Ollie will go close.
B-bomb sites on the agenda now. And we've seen OG in this position before in the pistol round, but this time they're trying to get ahead of the curve. Flashbang to try and go through. Already a prong looking to fight. Nade's gonna fall flying. And somehow Fiku's able to get a very big head start. 2 kills found. Cade and Hasanator trying to keep playing this tug of war, though advantage suddenly taken back. Nikodos creeps through the smoke, caught by Fozel eventually, and Buzz coming in from Connector will be caught by the tripwire from Cade. So Ruby, again, just able to negotiate rounds even when OG look like they've got more kills.
Fantastic one. Came off of the back of Cade's early start. Things just sort of snowball from there. Really, really good time to find your form, though. Team that made light work of the Swiss stage. G, big damage. Christen tagged down low already. Another weird buy here from OG. Look at this. Nikodos has gone for a hero orb. The rest, the pistols and armor. With the loss bonus, there will still be enough for a buy next. But if Nikodos either doesn't win them this round or survive, he'll be on 3,500. Not only will he not have that sniper, but he'll be unlikely to even be able to buy an M4. We were just talking about how this economic decision-making really plagued them on Dust 2. Got to make sure they don't make the same mistakes again. Now Ruby playing slow.
Straight into A, as comfortable as it comes. No real pushback being offered by OG. And honestly, that is strange to see, at the very least. I think one of the caveats that we had going into this game was knowing that Ruby have toppled some big opposition, knowing that OG would be still perhaps facing some fatigue after having having extended tournament play, to get shut down to this degree is something I didn't expect.
Comfortable fourth. I mean, lucky for OG. Nikodos is able to save that orb. Said before, they would have some real problems if he didn't carry it through. It's a major risk that kind of half pays off, right? It's sort of two ways that goes. Either they win the round and it's brilliant, or there's this contingency, which is him surviving, and it still ends up being okay. 4-0 down. Somewhat to be expected on the T side of Anubis, but got to keep a lid on things, OG. Can't afford to lose too many more here, especially not as early as this. Fozil takes contact. Not until the damage gets the info. Hazanator in the meantime, outside of Con. Ready to deploy this HE. No one close, and it takes a weird bounce. So won't even blow the smoke open all too heavily, but he sees the body, and Spooky's dead.
Time after time, Ruby getting away with murder, and it's only going to get worse. Fiku down to Fozil. Where is Ruby going to end this round? They've got multiple options. Plenty of leg room to move around. 3 players waiting outside A. A 2-prong push that can come through from connector and main as well. And as the rotation starts to go towards A, they're still going to be able to poke around B. Good recovery from OG, but that does grant access to B.
There's a very fast reaction. Yeah, that molly will follow up. Hazanator takes a little tickle of damage from it.
That was a
Still alive and
5v3.
kicking. Pinces everything. Oh, what a shot as well. Oh, but the weight of the world on his shoulders. McQueen, we've seen some flashy plays out of him, but this is just unwinnable. Tucked behind that pillar. Both push him at the same time. And yeah, it's really good work from OG towards the end there. The time to kill just so quick. You see on Krisen's fight, buzzes that first point of contact through the connector. Just how fast that headshot came through. No time for Ruby to react. Look at this. Bang. See you later, Hazanator.
Yeah, for both Krisen and Buzz, it came down to impossible shots to regain control of B, which means that this was a very unsustainable way of winning the round. They started off at a 5v3. Ruby kind of dropped the ball, sending 2 players barreling towards A. They lose their lives for free. It ends up being a good rotation as well. If you need that much firepower to come back into a bomb site, I feel like in the long run you are going to end up losing because it just can't be sustainable.
He does. And the angle does land the shot. Cade feeds the beast. You got to be careful not to do that. Nikodos is hungry. G. The damage onto Hazanator. He's been consistently just lurking around that composition. Caused them some troubles in previous rounds. Right here. Deficit from the get-go. Minute on this clock. They've got to try and regroup and take some space. They have been given it in middle. 45 seconds now.
Oh, Nikodos is coming. Very careful on the trigger. Put down Hasanator as well. Set up for the 3rd shot. Now let AI speak for me. Dude, this AI thing is honestly cracking me up. I know there's a guy back there, okay, guys? Like, just draw the curtains.
It has to be. There has to be. How else does it do it? How else could a computer possibly know? Weird buy here. Cade has bought a hero rifle for Soalio, the selfless IGL, but the one that's normally putting up big numbers. Pops up the rifler. Likely be down to Galil, or maybe a Mac 10 in the next. Depends how this one goes, if they can get a plant. And there's something. The rifle already down early. Can't be retrieved either. That is just a bad start for Ruby.
Those are the rounds that you need to be winning comfortably, and I'm glad that they're finally doing that. Before, you would see OG constantly fumbling the ball on rounds where you would expect Ruby to have no chance, but now it's looking a little bit cleaner. They're also getting away with rounds that they shouldn't be. As long as they can bring the CT side to 4, maybe 5 rounds, then they're it's obviously not the best position to be in, but it does kind of put you in the clear on Anubis. Spook's having a rough start.
He really is, isn't he? 0-4. He had a great map on Dust 2 either. And a little bit of a quiet series from him. Yeah, rock bottom on Nuke. Second from bottom on Dust 2. Only narrowly poking ahead of Buzz, who had 8 kills. A bit of a technical pause here, though. OG, as it stands, are in a decent position, to be honest. Even though they're down. The CT side of Anubis. 3 rounds and a chance at a 4th hit. Not bad at all.
Slow start. No weird to see Cage just trying to single-handedly go down middle.
No one's there to stop him. Ikedos, aggressive in connector. It's a big shot. McQueen falls. He's actually going to try and face again before that smoke blooms. Can't connect the flick, but gets the info. Has an A to come and join him. Should now know that the remaining 2 are here towards main as they try and peek in. Chrism with that second AWP. Deals the damage. 4v2. Cade down to the Mac 10 after dropping the rifle in the last. Switches out. Nikodos sees and hears it. Chrism follows up. And it's the showcase of the snipers there on the B site as they'll find all 4. Tie things up at 4 apiece. Better round from OG. Much better round from OG.
Ruby now kind of looking like they're out of options. Just down to pistols, and we've seen some pretty good stuff from Ruby with pistols, so I'm still going to hold my breath.
Yeah, just like that. Lovely opening shot out of the Desert Eagle from Fozil. Gives them a little bit of room and a man advantage. They'll keep creeping forward. Buzz does take one back. Minute 20 on this clock. Room to maneuver. Flashbang in. Feels bold for him to aggress because that's what happens. Trade the other way and a chance to retrieve a rifle here. Perhaps McQueen also has to try and find a way to get to that bomb. This might be too tricky. Oh, oh wow.
Oh no. Things could be falling apart, but no. Fiku wants to stop it, but Maquin will finish the job with his Tech 9. Ruby, as soon as it starts to look like they're running out of options, they're going to make even the pistols work. Buzz, that was some fancy footwork, putting his head on a swivel, stays alive for very long. But eventually, it is going to be the victory there for Ruby. I mean, Fiku put up a valiant showing there as well. Brought Maquin down to barely any points of health. But now back to roughly even standing. Ruby doing a decent job on their terrorist side. And if they can get one more, I think the money's going to start to look a little bit tricky once again for OG. Here it comes, straight into the B-bomb site. Opening kill for Fozil. And before they can have any control whatsoever, the teams have made their way in. Fiku, nice shot.
That's a pretty massive kill. Perhaps a catalyst for the retake here, but Nikados caught in rotation. Now the numbers against them, and that'll be enough to pull the plug. It's going to be a 6th here for Ruby. We're starting to realize, you know what? It's up the tempo a little bit. Get that pace going. So often.
It's so interesting that because they know that Maquin's not going to be that useful on the actual offense, they're going to keep him around middle just to make sure that they can cut off rotations. And it ends up working out beautifully. The one player that could have been a problem coming through from Connector is already taken care of at the bud. There's that kill I'm talking about. And Maquin obviously gets to go back and join the squad after that as well.
Okay, here we go. Tactical pause. Out of the side of OG. What is going wrong here? How do we fix it? There's a fair bit going wrong, to be honest. A lot that needs to be done out of them. Make this work. But they have got the full bite. Remember, saving the weapons in the last does their economy a lot of favours. Going into the final couple of this half. Winning this round, really, really important. Ruby recognising that same level of importance as well. Smoke's actually going to be blocked, but doesn't matter. It's a fake. Ruby are sending it into A.
Oh, they're going to catch a glimpse of Nikodos in behind the pillar. Can't believe he still gets away with one, but Buzz is going to be able to stop it. 2 for 2 kills. Rotation's going to come in hot and heavy. And the utility's trying to stop them. It's going to get super messy as a player tries to pop through from camera. And they'll be stuck behind the smokes for a little while. Interesting nade.
Yeah, sort of fumbling around on this retake a little bit, aren't they? Wasting time throwing util that's not connecting. And in the meantime, K just walks through the smoke, ends up doubling down, teed up for the triple here as well. Loves to dink on to Spook through the box. And buys time for McQueen to hone up on the angle, deal the damage. Ruby onto 7. And OG really not looking like themselves. Yeah, it's another very good example. Just like when we saw that fumbled molly that killed Nikodos in the early round on Dust 2. Sort of seeing glimmers of the same here again. You know, it's like a 3v3. You've got low HP players on Ruby, so that nade could actually be massively impactful. They end up just throwing it at themselves. Should blow this one open. Gate, weapon out. Oh, can't find the head. Still, big advantage here in this round, firepower-wise, to take an 8.
Ruby, if they can get away with one more, they would be getting away with absolute murder. An incredible first half on the second map as well. And they replicate it. That would be cool. Oh, God, he's going to be able to get a freebie there. But Zawalio's unprecedented. Buzz ends up sacrificing Nikodos to stay alive. A 3v2 still. Cade gets away with his life and the information for a player.
Wow.
Catching Buzz. Now, there is still going to be Fiku in hot pursuit to put down Cade.
He doesn't expect
Fozil creeps in from behind. He's not going to expect him, but there's the audio cue.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Fozil knows.
Freebie.
He has to go and take this gunfight. Fiku's still just up for the window. And it's well played from him. Timing was so impeccable there. We actually saw Fozil walking up just as Fiku turned around that corner. Could have had the freebie kill. That would have been round over 8-4. Instead, 7-5, and still a bit of equity here for OG. Not a great half. A horrendous one for Spooky, who's 1-9. But still, for the CT side of Anubis, very, very recoverable. Now they move over to their attack, especially if they can win this pistol round. They can get back into the picture quite quickly. And again, it's massive damage. Look, the fact that they're down here, but you've got 2 players above 100 ADR. It shows how much impact Buzz and Ikados are having on the server, but just not converting into rounds.
Oh, wow. Apparently that's allowed. It almost feels like a certainty that if they can get away with the pistol round and the conversion, then OG are kind of left hanging out to dry, right? Ruby have been looking like the better team since the start of map 2.
That would be a lot more potent if it was an 8-4 half as well, but still, 9-5 scoreline and do them a lot.
I'm kind of rooting for Crizzen though, because the AI predicted that there's only a 3% chance. So I kind of want Man to beat Machine, but Machine will prosper.
Oh no. A scary reality we all face, but yeah, really, really good pistol round. Lovely setup and reactive call there from OG, actually. Not something that you can just sort of off the bat go for, but the second that they get the information that OG were trying to wrap through connector, bang on the money. Very quick and very, very tidy with it. Into the 14th, Ruby. 8-5 up. They'll be against a full eco. OG, very little to work with here. They didn't get the bomb plant. They didn't get a whole lot of anything out of that pistol round. Just the 2 kills. They'll run it down here. Let it go the other way. Any damage is good damage. A bomb plant's the jackpot. But they will not be winning the dice roll this time. 9-5, Ruby. Flawless round. And yeah, they're looking very good here.
Everything needs to be calculated and good from OG from here on out. We saw how quickly they crumbled on Dust 2. And they can't let it happen again. 1-for-1 trade, but Buzz has had to pay with half of his life for it. They're going to try and capture Buzz, but they won't be able to. Husanator and McQueen both down. Nikodas is getting up to some funny business as well. Bomb should be dropped here, but that doesn't matter because Buzz is in business. And a 9-6 scoreline means that OG could still swing things their way.
It's a round that you can somewhat let go because it was a bonus for Ruby with a couple of SMGs in play, but it does surprise me that after they took that contact in connector, they went 1-for-1, and there was confirmed damage on that second player. No util was deployed. Ruby had util. McQueen had a HE grenade. Gonna pop that one in, finished off the job, or at least done the extra damage, but yeah, sort of hesitates for a second, doesn't throw it, then a molly lands at his feet, and it's just this sort of frantic scrap to cross, and in rotation he's caught out. This round now becomes the important one. McQueen with that AWP. The rest with the rifles. He tiptoes forward. Oh, spooky. Massive entry. Really making up for lost time after a disappointing start in the first half. The entries are brilliant here on the B side. They don't break a sweat as the defense crumbles. Zwaliola for the 1v5.
This is honestly what I was worried about, that OG would start picking up steam once they're on the terrorist side. But it's still not out of reach for Ruby. They will have to wait a little while before they can get their hands on weapons, though, and a tactical pause is, in fact, in order. I think when OG doesn't have to play reactionary, when they can just focus on firepower, they're going to have much better results. And the T side of Anubis specifically makes it easier to do that. Even now, like even in the previous game, for so long, OG were losing by a landslide despite having more kills. And this game is, I mean, it's not the same, but it's kind of similar in the sense that even now, we're seeing Buzz on almost 20 kills. We've got Nikodas on 15. If they can just now rely on that firepower on the TT side, surely they're going to look a lot better.
Certainly got the individuals to facilitate it. Opportunity to rack up the confidence a little bit here against the full eco. Stacked up on the A site, so OG will be allowed this one for free. They've got this crazy little Astralis stack actually behind the mid doors there. Ten is about to have a field day. There you go. All for Christen. Chance for the ace. I don't... Oh, no, maybe he will, actually. He'll get an opportunity at it at least. Jumps around the corner. There you go. All 5. Okay. Yeah, a bit of a stat pad. Goes from 6 to 11 very quickly, but... Lovely stuff. Lovely little cash injection that comes with it as well.
This is where they can turn the tides. Ruby can still take control of these treacherous waters. Do they expect Christen to be all the way back here? Oh, they don't. Surely this is teeing up to be a knife kill, right? Oh, now you can't risk it.
No.
Instead, goes for the double. And that pacing from Kristen is just pristine. Not sure why he's fumbling about, but...
I love the fact that he doesn't go for the knife kill as well. It is... The game and the round is just way more important. The money is completely irrelevant.
You're right, but the money just didn't matter there.
And there's going to be another couple of rifles. Stay alive. It's not bad. Ruby, all things considered, they could have lost everything here with these two weapons staying afloat. They can then drop a couple over, and that's a decent buy into this next, but they are very, very quickly losing control here after winning the second half pistol and the freebie follow-up. Going 9-5 up, having opportunities in the first half as well to actually extend that lead further too. Good resurgence out of OG. Let's put their foot down, stomp hard here. Ikedos spams through the smoke. No recipients, but a heavy stack here towards A again. And OG might be about to fall into the bear trap. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of baiting there. So while you're trying to usher them in, now the pistols are going to pop off, and surely you're going to have to call this off at this point, right? When you hear those 5.7s firing off, you need to be booking it to the other bomb site, and now Fozil, he needs to at least impede their progression. A little bit of damage with the MP9 does culminate into the kill eventually. Kristen from the side will be putting him in the graveyard, and Nikodos needs to get ahead of the action. He does. Headshot found. And he wants to do a little bit more. Now he's committed to the cause. He's married to the game, and McQuinn will quickly be putting him under. But a 1v1. Low HP on McQuinn. Needs to be the instantaneous headshot. Smoke can be popped on the bomb to make things confusing.
That's it. Gonna force Kristen's hand. Not a lot of time here, but McQuinn can now play around this. Smoke does find the kill. And I think he's got time on this. He doesn't have a kit. This is gonna come super close. I'm still not sure. I think he's just about got it in time. That is massive out of McQuinn. An attempt for Ruby, denying OG to take the lead. That is a ridiculous round to win. It was a great early setup that merited them the opening advantage. But then it was that decision to rotate as quickly as they did. If you hesitate for a couple of seconds there, you don't stand a chance. They're over to the other side of the map in a matter of moments, and they deal with it nicely. Big clutch at the end there. Seal the deal. Yeah, that's huge.
On to Buzz. I know once OG started materializing the comeback, I really thought that Ruby would be done for, but this could actually be a close victory for Ruby if they can keep this up. Don't want to get ahead of myself though. Rotations being brought into B, bomb actually going all the way back to A. If OG can exploit this timing, then this could be perfect, but Ruby's already bringing out the rotations. By the time the bomb starts making its way to A, there will already be two players willing to fight. Here it comes. Utility at the ready. Cade's going to be watching out for any funny business from middle, but in the meantime, A has been completely submerged in T's.
Walio. Repeat, big kill. Kristen has to go massive. He's got support from Nikados though, but the AWP will bite back and both crunching together. Confirmation that the last is in camera. Doesn't really have time. Fiku has to just throw himself into these duels. And the bomb isn't the priority. It's the gunfight, and Fozil just snatches it away. Ruby taken 11. It's such a mess at the end right there, but with seconds to spare, Fozil, of course, just has to stay tucked. Only take the kill if he has to. His hand is forced at the end, but they'll win the round regardless. OG still with money in the bank, remember. They won 4 in a row and were relatively uncontested throughout those rounds. It built up the bank account nicely, but it's starting to deplete here. Maybe inch closer to that finish line. A spot in the quarterfinals up for grabs. A spot for a bit of guaranteed prize money as well. Prize money goes for top 8. Shy of $3,000. An interesting game in that next round as well. If they were able to win this one, they'd play the winner of Fnatic versus Z10. Does also feel potentially winnable if they are able to overcome OG here. Back in business. Rifles out again. Another very expensive round for the CT. So Cash still struggling. No AWP, but opening duel goes their way. Oh, doesn't last long.
Oh, wow, Ruby. So much pressure being applied. But somehow at the end, it still comes out to OG coming out on top. They can definitely get something done here, though.
It's just miles away, and the biggest issue here is the fact that even though they've won these last 2 rounds, they actually don't have any money. His AWP is somewhere retrievable. Kate's just going to prioritize saving. As much as I'd love to see him go for this 2v1, I think he's got a kit. Just feels impossible. So, yeah. Making the right decision. Give that one up. OG will be on to 10. Snapping at their heels again.
Almost feels like a game that's destined for overtime, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that might be where we're headed, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Absolute nuclear strikes on B. Spook gets to pad those stats a little bit. He was struggling on 1 kill for the longest time. Still nothing too impressive, but at least he can get himself on the scoreboard.
Yeah, builds up the numbers a little bit, so they're not so
They're
disappointing at the end.
Hang on. If he gets 1 kill here, then he could actually just straight up defuse and run, right? No, never mind. There's a player right behind him.
Not allowed that. He had a kick. Oh, yeah, then I start to worry, but not the case. 11-11. Spooky find himself that 3K as you mentioned before. bumps up his numbers a little bit. It's him 8 and 15. Still a disappointing map, but if they win it, I don't think anyone's going to be focusing on his individual performance. It would just be congratulations to the team as they're on to the next round. I'm right there with you, though. I think overtime's written all over this one. The big factor is Ruby winning this one here, though. If they lose this round, they won't have any money. If they're able to beat OG in this round, OG have got more than enough to reinvest. We have seen our fair share of crazy sort of pistol-forced rounds with a bit of aggression that have worked, so maybe it wouldn't be completely dead in the water if Ruby can't convert with these rifles, but they'll absolutely be looking to do so. They'll realize that this is their best chance. They've got to try and seize it. Technical pause before we go further into this stuff.
Do we have word on what the technical pause is for?
We do not.
Okay. Is this where we start delving back into the Xbox Live days?
Have you got any fun stories for me?
Yeah. My
What are
dad didn't get
lobbies
me an
like in
Xbox.
Pakistan?
Like your American friends, like all the way from Asia, you can still have like decent ping, like not decent ping, but it's like kind of playable, right? You can still have a fun time. But that at some point in the last 10 years, like yeah, about like 10 years ago, it was like unplayable. Ping has slowly just been improving like little by little, even across the same distances.
It means that we get to play together. So
I mean, I'm hoping at some point we can just figure out some satellite stuff.
yeah, that'd be cool. And we're treating it.
Well, into round 23. I think there's a little bit more weight on Ruby's shoulders because if they lose this, they won't have any money to negotiate a final round with. Didn't expect OG versus Ruby to be the game that goes to the third map and be 11-11. But here we are. OG slowly creeping up into main, into connector. And with the amount of time they've taken, they're eventually going to have to bunker down and focus on the site. A single piece of util could completely crush this true two-pronged approach. And here it comes. Molotov is definitely going to be slowing them down a little bit, but now it's become obvious where Ruby is eventually going to bite down. So while you're in the back, takes away one. Now they want to try and focus on the A players rotating. And they've got just a little bit of time, so they might still want to go all the way back. 25 seconds to try and get onto B, but Cade is doing some godly work here. Crizzen does damage. And with the bomb in the middle of the site, Hustinator knocked out of the position with the molly, off-peeking into two different rifles. And this is where Nikodos just has to get ambitious, just has to hope and pray, but the USP will put him down.
Yeah, a little bit worrying towards the end there. The only way that he was winning that round is if Ruby made a mistake and didn't swing off of the instant contact. But, of course, they don't fumble like that. Hold down Drew. Has an A-Tech, even with the USP there at the end, just knows As soon as that AWP fires a shot, hasn't got a chance to pull that bolt back and get off another inside. So a massive round for Ruby to win. I said before, winning it doesn't put them in the clear. They'll be against another bye. It's not smooth sailing just yet. The 12th round secures OT, puts a little bit of weight off their shoulders. They'll get an opportunity to play more T rounds here as well, so it's interesting, considering their T side was definitely stronger. Looking forward, it's Crimson. A lot of space here. Nade. Oh, that's a huge start.
Backlines, Fiku. Oh, I think he had to do a little bit more than that, actually, Josh. Book could still stop them, though. Good connection. Second A main player down, and Nikados will take us all the way to overtime. Kind of looked like they were cooked, but Fiku in the backlines did everything.
Yeah, that's massive. Fiku doesn't come in from behind there and find that double. And more importantly, get the information as well so that everyone else can just focus in on main. I think that round has a very different outcome. Playing the retake setup on 8.
At this point, Ruby might be kicking themselves, thinking that they could have closed this out way earlier.
Yeah.
Now having to play the full overtime, and I feel like given enough time, OG would win the game. Like, the longer this game goes, I think the more likely it is that OG's experience just kicks in.
I think the saving grace here is Ruby have really struggled with their money on their CT side. So, you know, even in these last couple of rounds, you've seen, like, SMGs. The one right there, right? They'd won the round prior, but because only one player had survived, they had 2 MP9s in play. Finally, they've got that luxury of cash. A decent start, good flash. So Alio to go 1-for-1. Situations like that do generally favour the T side. Thins out those defences a little bit, but still good info. Decent HE as well. Cade will be the one on the other side. You do not want to walk into him because he's popping off right now. Once again, delivers a kill, drops the molly. Good trade, but Spooky takes damage in the process. Oh, this gets tricky. HE's good. Oh, what?
Oh, the quick switch. Could have been the guaranteed kill for Ruby. Hasanator, though. Back in, Nade connects. Nikados, 1v2. He's the man you would want in this position. Makes it a little bit easier for himself with the smoke. Mobility allowed. Oh, he's getting ready for more shots. Doesn't catch the player dropping down. And Makoen. Oh no, there's no way Nikados can just creep up behind him, right? There's no way. Goes all the way through.
Quinn thinks he's gone B. So Nikados is now clearing out all of these corners, thinking that McQueen is, you know, sitting somewhere sneaky. He's gone B. Realise that that's not the case, but now we'll be coming through main. I'm not sure Nikados is going to be ready for this, but enough time will pass in the meantime. This is all down to timing, considering they're both on AWPs as well. This is true mind games. This would be an unbelievable clutch for Nikados to pull off.
This is such a weird sequence from McQueen that Nikados is confused out of his mind.
The problem is there's so much time's now passed that he realizes this. So that's why he's tucked into heaven. He knows that there's not going to be one coming in from behind him. McQueen drops the smoke. Nikados is there. And a 1 versus 3. It should have been unwinnable. Ruby choke it. And now they are going to start feeling sore. Yeah, they'll feel sore that they weren't able to close out in regulation. They'll feel sore that they weren't able to finish off this 1v3. That is a real shame.
I think the player they didn't connect on because of the quick switch was also Nikados. So that could have been stopped right there.
Brutal. There was another opportunity as well. When he peeked into heaven, they were actually both fighting. It was the double peek. Gwen just missed the shot. He's been subpar here on the AWP in this third map. After a fantastic series, bad time to go quiet. Round to lose for him in the last there. You can sort of blame on him a little bit. 13-12. OG pull ahead. We'll still be against a strong buy here, but if Ruby can't make this one work, then they'll be strapped for cash in the next. Be staring down the barrel of being 0-3 down here in OT1. Flash. Big kill.
Oh, good kill from Assassinator, but Chris is there to respond immediately. Buzz already making his way to the back of the bomb site, and it feels like there's a new level of energy that OG has been able to bring to overtime that they didn't have in regulation. Uh-oh. What?
Wow.
That's just dumb.
Okay. Well. If we get to see that on the replay. Really good round out of OG though. Yeah, bang. Bad whiff from Sualio. Shouldn't have allowed that one. Being had. Big kill. Assassinator dropped early. This is that round where they're struggling economically. Peek out from McQuinn, doesn't spot anything. Cross set on the X-rays, but doesn't pull the trigger. Eventually they will. It's an even trade, but Prison and Spooky take the numbers back their way. And Ruby left with just Sualio. Nothing to lose here. He'll have a go at the 1v3. He's only got an MP9. They'll go 15-12 down. Unless Sualio gives us a bit of Nikados magic. Only 3 in a row. Just to bring us to double OT here. Ruby have fought so hard in this series. A heartbreaker for them to lose it. Does feel like that's the reality we're about to face. Sualio's just run out of time here. There you go, 15 for OG.
An unbelievably one-sided affair in overtime, and although it might have not looked like that if you look at the actual duels, just moments ago, Ruby could have closed his game out by just winning a 5v3. I mean, remember that little Falcons yardstick we were using? I mean, I guess now they have that in common with Falcons.
Ruby are not quite as good as Falcons, but only by a tiny bit.
Is the copium that we will choose to inhale.
This is looking like it might just be done in the next few moments. Big opening kill from Buzz. Gives OG the man advantage at a crucial time. Assassinator will do everything in his power to try and claw this back. Big kill into main. Numbers back to evens. A minute on this clock. K's going to come and join them. Does seem like A could be the destination of choice here. You've got to recover the bomb first. grab it. He'll come and join the party.
I mean, as much as I would also like to think that OG can close it out immediately, they did have struggles on the CT side, and this is their first round in a little while. Oh, Spook goes through the smoke, doesn't even know what he's shooting at, but will be able to find a casualty. Fiku is there to help, and now Ruby are going to have to do the impossible. They'll have to replicate what OG did. A 2v4, try and get it done. Molotovs forcing Fozil to dust, and it's going to be Macroen's Molotov that eventually puts him in the graveyard. More damage with the nade, and Nikodos puts the final piece of lead in Ruby to secure this whole best-of-3 series.
Well, a valiant attempt from Ruby. You have to give them credit where it's due. They've given that a really good go. So unfortunate they weren't able to close it, but hard fought. I don't think you can come away from that feeling too disappointed. I mean, they will. They will initially. They'll feel very disappointed, but reflecting on it later, they'll say, you know what, we were the massive underdogs there. We've had a decent run in the tournament to make it to the playoffs in itself, and we've just gone 3 maps and overtime against OG, a team that, you know, performed well at the major. So there's definitely a future for this roster, and I think, yeah, some of the newer pieces as well, shining quite bright. But the brightest star on that map, of course, was Nikodos. 28 kills, 96 ADR, putting up some major, major numbers. And that 1v3, I think, really did it. And that was all him.
Yeah. I do think that there were a couple of moments where we've got to pat other players on the back as well. Obviously, Fiku's flank was the one that saved them from actually just losing the game straight up, 13-11. But yeah, for the most part, it was a very big showing from Nikodos, and I think OG would have lost without him.
Certainly would have. Okay, well, that's going to wrap things up for our second best of 3 of the day. OG, yeah, your match winners. Smiles
if you just look at their individual pieces, right? They've got Patsy, they've got Kenzie, Grix. Just like those bigger pieces are so much better than rank 50 on HLTV. So I feel like this is going to be a much more even game than we probably came into this match anticipating at this point. And NIP definitely have their work cut out for them. This isn't going to be an easy game by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's also going to be a really fun little superstar matchup to watch between Grix and Wrinkle. So there's definitely a lot of small details that I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Grix, obviously the superstar, really, on this Astrum roster. He's been insane recently. He's just 19 years old and definitely has a high ceiling. Now, looking at these rosters, NIP with Snappy calling the shots. Wrinkle, as you say, should be a very, very good counter for Grix, I guess. Ujax, Aristoshi, and Shush. This is a strong team, an interesting team, and one that have been playing on a pretty high level recently. They go into this game absolutely the favourites up against a side like Astrum, but yeah, we'll just have to wait and see sort of where this one goes. Astrum aren't quite playing with their full five. Now, that isn't just for today. That's remained the case throughout the tournament so far. Clax has been missing for the last couple of games, and they've had McCuse from that old Aura Youngbloods roster. If you remember him, he's been playing, and he's actually been really good. So I don't think that that's going to be too much of a contingency today, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. Hang on, you're gonna have to cover for me for a second, Josh, because I do have a little bit of lag on my end.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So, in terms of sort of talking about Wrinkle, he's been unreal recently too. I'd kind of pointed out in those like last couple of moments about just how good Grix has been recently, but Wrinkle has been just putting up like exceptional performances. A player that obviously was sort of scouted out of that bait roster. He's been just insane, and yeah, definitely a hard counter for Grix. There's that Astrum roster that I was just talking you through. We've got Clax listed here. Now, I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be Clax on the server today or if it is going to be McHughes playing. He's listed on HLTV, and as I say, it has been McHughes playing these last couple of games as well. So we're just going to have to wait and see what we end up with once we do get into the game. But either way, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I think McHughes has been really good recently in their last match that they played where they beat Nexus to actually make it through to the playoffs. McHughes had a monster of a series. He was up there at the top of the scoreboard. He had a 1.54 rating and was a real beast. So yeah, if he can kind of output that same kind of damage while he's in the spotlight here, then I think he'll be very, very happy. There's your veto. Nuke, Inferno, and Train. So a slight change of scenery. We do get to see another Nuke. But yeah, a different turf. And to be honest, strong turf for both maps. Once they get rid of Dust 2 and Mirage, anything else really goes.
Yeah, I think Nuke is a particularly interesting position for both teams to be in because although generally speaking they've had some good wins, they've also shown in the past that they can lose to some relatively worse opposition as well, like Astrum having wins against like Cybershow, Copenhagen Wolves, stuff like that, but then they've got and consistently beating the likes of Sashi and Zero Tenacity, but then they also lose to teams like Vetera and Monty in a pretty convincing fashion, and then you also have like examples of NIP being in that same position where they're going to be dropping maps to teams like Metasport. It's definitely going to be a mixed bag. But we'll have to wait and see how this actually unfolds on the server. Patsy, first one to receive. 2 headshots being delivered by the CT onto the T's, and NIP really struggling to find a single casualty. There it is. Ujerks draws the first blood from the T's.
It's a very good start for the boys on Astrum. It's got to be said, when they were back on Aurora, these two teams butted heads a few times earlier on this year in Jan and Feb. And we saw them split right down the middle with 4 maps apiece. But Aurora, in the 3 best-of-3s, were able to go 2-for-1. The 2 games they were able to win went 3 maps. The one that they lost was a 2-0 for NIP with back 13-10s. Pretty much the same veto as well. We saw Nuke and Train come up both times round. Inferno is the difference maker this time. Wrinkle, big headshot. Does give them some space here on the B side. So at the very least, they'll get a bomb plant, which for a pistol round will give them some extra money, do them some favors. But right now, they're not just thinking about that. They're thinking about converting it in its entirety. Grix low on health. The Dualies get taken care of. Grix, one bullet anywhere would finish him, and Nujerks will deliver it. Now swinging wide. He's low on health, but the USP is a little bit tricky. And the clock manages to deliver. An IP somehow recover the 2v4, and that is ridiculous.
A 4K from you, Jerks. And it is an unbelievable round to be taking away. You kick it off with 3 USP kills. They're left out to dry. Beautiful. Also, I'd like to point out that we've consistently been seeing the wrong MVP graphic. I remember I got gaslit by it when I thought an ace was a 4K. And this time, you just got 4 kills and it's at 3, so we probably need to work on that.
We just being trolled.
Yeah.
We're on the right map again for it, so there's that.
For the replay, yes.
Either way, good opportunity to just try and convert a second, and then probably soon to be a third as well. Throwaway from Astrum in that last. Been an easy one to convert, weren't able to do so. Now we've got to do it on hard mode, and it seems like Grix and Clax are up for the challenge. They will end up with a man advantage. Before we go down, Aristotle race to a rifle, sneaks away. I like that little micro as well. Tosses the nade into the room with him, so he's got 2 to work with. Snappy, bottom of the ladder, big kill, 2v2.
Oh, that nade is going to do wonders. They're going to try and stick it. Never mind. Norway forced to take the fight, and an IP get away with it. So 2-0 start. Astrum, not the best of positions to be in, but not quite seeing the gun rounds just yet.
Well, just the eco this time then. Astrum, again, off to a really good start in that round. They have the advantage. You think they're able to take it. And then as soon as NIP get that bomb down towards B, it all goes wrong. Snappy dropping down. Nobody home on the A site. It's a ramp stack. They'll realize it in the next couple of seconds. They'll be relaying this information. Guys, get your asses over here. We've got a free bomb site. Get taken out by Norby's USP to work his way up the ladder. Now it's not so free. Molly will come his way. The bullets to follow. Yeah, really crisp. NIP. This will be a third, but it's just about how clean can they make it. They fend off these pistols.
Yeah, I think it was never going to be a particularly difficult defense. I like how the AI winner prediction thing gave him a 1% chance until the bomb actually exploded. I feel like the AI is not doing a great job.
It doesn't quite have it on, does it? Because it's, with 1 second left, you can't defuse, especially when you're not near the bomb, so... Yeah, it's little moments like that. It gave him more chance, actually, than we saw McQueen have in the 1v5 earlier. And that was actually when the bomb wasn't planted. So yeah, man beats machine. Fire the AI guy.
So man beats man, okay. What if AI just means ambitious Italian? Who knows? Okay, 1-for-1 trade on mid. Or outside, rather. And NIP still huddled around lobby. Quick little spray from Shush to put Norway down. And quickly, NIP will be slowing down their pace.
Shush. Outside of the back, Platts. Okay. Does find him, but it's an instant trade. Lots to be done here. Grix. From Heaven confirms that they're not out onto the site. This likely means that they're venturing elsewhere, but little does he know, they just sat in lobby, running down this timer a little bit. This is a dangerous game. Kenzie comes up the vent and catches the timing. You might just be able to stop this round purely by denying the plant, but for now, Astrum none the wiser. NIP will be granted that space that they need. So C4 tapped in, no one can deny. Grix has got an interesting position as he's now wrapped around lobby. Enough time's passed, they should be ready for this. He does have a bit of util as well. He could actually molly that second vent. That's what he'll do. Easy.
Oh. Oh, Wrinkle somehow still lives. Bomb more than halfway takedown. Now they need to hurry up their pace. Instant headshot from Wrinkle, though, instantly disallows any chances. Grix still holding the line, but eventually has to back off if he wants to stick to the sniper towards the end. And my, oh my, is this an impeccable showing from NIP so far.
Yeah, this has been brilliant for the T-side of all places as well here. On Nuke. It's their map pick, so it's where you do expect them to sort of be at their best, but tough stuff. Astrum going to call a pause because, yeah, no doubt this is going wrong, and it's going wrong quickly.
How quickly do Astrum put themselves back on the scoreboard? That's my question.
Get to look the answer for that. It may be right here, though. Decent buy to work with. Not great, but it's something. There'll be a little bit of money in the bank for the next as well, if needs be. Snappy throws his way down. The window's already broken for him. That is ridiculous. That's such a weird oversight from Astrum that they've already broken the windows. So Snappy's just able to walk all the way up, and he's just not hurt at all. That is ridiculous. And there you go. There's a fifth, just like that.
You have to really respect that, Snappy's recognition that he can just sneak through the window as well. Like, it's one thing to make a mistake, but then there's another to actually take advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, he spots it as soon as he identifies that, yeah, that window is broken open. I think that sort of changes his plan there, because there's no way he would have broken the window himself and then continued to walk up. Would have been heard from a mile away.
Oh, great.
Damage
like
on the exit.
5 points of health.
Yeah, that was a little worrying, but he does get away with the AWP and a couple of kills to add to his tally.
Interestingly enough, Grix is still playing okay. Like, they are getting absolutely clobbered. But Grix has 6 kills, 3 deaths. I mean, he's kind of put on an island where he's forced to just save that AWP over and over. And at some point, he's got to look around and hope that his team can actually hold down the line. You've got the likes of Kenzie and Norway barely breaking a singular kill. In fact, Kenzie has 0 to his name.
This has been a really bad start. I guess as a whole here for Astrum, but yeah, you can start sort of putting the spotlight on certain individuals as well at this point, saying, yeah, where is Kenzie right now? There's no doubt about the fact that Grix is hitting some nice shots, pulling his weight. 4v4. Early kill, of course, going Grix's way again, and quite poetically, Kenzie the first to fall. Clack's doing good damage as well. The numbers back in their favor. Wrinkles low. Grix has got a good angle. They're about to peek into it. And another freebie kill. Nancy will get one of his own as well. Finally, more success here from Astrum.
Yeah, it's nicely done, but I want to see how far they can take this, because remember, NIP have already gotten 5 rounds, so they are inches away from making this a guaranteed even half. They're not even playing on the advantageous side just yet. It's NIP's map pick. And by the time they get onto the CT side, I feel like their performance is going to be a little bit more potent. Kenzie drawing first blood for himself. His first kill being put on the board. Shush quickly put down by Kenzie. And Grix doing more work.
Big kills. That's it, in from behind. Yeah, really comfortable stuff. Astrum, no stress. The second on the board, this still isn't great. There's a lot that they need to do, but they'll get a bit of a freebie here against the Pistols. And they'll go into this 8th with their heads held high. NIP, any kind of damage in a round like this would be decent. Minute 30 on this one.
NIP is just hoping that a couple of pot shots work out in their favor. Kenzie quick to provide haircuts. Yeah, some smoother sailing waters now for Astrum.
Okay, finally back into the meat of things. NIP. In with the guns out again. 3 Galils in play alongside those couple of AKs. So it's far from a goodbye, but it is one nonetheless. Up against a pretty stacked Astrum after 3 in a row, and very clean 3 in a row as well. They are now in a position. They can try and build upon that a little bit. Cash to last them the rest of the half, perhaps, but and maybe dealt a loss a little bit sooner than they were hoping for. NIP with 2 early entries. It's a brilliant start. It's that Portuguese duo to get the ball rolling. Smoke down Clax. It's a lovely little angle. So difficult to contend with that. If you can find a second here, it'd be massive, but just can't deliver.
Ooh, good shot from Arrows Dodge. I mean, a 1v3 is a little bit ambitious. Wrinkle will make sure it doesn't happen. So I feel like NIP have now already done all the heavy lifting that they had to do, and now it's all about getting those bonus points. But the bonus points that they can potentially get are pretty big in nature. Like, you can get up to 9 rounds still, and if that happens, I seriously think that Astrum's chances at winning this map are very limited. NIP have been looked really strong on the disadvantageous side, and I can't help but feel like it's going to be even better by the time they step into the blue uniform. Here it comes, though. Jerks. First man in. Bricks down into the vents. He was readying up for that knife.
Wow.
Waiting for more.
I can't believe he sticks around for more as well. It's just ridiculous, right? There's no way that Snappy just runs into the vent blind.
Is anyone going to walk the plank? That's the question.
Surely not. This would be completely ridiculous if they do. The bomb will go down nonetheless. Grick still just waiting to smoke, and yeah, that just gets him killed. So trying to buy a little bit of space for him to creep up and maneuver. It's not allowed. NIP are going to take a 7th here. Kenzie with 6 HP. Executed as well. He has picked it up in these last few rounds. Remember, we were pointing out he was 0-6, and since then, he's looked pretty decent.
I think that knife kill just keeps Grix in business for a little bit longer, though. I think that was still very important. Yeah, there it is. That's the AWP. I think he'd have it anyway. It's still nice to have all the bells and whistles.
Case. Oh, we're gonna deal the damage. Shush does exactly that. An advantage for NIP.
Oh, look at this. Norway, he's gonna start chasing them down. The equalizer provided. Shush takes a sweet time from heaven, though. We'll be able to get a double. NIP, man, just so far ahead now, Josh.
Yeah, they really are. Zooming into the win now. 8 rounds, a good chance for a 9th as well here. I don't think there's going to be too much money. That's a little bit more than I expected, actually. Gone very heavy on the rifles and very light on the util here for the CTs. Makes things tricky. Now fly out of hut and 4 in hand. 1 for 1. Norby will go. The crunch in from ramp. It's just absolutely dismantled. Falls down to a 2v2. There's an MP9 behind this smoke. That's Clax. Shusha's going to drop down the vent and work his way around. NIP, once again, in position to try and clutch this one up. Grix has found an important kill, but we've seen time and time again, down on this lower site, NIP recover from deficits. Maybe Shush can pull it off again.
Great position's really good. Should be able to get the first kill as a freebie, maybe. Oh, Grix! Unbelievable shot. A no-scope to finish off the half, and although it looks cool, unfortunately, it only means that there's 4 rounds on the board for Astrum to work with. This pistol round will be important.
It really will. Ridiculous no-scope at the end there from Grix. Bit of a must win, I feel. Astrum now. They take this pistol, there's a world they can bring this back, but it's still unlikely. They don't. And they're in trouble. 8-4. It is their opponent's map pick. We've got Inferno up next. And I guess you could semi-favour Astrum on that second map, but NIP have also had some strong results on it recently against some really good teams as well. It's important for Astrum to put their foot down a little bit here. Wrinkle at the back of the vents. Taps away with the USP. Does find that first. Julies follow up, but they have allowed two to escape down towards the lower side. So we'll see a plant at the very least.
Oh, this could be a defense here. Want to see if Astrum can hold on to their horses. Norway being able to find one, but slowly being chipped down by Arisdot, who's coming in hot with the dualies from the vents. Instant shot connected by Clax, but now left on an island. Has to try and find 2 kills. Has to play with the doors. Instant shot onto U-Jerks. And I love how Shush is playing this. Creeps up, finds the shot, and he should be able to get the defuse in time. Does he? Hang on. I think he doesn't have the time.
Yeah, he might not have this. Oh, wow. Okay, just by the skin on their teeth there, Astrum. Inch ahead. That is pretty crazy. Losing that pistol would have just sealed the deal, I feel, for this game, but being given that lifeline does give them an opportunity. A strong buy into this next for NIP. Very little to work with. It is what they're going to force into. Haven't found all 5 kills. Does make sense. A few times you can justify it. 4 MP9s and a Deagle on Wrinkle. Into the following, Kensey. Rifle in hand. Ooh. Catch it. Now they walk into the MP9. It's a decent trade.
Okay, Astrum could be making their mark here. User's already behind, so could be a problem. Not checked by Patsy. Wants to go further forward. Galil recovered. A 3v2 that is definitely more than possible. If anything, it looks favorable. U-Jerks puts Kensey down, and Wrinkle will do the same. Astrum, immediate interruption as they fail to collect any more rounds on top of the pistol.
I think that might just sort of close the door back in Astrum's face, to be honest. It felt like a very shallow victory, taking that pistol round anyway, in the fashion in which they were able to do so. They lost all the fights. They just about managed to delay for long enough. Not being able to convert in the second after going heavy with the rifles as well. It wasn't like they came in with SMGs and sort of made that mistake. Now it gets real tricky. Take 9s, you find the entry. It's only onto the shotgun of Shush. The rifle. Follow up for a couple, but as it's been picked up, it's actually a fair bit hit. Oh, this T-Side trades are brilliant though, and U-Jerks coming up from above. Wow. Yeah, Grick's picking up the shotgun. Doesn't do him any favours there. There's no chance he could react and even do damage at that kind of range. So double digits here for NIP. Again, a really close round.
Yeah, looking like a one-sided affair, honestly. And like I said, on the CT side, we're expecting them to look even better. Astrum not only has to deal with the round deficit, but they also have to deal with their money falling apart, and NIP just most likely being bolstered. Oh, what's going on mid? Wow, oh my god. Patsy, the ROPS movement to find Aris dodge with the Zeus. Insulting, but not very impactful.
Yeah, it's just a little reminder of don't get too comfortable. We've still got a few rounds here on Nuke and another map to play. Ultimately, NIP in the driver's seat. Let's find a shot. It's big kill onto Wrinkle. Still, a man disadvantage. Considering this is an eco round, though, a couple of kills isn't too bad. Find one more here. It's a good round. There you go. So 11-5, NIP. 2 away from the finish line here. Clean stuff out of the rifles. Not a decent buy here, but really util. Once again, really prioritizing getting these big guns out. Having the nades to go with it. Falling back, they'll go for the wall of smokes in mid, but unsuspecting of Snappy, who's pushed all the way up. See those smokes come over. It'll hold the angle for the T-player to swing out. Norway does win the fight, takes a lot of damage in the process. And that wall of smokes doesn't really do a lot now that the information has been relayed that nobody is close mid to actually creep up past them. And NIP have got all the leverage now, even though it's a 4v4.
Oh, NIP raining bullets down. Patsy and Norway quite low, so they're inches away from certain death. Bomb being planted right next to U-Jerk, so you'll very easily be able to intercept. Not taking the bomb just yet. There it is. Now they do. Norway. Very surprised that that's the way the round ends up culminating.
Just an absolute stomp of a map, though, isn't it? Salt in the wound there, with Norway not peeking at the end. The thing is with that as well, in terms of, I mean, it wasn't like a covered diffuse at all, so he could have just peeked out wider and dealt with it, but the plant is sort of behind the boxes, so you're covered from the mini player. And then to go for the mini post-plant position, it's just, you know, really awkward. Either way, early round advantage here for Astrum. They're going to try and prolong things. Round perhaps on the horizon, but even then they'll need another 6 just to take us to OT.
Oh. Looking almost like an exercise in impossibility. Oh, Snappy, good shots. Grix is able to fight back, though. User still making himself relevant. Shush. A kill found. Last shot delivered, and NIP have had a very, very comfortable victory. And with a map one like this, it's hard to make many arguments for in favor of their opposition.
Yeah, just a bit of a disappointing result there from Astrum. Again, weirdly, sort of following the theme of that first series as well, where the kill disparity isn't too massive considering the score disparity. So quite a few rounds where Astrum were able to find kills, but just the late round is where they struggled. Wrinkle, though, your MVP, 17 kills, 90 ADR. Definitely bested Grix on that map, although Grix was still putting up a really solid performance despite the scoreline that they lost it by, but very, very absent there on Nuke for the most part. A couple of rounds towards the end of that first half sort of filled us with confidence that maybe there would be some kind of resurgence as we moved into
NIP have enough reps in the tank that Inferno shouldn't be a problem. But Astrum, I think the fact that they've picked into it suggests to me that this might be a case of them having some specific prep. Them very recently, perhaps trying to incorporate more of Inferno into the play. Oh, we're going to go right into it. Apparently, players looking quite antsy. Shoved into the deep end of the pool as we're left with a 2v2 on the outset, Josh.
Okay, I'm going to go down. NIP will now have the advantage in this round as Shush, just around this corner, should be able to take out Norway. Yeah, easier stuff as both of them will crunch in. NIP will take the pistol round. Really, really good start to their opponent's map pick. And it sort of segues into something that I will just sort of touch upon really quickly. The VRS system has a really weird symptom for tier sort of 1.5 teams. And I think NIP sort of fall into that bracket. I think Apogee are a really good example, and I think 500 are a really good example, where they're too low in the rankings to get like these bigger tournament invites, but they're too high in the rankings to get the group stage invites. So they end up as like these playoffs invitees, and they just don't get to play as much Counter-Strike. So in terms of the reps, Astrum best them every day of the week, purely just because they're sort of 10 places behind in the rankings. They get those invitations. Super aggression here in this round. As Patsy's ended up with a double, Clax and Grix have chimed in, and Astrum are about to turn this one back around. Snappy, juggling the rifles on the floor, does eventually find the best of the bunch. It's the AK with a big snake on it.
Oh, he got spooked by the chicken. Did you see that? He thought they were getting ready for a double peek because a chicken walked into his crosshair.
Unbelievable.
I still think that chickens should not be in competitive.
I do. I think they should put more of them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I think they should also do damage.
Yeah, me too. Give them little guns.
Mm-hmm. Or just very potent pecs.
But then if they have guns, they shoot and it gives off sound cues, and they should make footsteps as well. That should be the thing. Chickens make footsteps.
Oh, wow. Look at the resolve on Snappy.
He doesn't win the round, but to get a bomb plant out of that is pretty crazy. So, yeah, balls are still.
He goes for such a dumb plant because he knows that it looks like it's too obvious of a fake plant, and then he just takes it.
Wow. Well, the aggression working out really, really nicely here for Astrum. Nice things back up at 1 apiece. There's now a little bit of hope for them here, perhaps, on this map of Inferno to get this ball rolling a little bit earlier. Looking to try and follow up here, and IP, of course, with their own vibe. Over, Molly's on the floor, big kills. The 1-for-1. Norby's still alive. Oh, come on.
Ruby 3 and out. NIP do have control of the bomb site, so this is still very, very possible. Altov's going to make it a little bit easier to get onto the site, but it's too shallow to get full exposure in the back of triple. I'm already halfway elapsed now. They're going to try and go in with a flashbang. Beautiful shot from Brink. Billy's teeing up for the second one as well. Clax needs to chime in soon, but Aris Dodge is creating an invisible wall with the bullets. An attempt by Clax to at least be a problem on the way out. And although he does get a kill on Wrinkle, this is Astrum having to forfeit a round to a very weak buy.
Straight back the other way, just like that. painful, to be honest. On the side of Astrum, who worked hard to make that last one happen, but it did come off on the back of some real aggression there. But they didn't match going into round number 3. Thought that they could just turtle up, play the default positions on the site. It didn't work. Now NIP onto 2. Chance for them to maybe cause some problems. Stop mid. Smoke goes down. Good timing for the peak. That's wrinkled dead. But to save that AK in the last. Clearly doing them some favours. Reflash into top banana. This is looking good once again. Are we really going to go back and forth like this?
NIP can still stop this. Slowly navigating towards A. If they can just win the first fair fight without dropping a single member, then a 2v2 is certainly in their ballpark. And as the clock ticks by, they'll silently creep up on A. Audio cue from the smoke is going to make it clear to the graveyard player that they're coming. Clax needs to play this to perfection. Oh, they're not going to check for him. And a double kill from Clax is going to keep Astrum right in play before NIP can get too far ahead.
Just ridiculous again. Back and forth, we continue. Tied up. 2 apiece. NIP back on the Tech 9s. A weaker buy than they had last time round. Going back and forth like this really does chip away at your money. It goes both ways, but Astrum saving some players, keeping them alive in that last. There is still a little bit of backup cash, I guess. Jerks creeps forward. Pistols in play. Banana's been given up for free.
Kenzie eventually taken care of by Snappy, but Norway's going to unveil himself. Snappy, even with a recovered M4, certainly the chances are next to nothing. They know exactly where he is. They're going to peek right into him. Caught with the util out. And an instant headshot from Patsy will put him out of his misery. Astrum. Honestly, this already looks like a better showing than what we saw on map 1.
Yeah, it definitely does. There's just a little bit of life behind them, isn't there? A sort of willingness to innovate, play slightly different rounds. Communication seems a little bit better as well. There were many situations there in that first map, especially in some of the earlier rounds, where they had these advantages. The second they lost that B site, things started to go wrong. I think there's another really good example of it when Snappy was just able to walk down ramp and the control window had been broken. So he just jumped through for free and nobody was, nobody was holding for it. Nobody had sort of acknowledged the fact that we've broken the window and now we need to worry about someone sneaking up. Yeah, just sort of some of these disjointed moments. Seemingly ironing themselves out. Go round. Easy kill for Clax. IP ready for more.
Tactical pause from NIP, and I can't wait to see what they're about to cook up. Rifles finally brought out, and it's not quite the dominant showing that we were seeing in map 1. Of course, a little bit harder to replicate on your opponent's map pick, but knowing that you're on the side that you've picked, you at least expect a bit better of a result. But Astrum certainly threw a wrench in the works early on. Weaker buys haven't been an issue for Astrum, but they have been for NIP.
Caused some problems. I mean, we did manage to see reasonable. Moments out of the Tech 9s in the past, but Galils, couple of AKs. Minute on this clock. A lot of done. Big kill, Shush.
Oh, wow. Look at this from Snappy. Jerks adding another to the tally. And surely Grix and Patsy don't even want to move a muscle. Shush happy to take the death to them, though. A consolation prize for Patsy will be afforded. However, there is one waiting to put him on the chopping block. Backpack spotted. And yeah. Good recovery from NIP, but it'll be a very long time before Astrum's money will be truly under threat. And one of the hardest parts of taking care of the CT side has to just be managing your economy. I feel like Astrum have already gotten the bulk of that issue out of the way. Although, having a player like Grix, who is very reliant on the AWP, does mean that you're constantly going to be burning a hole in your pocket. Oh? Oh no.
Wow. Okay. Well, it's a good start. Or we dead straight away.
Are they just gonna go for it? It seems like it. They just got a kill, they pushed off the only other defender, and now they have full control of the bomb site. There's no way the rotations can be there in time. And the bomb will be brought forward very soon.
Big stuff. Snappy follows up as well. Just no real mercy being shown here. We will see a comfortable round from NIP. Very little to sort of find any comfort in here for Astrum in a round like this. I mean, they'll hold the rifles, at least for now, but they're already being hunted. Got Shush in hot pursuit. He is going to start chomping them down. It'll take one. It's not going to matter all too much. We'll still have money to buy into this next, but they can't just keep throwing themselves at it. There is sort of this element of realization for NIP that they don't have loads of money either, so they do need to be careful. We'll tie things up at 4-4. Yeah, this has looked okay. Two weapons
Once
around
again.
the pistols as well. This is just awkward.
A relatively fast-paced play again towards B. That's what it's teeing up to be. And I think Astrum want to preemptively just get this op in position, because the more engagements they can get Grix into, the better. Especially any engagements that they can find him before the pistols go down.
Jerks. He's got to try and claw these numbers back.
This is a really good setup for Astrum. I mean, they've got the AWP on lock. They've got 2 players pushing in A. It's all about winning the gunfights now.
30 seconds. Ujux. Going to be that first point of contact. If it's to spearhead this one, Grix's AWP does convert a Norway with a USP. The one who's not really allowed to find kills here.
What?
Actually ends up delivering clacks through the smoke. This is criminal. And it leaves it down to Shush. A winnable 1v3 for sure, but he's still taking damage through those clouds. This is unreal. A disgusting round for Astrum to snatch away if they can finish it off. But Shush still smashing heads. Position note. They've got to try and swing him together here. And they'll do exactly that. Patsy quick to the trigger. And that'll seal the deal. Wow. What
that is honestly,
Astrum.
I mean, that is such an annoying way to lose the round, right? Because you've got a 2v3 where you have a full advantage, and then Clax finds the first shot through the smoke as a headshot.
Filth. Pure filth.
For Astrum, it was all about getting Grix in the right position, and although Grix does get away with 1 kill there on the engagement, it wasn't Grix that ended up closing the round. It was Clax with his deagle. It was the... I'm not sure who was back there towards Coffin, but he was able to get a kill with a USB as well. So Astrum have definitely found some very annoying ways of getting rounds over the line.
Have. Annoying is a good word for it, right? They've been a real thorn in the side. Then I've been in a few of these situations, and they do it again there. Inching ahead with the lead. We move into round number 10. Smoke over the top. Ujux. Work his way through. They've just kind of been gifted this banana control. Almost every round, early doors. There hasn't been any complications. With that, they're able to put on a little bit of pressure, go elsewhere. They don't even have to commit. This has looked good.
Oh, wow. Good shooting from Clax. Eventually taken care of, but Wrinkle is a big difference maker. Able to facilitate the wraparound and find a double. They've got to watch out for Grix and Norway. Norway a little bit more heavy-footed. Grix doesn't have the best weapon for a retake. Oh, now he knows where Snappy is. But bomb halfway tick down. Unless his teammate can immediately get some damage done. Yeah, he's not going for it.
You can already see it was sort of this superficial approach from Grix. He's saying, my teammate finds a kill up short, then I'll go with. But second to go around this corner with the AWP. It's unlikely I'll get out alive. Prioritizing that sniper, quite important. So Wrinkle will find himself a 3K after only being on 1 kill so far this game. It's not a bad little resurgence out of him. Still more to be done. Tied up at 5 apiece. A little technical pause first. good round back from NIP. Just making sure that Astrum don't find any form, any consistency. In their tracks quite quickly.
NIP, a valiant effort to try and hold down the line. They had the advantage, they had everything going for them, but Grix certainly made contingencies work. Now down to a very shaky bye.
Two-man deficit on the B retake. Sort of begs the question, right, when you're playing that retake setup, if you can't get it done in a 5v3, then might be time to reevaluate the way you go about that B-bomb site in the pistol. And a huge chance to close that their way. They couldn't seize it. Patsy and Grits tagged down super low on the initial contact, but still end up with the early kill on the man advantage. Spams through, nothing connecting. HE would go a long way here, but ooh, falls a little bit short. There is another one, but it's on the other side of the map. A minute left on this clock. Shush rotates over. Free reign of the B site then. Seems like this is just going to be a safe call. Second they rotated over, that was kind of that. They weren't able to do a whole lot more with it. So going to be a 7th out of the side of Astrum. They'll tie things up. For a bit of a hunt. A little bit of damage dealt at the end, but nothing too substantial. And yeah, we're tied up at 7 apiece, so perhaps the wheel's back on this game.
Oh wow, Josh is being particularly annoying.
Oh.
Quite a few pot shots coming out. Are they going to try and overwhelm Norway? I think that is going to be the case. Nice shot from
HG's going to do tons of damage as well. It's actually going to finish Patsy. It's easy. Good timing. Follows up. This is an eco round, remember. Just the scout and a couple of upgraded pistols, and they pulled this into a 4v1. Clax has to pull off a monster clutch hit. He does find the first. The problem is the bombs drop banana. He actually gets tagged by the scout in the process. Yeah, that's it. Wrinkle from behind. Easy stuff. NIP onto 8. No business in winning that round. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, so many things ended up aligning. The nade working out, the scout rifle to be able to pick up the first kill initially, and for the CZ to run into a player that doesn't have their weapon out. Just use like a pocket AK-47. Unbelievable stuff. And Astrum, they really need this shoddy buy to work out.
She'll blow the smoke open. The fight. She's right in. Patsy, good start, but an instant trade. Khalil. Oh, wanted a little bit more there, but couldn't swing wider. Snappy knows the importance of keeping these numbers and falling back. And IP have got a very fragile lead here, and they don't want to lose it. Tucking back. Have a fair bit to do. Big kill. Grix. Wipes out Wrinkle. Galil follows up. Wow, Astrum. Staying focused. What a massive round.
If that buy doesn't work out for them, then honestly, the lack of money would have eventually pushed them to the end. But a third map is now contestable. And like I said before, I always felt like Astrum would not be able to have 2 of those bad performances. And I think that is ringing true now. Paradox is annoying enough, and will be wasting enough weaponry. I actually didn't get a glimpse of what NIP's money should look like.
Alright, it's not going to be great. They did play a bit of a weird round. Okay, I mean, it's better than it's better than I thought it was going to be as well. But yeah, I was about to say, they did play a bit of a weird round in the one prior, where when they won the eco, they then didn't really reinvest, and they carried across like the Galil, the MP9, and the Scout. So they sort of put themselves at a bit of a disadvantage in that last round. Had they have won it, it would have been huge. But yeah, losing it doesn't really come as any major surprise. It does mean that they can just buy back here, though, as the money's still decent. As we were sort of teeing up before, as we were getting excited about Wrinkle on that AWP, definitely your man to watch now on that CT side. He can try and make it work. He's normally putting up massive numbers, but he's been really quiet this map. Opportunity to get that sniper going. The other side, it's been Patsy putting up some really good numbers. 110 ADR. He's actually been playing exceptionally well. Need to keep this up, and certain individuals need to step up a little bit here. Kentsy was really, really quite poor on Nuke, especially towards the start, and he's carried that into map 2 as well. He sat 4 and 11.
Well, it won't be too long before we can figure out if Astrum can take us all the way to map 3. Good bit of utility damage early on. Does bring Patsy into one-shot territory, but Wrinkle also gets significantly tagged up. This is going to be a much faster paced round where they're just trying to full W onto A with barely any utility. Molotov's going to impede their progression, and now they've got 2 players waiting for them. It's a crossfire setup that'll be particularly hard to deal with. No, Grix is ready and waiting. Patsy gets up on top of the truck to find a casualty as well. And in the meantime, Snappy is trying to pull this rope back. And if you're in this position, the call is already being made to back off.
Yeah, a painful one to have to face, but not a round that they can get back into. It's going to be 9 here for Astrum. Snappy, Ujerks, Wrinkle. Scurry on out of there. They'll be allowed to save as well. Astrum, without too much money in the bank, aren't going to go hunting. At a bad time to lose control. The money going to be a little bit awkward as well. They should be able to drop over a couple if they keep all 3 alive, which they will, but going to be Astrum with the reins here, 9 to 8, and no matter where this goes from here, your crystal ball definitely telling some truths. This has been a much closer game than we saw on Nuke.
Good shot from Clax. Wrinkle didn't see it coming, and I told you that one of the win conditions has to be that Wrinkle needs to pop off, but that's not the case. The solitary defender remaining in the A bomb site has 4 different barrels being aimed right at his forehead. A Molotov's going to make it even harder. Grix. Oh, man. This is a totally new version of Astrum that we didn't see in map 1.
They've come to life now, and at the right time as well. Tournament life on the line. knowing that they have to step up. And they really have. Snappy. Open to catch an exit with this MP9. Real prospect for it. Yeah, there you go. Grix will give him the opportunity. That's an AK. Might not be able to escape. Yeah, Clax will make sure of that. It's going to be 10 for Astrum. And it only gets easier in this next as well. The more you sort of chip away at those CTs. It's always safe central here on Inferno, but progressively as you do more damage, the buys become a little bit weaker. It's kind of going to be enough to force up again, but, you know, a Galil or Famas. I don't think Shush will have a whole lot to work with here either. Either he gets a drop from Ujerks or he buys himself Famas or an SMG. We'll have to wait and see, but a tactical pause to come first. I was not expecting the shotgun buy, but I love it.
I want to see how lovable this buy is going to be after the round is over. So I'm going to hold out for that.
See, shotgun. Over on the other side of the map, might not even be relevant here as they barrel forward towards B.
Oh wow, look
Norway
at his
takes
pace.
a couple of ticks from the molly when he didn't necessarily need to. Gives up his aggressive stance, but it is just about sort of selling a bit of a ruse here. They've pulled a rotation over, they'll blow that smoke open. They can find an entry, then I think they play off of this. If they don't, and they go elsewhere, Kensi gets one for free. Just as surprised as we are that that one converts. Shotgun gets busy. And now
The
that's
issue
a
is that
bit of a
Astrum-
spanner to this.
Astrum have been setting the precedence that they will go for these very aggressive, hard, and fast rounds. And now that they don't do it, NIP have pretty much flushed all their utility down the toilet because they are anticipating that.
All about conditioning here. Make NIP feel like they have to deploy all of that util, otherwise they are going to be punished early. You see them now. I mean, 35 seconds left. So they've done a decent job at running down this clock, but a 4v4, and they have very little left to work with. 2 flashes and an incendiary as Kensi finds the kill onto Shush, the only defender here on the A site. Looks like it's going to be another save for NIP. This is brutal. Astrum will take 11.
Has been an incredibly disappointing affair for NIP. And I really thought that Wrinkle being on an AWP would be the difference maker, but instead we've seen Grix actually come to life, even when all he has to work with is just a rifle on the T side. I mean, if it's the battle of the superstars, right? I feel like Grix has definitely set himself apart from the pack.
Yeah, he certainly has. 16 kills to his name. To be fair, Clax has been a big hitter as well. He's been an important piece to this puzzle. Still, Grix finding that impact on the AWP on the T side of Inferno is not something you see very often, but it's something that he's making work here. And NIP have kind of been left in the dirt a little bit. Wrinkle's got a sniper of his own. He's been saved central. My biggest pet peeve here on Inferno. Brilliant shot. Oh my god, Grix!
Unbelievable shooting from Grix.
Insane double entry.
He doesn't even know who he shot.
He does now, he's in the kill feed. Looking up at the top of his screen, it's a 5v2. That's all on him. Sorry, 5v3. becomes 4.
Oh no, dude, the entry work from Patsy is also looking incredibly clinical. While we've been focused on Grix, Patsy's silently crept up to 18 kills. Clax has done similar stuff. Wrinkle, once again, too scared to go for a retake like this when you know that the cost of that is an AWP. Oh, Snappy sticks around. Thought he could get a bit of a freebie here. There's plenty of time on the bomb, so they're actually going to come after him. So there's a chance that not only does he not go for the retake, but he also doesn't get any AWP to show for it.
It's be bad.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Kenzie. The one who we've sort of called upon to wake up a little bit here. Definitely does at a crucial moment towards the end. He's hitting some good shots. Big piece. Activating nicely. Astrum onto 12. 4 chances to close this one out. I expect them to take it, to be honest. I would be surprised if we see this go back the other way, but... we'll see. It just did a lot of damage onto Norway. It's a decent start from an IP. Oh, we lost again. Shush does find the aggressive pick from the bedroom. A very good start.
My issue is that if Astrum goes for another fast-paced play, I feel like NIP just won't be able to deal with it. Oh yeah, they're gonna go right for it. Oh no, big missed opportunity. Wrinkle can't afford to be not hitting those.
Still got the numbers, but yeah, you're right. Wrinkle with a lot of pressure on him now as the smoke will isolate him and New Jerks. Peeking around the corner, he'll let his teammate die. He's able to trade it. He's going to try and play his life here. Wait for his teammates to get into the rotation. Not going to happen. Traded back for the 2v2 though. Blowing the smoke open was pretty huge. Massive kill back from Patsy. Just the last man standing. This one looking done. Astrum pressing for 13. They should be able to get it over the line. Momentary peek from Patsy. Lines it up. And even the perfect time, and a Shush builds out the util. Astrum take map 2, and we're going to another decider. The playoffs really delivering. All 3 games gone to 3 maps so far today for us. This is delivering on all fronts.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful map of Counter-Strike. I think especially Astrum being able to come back on the second map and show us a completely different version revitalizes some of the hope I had in them coming into the playoffs. You know, you were talking about how the invitees are just going through straight up, and I feel like Astrum was the one team that could defy that.
Yeah, definitely didn't see it in map 1, did we? It seemed like they were just going to sort of roll over and die like we expected out of Ruby, but wasn't the case. They take Inferno by the reins, and they are your map winners. As we go to the decider, this is where actually something that we touched upon a little bit earlier regarding teams like NIP not getting many reps in because they're in this weird like tier 1.5 realm may become an issue because that decider's train. Now, NIP have had some decent results against some decent teams recently. However, Astrum have been absolutely smashing it out. They have been playing it to another level. They've played it 31 times in the last 3 months. They've won against some very good teams. And yeah, I think after a convincing result like that on Inferno, they will fancy their chances at that decider. I'm not sure if statistically they'd be put as the favourites, but I think it'd be a lot closer than many would anticipate. So yeah, I think we're teed up for a pretty exciting third map of Train. We have got to wait and see how that one goes. But first, we've got that break. So join us back here around about 10 minutes time, folks, and we'll be waiting ready. third. Last time we saw overtimes, we saw a really, really contentious game. I kind of anticipate the same here. We're boiling down to train, and I think there's a lot of interesting talking points here.
Hang on, I think I can't hear you anymore. Are we good, Josh? Oh,
Are we
there
good?
we go.
Do you hear me? Okay.
Okay, yeah,
right.
you lagged out for me for a second. I think we're good now. Okay, so train on the agenda. Astrum looked really, really good on map number 2, and Wrinkle looked really, really bad. I feel like that is a recipe for disaster if you're NIP right now. But I'm going to give NIP the same caveat that I gave Astrum, is that I think Wrinkle having another bad game isn't going to happen. I don't think he's going to have an underperformance twice in a row. So I think train is the perfect grounds for both teams being warmed up and both teams kind of meeting in the middle. It's also a map that both teams are kind of good at. So it'll be really fun to watch what happens when both teams are firing off on full cylinders.
Got to think about the AWPers as well, right? I think that's quite a big factor as we go into train. The two snipers that, normally are so potent, are such big pieces, and we'll be looking to come into this game and do some big early damage. A map like train, historically a real AWPers playground. Nowadays, maybe not as much, but definitely still. And it does like to favour Fritz out onto the B side. Thinks he's got room to plant. Not quite the case. Julie wants to deny. Not going to happen. Patsy doubles up with the con rotations. And that's going to be the bomb planted. And a good position now for Astrum to take this round, and convincingly as well.
That's so interesting because I felt like NIP having a prong already stationed on B would have been all it takes. I think it was, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Nappy up there with the dualies. I thought that would be the difference maker, especially because they started committing to the plant a little too early. But yeah, NIP got completely dumpstered there. Very nice shooting from Patsy, though, to be able to get it done. And a technical pause. Not sure why that's the case, but hopefully we can get it sorted out soon.
Everyone's still on the server, so hopefully good signs. There we go. Yeah, just a tiny, tiny little hiccup, and we're good to go. Round number 2, Astrum. No delay. They're straight back in. Double Mat 10's out, 3 rifles over on the other side. NIP have gone for a pretty hefty force. Flashes come over the top. Up close, Desert Eagle. Forced back, Aradoche. Battles the shot, not gonna happen. Keeps going, still can't connect. Oh, eventually finds that head, but they've done a lot of damage in the process. CZ goes 1 for 1. This is all getting a little bit awkward. No.
Oh, no. NIP gets away with murder on a round that they barely had anything to commit with. And this is going to get real awkward for Astrum from here on out. The Deagle, the 5-7, everything working really well. And it's really nice to see that Wrinkle's already starting to have a bit of a showing. Ends up as the MVP in the previous round as well. And now, one of the worst positions you can be in as the terrorist side is losing the conversion, because you end up just having to play catch up for your money, when generally speaking, the T side doesn't have those issues. Now they've gone for the full buy, sorry, the full force. Not only is this going to allow the CTs to build up money, but also leaves them hanging out to dry for a couple rounds.
Good start there as well. I love the way he goes about that. Sort of such a composed player is Snappy, isn't he? Very easy in situations like that there, where sort of over-aggress. End up being traded. Give your opponents an MP9 with a Kevlar behind it as well. It can be quite deadly. Doesn't allow that to happen. Stops the smoke, falls back, lets them play into his hand, and ends up better off at the end of it. 3 kills, still alive and kicking. Kenzie last man standing. With a 1v5 to try and materialize. I mean, he's had a slow series so far. He's had a decent start to this third map, but nothing more to bring into round number 3. So it's going to be NIP finding themselves 2. This roller coaster of a game continues, but we don't see a round trade back there for Astrum. So they're just going to have to bite the bullet, eco into this one, fly into the next. That'll allow an NIP third, more than likely. Here we go. Yeah, just Glocks.
Okay, Wrinkle doing a little bit of spray practice. Okay, so very comfortable start for NIP, but this is where I expect it to get a lot harder. I honestly haven't watched much of Astrum on train, so I'm not really sure what we're going to end up seeing.
It's been a little while. I have watched some Astrum on train, and it tends to be a mixed bag. A lot of the time it is quite heavily reliant on Grix performing. Of course, that's not expected just yet. It's very early rounds. We don't have that AWP out yet, but Snappy charging forward. AK's actually managed to trade back. Grix, very fast reaction. And he knows that there's another one towards Pop, but he'll ignore it for now. Fire at the feet. Ujerks has to slither away. And a 2v2. Bomb goes down. Kenzie's still just holding the other side of this cloud. Ujerks thinks that maybe he'll catch a timing and no one will be here, but he is so very wrong. They're playing this as 2 1v1s. It's an interesting approach. Astrum definitely have the advantage, but Kenzie misses his shot, and now it's on to Grix.
Yeah, he's going to have to go big. Peeks into Ujerks, who's just holding the angle, and NIP will be able to continue their early domination as Astrum start to lose control of their economy once more. Of course, being on the T side, having that max loss bonus does mean that they can spring right back up on their feet, but it's not going to be all the bells and whistles that you're hoping for. And very silently, you can see that NIP are starting to build up an economy as well. Snappy sitting on about $10,000 before his utility purchases. You essentially have 3 AWPs in the tank whenever you need them. And look at how fast they're pacing this. Okay, so long dog's the move.
Minute 20. Pistols on the other side of this. Suja reads Kenzie like a book. Straight away on the spam. Not even really wasting bullets there. Tucks that one to bed nicely. Shush follows up for one more. Another comfortable NIP round in the making by the looks of things. Two-man advantage for the CT side. Astrum, of course, will still have a poke at this. They can poke and prod all they want. Surely not one that they can win. Down below, Rifle will take care. Trade out of Clax. He's now the last man standing. 1v4 up on the site. He's got the Tech 9. He might be able to trade one. It does exactly that. Plant, no chance. AWP, ooh, misses. Still, he's not going to get a plant out of this. Snappy will come down for the round. 5 on the board for an OP. And yeah, good round. Another really, really good round out of it.
The issue there is that there was also a bit of an investment there from Astrum, so that, again, leaves their money awkward. I'm not sure if it was Grix who bought up entirely. I think I got that wrong. Never mind. I thought Grix had bought up entirely and that his money would just be completely destroyed. But regardless, there are a few missing pieces of utility. Shouldn't be the biggest issue in the world. I want to see how long NIP can take this streak of domination, though. NIP obviously looked like the much better team on map number 1, and Astrum weren't able to hold a candle to them, but Inferno proved to be a completely different playground.
Get out of hand quite quickly as well. A couple of these rounds have come seemingly close for Astrum, but loss here would push them 6-1 down. They'd be back to no money. To even get the bomb plants here, let alone kills in a lot of these rounds. Rifles out though, Grix with the AWP, trying to contend with Wrinkle, who's had a very, very good start. He's 9-2. Not really had the answer for him. Good flash into Long Dog. Patsy spams, thought there was going to be a swing. There isn't. He blows his cover. Starts to work his way back up. Around about a minute on this clock. Astrum don't need to make any major decisions just yet. We'll just tiptoe here towards B.
No. Wrinkle waiting. This time he's not missing anymore. But he needs to land a couple more shots before he can be a real threat. Clax waiting to receive. Both flanks disallowed. And Wrinkle and Arrows Dodge have their work cut out for them. Wrinkle tagged up heavily. And at this point, I wouldn't hate them if they immediately started materializing a save. Having an AWP, having an M4 to carry into the next round suddenly changes their chances. But hang on. Aristov just completely destroyed them. And now the information on the final player has also been given up. He's been headshotted. Kenzie, all it would take is one shot from the pistol, but Kenzie will persevere, and Astrum get away with 2.
If the flashbang was a HE, that would have done the trick. Kenzie was so low there. Hell of an attempt, though. Unlucky stuff.
Massive props to Clax, though.
Yeah.
I feel like if Clax isn't as aware as he was of the flank, and if he doesn't double check for the second flank as well, they would have lost that round. Wrinkle still outfitted with his signature weapon, but this time Grix is going to have the same. Shush, up close and personal, starts mowing them down with an M4, and very quickly things are going to fall apart. Grix allowed to step forward and take one down. 2v2 now. Both the superstars on the teams are healthy. Grix up against Wrinkle. Wrinkle down. And this looked like an unwinnable round with the way it started. But it still might be recovered. Beautiful shots from Snappy. Spotted by Patsy, though. And Patsy will take care of business. How was this round recovered? I honestly don't get it.
Yeah. This has been a roller coaster here for this Mappa train so far. So back and forth. NIP to getting off to such a great start. Letting key rounds slip away. And Astrum, as you say, just getting away with murder. Some of these positions. Early util, Molly, nades, thinking someone's going to get aggressive up the B slope. It's not the case. It's into heaven instead. He's going to work his way through as well. He's only got that MP9. He's been a beast in this position in the past. He's not going to over-aggress. Actually, with the smoke, he kind of can. She could be good. Doesn't really do any damage.
Very doable recovery for Astrum. Might have looked like an almost flawless start for NIP, but if Astrum can recover it here, then you can just brush that one under the rug. Norway, first one to go in. Instant connections to find entries, but it's still a 3-on-3. Wrinkle knows exactly where Patsy is able to shut him down through the smoke, and Arizdosh wants to try and get cheeky. Doesn't quite push through the smoke, is able to intercept Clax. But they know where Grix is, and the Superstar is now in charge of a 1v3. Shush coming from the side. Arizdosh ready, but Shush will take care of business himself.
Tidy around then, I guess. I mean, still quite scrappy with the trades, but then he gets more important. Cleans up at the end for sure. 6-3, CT side. Definitely expected to be doing a little bit better at the halfway point, but they're at a bit of a crossroads now. There's a world that they could take the next 3 on the bounce. They've been quite a streaky team so far in this half. If they do so, it'll be a 9-3 half, and Astrum will just be locked out. Probably feeling like their tournament run is over. Wrinkle, nice shot for the first. Can't connect onto the second. In fact, Eagle's giving him a hard time. Eventually, yeah, there we go. You can't just keep missing forever. It'll be 7-3. Nico won't do any damage. He's having a bit of fun with Wrinkle there. Now Astrum really need these next 2.
Ooh.
Good trades. NIP. Just when it looked like they were a little bit too deep there, they actually somehow end up with a man advantage. That little prod works very nicely.
Astrum wanted to take the long way around. Clax starting to contest from old bomb train. Information on... Oh yeah, information on all 3 players is present. Ujerks, all he needs to do is unleash his magazine onto them. Yeah, I don't think he'll be expected. MP9 is the perfect weapon to have here. A 1v3, Wrinkle in position, and NIP are in pole position to get this to 9.
Snappy was on 6 HP for most of that round. And the fact that he gets away with it, look, we see Clax missing the shot. He only needed 1 bullet onto Snappy, he couldn't connect it. And then even when he comes around the corner, I mean, he gets insta-dinked, but still rattles off probably 10 of his own out of his AK. Misses every single one of them. Just to add insult to injury, Snappy gets around the corner and survives at the end. Bailed out by his teammate, upgrades to the rifle. 8-3, NIP still just stealing rounds away. As a 3 versus 3 that arguably favoured Astrum with the HP. Shu and Grix was able to so quickly trade from Ivy. The 5v5, final of the half. Galil's here for the attack. Not a lot of util. Go for the swing. Triple swing. Which trades 2 for 2.
Okay, can see cancel get this done. 1v2. For some reason, the AI thinks that he only has a 13% chance. Like, come on.
No, man, the AI is trolling us today.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta give him a day off. Maybe a few of them. Can see his equity massively increasing as he was walking towards Ivy. It looked like he had the timing, but Shush says no. Had he have kept progressing, I think he would have caught Shush looking the other way, but it's all just a game of 50-50s. He rolls up wrong there, so 9-3. I said when they were on 6, there's a world here that they just keep that momentum. They've been very streaky, and despite that little burst or 2 in the middle, they've looked great. Wrinkles on 17 kills. Him and Shush rocking again above 100 ADR. We saw that same kind of damage output, the halfway point of the second map as well. As they move over to their defense, their attack, you really would expect them to just close this one out. If they can take the pistol, they'll be well on their way.
Oh, Norway, good couple of shots. Not sure why they're not prioritizing him. You got to remember that Astrum were able to claw back around just like this. Bomb has been planted. 2v3. Despite the fantastic start that Norway was able to find for them, they're still going to have to work for their meals here. Put in a bunch of elbow grease, but U-Jerks isn't going to allow that. Clacks all the way in the back. Very little HP.
Made away.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Double digits here for NIP. Really, really good stuff. Surviving is just such like a... You can't even call it a silver lining. Like a dirt lining. It's saying, well, it's the best that we can get, but... You don't want to be building your house out of mud bricks. Wasn't a lot of point in him throwing himself at it at the end and dying, but surviving doesn't do a whole lot of favours. Astrum onto a 4-sit. Desperate to deny NIP 11 rounds, but if they can't, then they indirectly gift them 12. Mac dead up close. A great start onto Kenzie's opening pistol. A follow up as well. CZ not able to get anything early.
So far, it's just been an absolute mopping from NIP.
Continue to mop here in this one. Couple of casualties, but of course that's what's expected when you're against some upgraded pistols like that. And for Astrum, this is just desperate, isn't it? And you don't really expect anything else, but it is really desperate when you start getting to a point like this in the game where you just say, you know, you're forced in the last. The normal protocol is now to drop down to an eco, but in doing so, we give NIP series point and 9 chances to close it. Sort of makes a little bit more sense to just throw yourself at another force buy, but the lack of success that they found here on train, it's been a disappointing showing from them. They did very well on Inferno to bring us to a third map in the first place, but experience getting the better. The CIS side in Astrum. And the legendary name and strip of NIP. About to bag themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. Wow.
There's nothing coming out from Astrum that is inspiring.
Oh, Norway, not a lot of point in saving the FAMAS, but at the same time, it's a 1v4. Doesn't feel like he can bring all too much to the table with it. So, 12-3 NIP, those aforementioned 9 map points. Series points, qualification to the quarterfinals points. They'll keep up the streak of today, of the playoffs invitees, just getting the better of the group stage challengers.
What, are you telling me that you don't believe in an Astrum comeback from here?
I'm sorry, I don't think they've got it in them. I'd love to see it.
I mean, yeah, I was hopeful as well after map number 2, but this is just on a whole another level.
It's wild that every game so far today has gone to a third map. The decider has always had the same outcome. Massive entries again. Grix and Norway taken care of. B-site lost. Retake coming, but no kits. Only 2 smokes. Weaker weaponry. Ujak's got a brilliant position here as well. Should be able to cut them off. They work their way forward. MP9. Oh, wow. Okay. Big swing. Actually, at number 2. Make that 3. 1v1. Kensey's position. No, and he's going to drop the smoke. Try and maneuver around it, but the lack of kit could be problematic. HE comes a little too late. The sound cue's heard. As he taps that bomb. Yeah, this one is still just done. He hasn't got a kit. AK should finish. MP9 will find the kill. They'll get the last laugh. But who's really laughing? It's NIP with 13 rounds. They're through to the quarterfinals as we say goodnight to Astrum as they're knocked out of the tournament.
Just a brilliant showing from NIP on train. And like I said, I think Wrinkle also picked up there towards the end. It just wasn't... I just didn't expect it to be the case that Wrinkle would have 2 bad games in a row, and he didn't. Ends up being the MVP there for NIP in the final map. And it's just a really, really good showing from NIP all across the board. They looked kind of lost on... Astrum looked kind of lost on train. And despite their efforts on Inferno, despite the fact that they're able to best NIP, and despite Grix just being an unbelievable superstar who was carrying through all 3 maps, NIP were just the more cohesive unit. So there's your match winner, NIP, as they go through to the quarterfinals. But we do have one more quarterfinals for the day, don't we, Josh?
We definitely do. It surprises me that they look lost on train as a map that they play so often, and a map that actually more often than anything else they pick into. So yeah, it does just surprise me. If it was something like an Anubis, you could sort of say, okay, they have a high win rate on it. They don't play it very much. Sort of always floated as like a third or an opponent's pick or something like that. But yeah, they look lost on train, and it's supposed to be one of their better maps. So disappointing stuff from Astrum, but as you say, just the way the cookie crumbles. NIP, your 3rd team, making it through to the quarterfinals. And that final of the day, I believe it's BC Game versus Partizan. I will just double check that. Yeah, that one's kicking off in around about 30 minutes time. That should also be a banger. Some big, big pieces on that BC Game lineup. Another team that we don't get to see too much of, purely down to just their weird position in the ranking. Sort of not been accepting too many tournament invites recently. They've had to do somewhat of a rebuild as well. But yeah, some cool players within that side. And Partizan, who went 3-0 in the group stage and looked pretty strong there. Every single game of theirs in the group stage went 2-1. There were no easy victories. But yeah, still through 3-0. And should be a good challenger for them to face up against. That's going to wrap things up, though, from me and Wade. Thank you so much for sticking around and joining us for the action. As I say, around about 30-minute break before we go into that 4th and final best of 3 of the day. And then we'll be back same time, same place tomorrow for more Proving Ground.
with similar level to them, they're not exactly quite inspiring me.
No, I think that it has been a bit of a tough one for BC Game. And, we'll bring up the roster, have a little bit of a chat. Obviously, I feel like a lot of, as we said, but there's a lot of big names here to this roster. The newest name being Kakanito. He's been brought in here. Obviously, he was on that Apex roster. Obviously, he's a player that we've watched for quite some time, spanning back to his time on Blue Jays. But honestly, you're looking at the introduction for Kakanito. You're looking at kind of the fragging power that he's bringing. And it's not as though he's kind of offering that much stability based on individuals. But obviously, for the 9 maps that he's played, not the easiest opponents in the slightest. It's what? FaZe, Mouse, Passion UA, all of which being 2-0 losses. So you understand why the stats aren't really there for Kakanito in the last few months. I actually think Kakanito could be, quite a consistent player here for this BC Game roster. Already, though, we'll have a little bit of a look at the Partizan side. This is a team that obviously we saw throughout the Swiss stage. They did go, I want to say they went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. Yet all of those games came down to the wire. They went 2-1. So it just goes to show that Partizan, yes, they can find victory. Yes, they really can dig deep, and they certainly have that comeback potential about them. The question is, will they be able to do it against a team like BC Game? Obviously, we've mentioned they are the invited team. I guess you could say on paper they've got bigger names, maybe better individuals, but Partizan are a side that certainly can upset. Thoughts and feelings of this veto, though? We've got Anubis picked by BC Game, obviously Inferno selected by Partizan, and then Dust to finish things off. Are those vetoes, out of proportion? Are we saying they're crazy? We're thinking they're the norm. What's the expectations?
It's a bit of a tricky one because we haven't actually got to watch a crazy amount of BC Game other than sort of some really difficult events that we've seen them play in. So we've only seen them play 1 map of Inferno. It's a map that is in their pool, but we haven't exactly got a huge sample size to lean back on when it comes to these two. Interesting enough, for that 1 game of Inferno, they did play against Partizan. And they were unsuccessful there. Yeah, I've got a lot of questions about both these teams right now because Partizan, look, they're on actually really good form if you look at sort of their recent results, but this isn't exactly what Partizan are all about. They go sort of through purple patches, they go through dips, inconsistent very much so, and it sort of feels like that's been the nature of this roster, even when Emmy was still calling. But obviously, they've had a big change in terms of leadership. I'm sure we're going to be talking about that throughout this game. But let's take a bit of a deeper dive into this pistol round, and it is this 4 versus 4.
Yeah, you say 4v4, no. Strong gust of wind might take him down to 1 point of health. Next to defending the A-bomb site with that low HP Nog, needing to find him. Kindo will connect. Kindo again, and Collins chiming through onto Prime Taps. Leaves Cypher in the 1 versus 3. Not the easiest of clutches whatsoever. Look, I think when you look at this game on paper, a lot of people are going to be saying, well, look, why have BC Game picked Anubis? It's one of their weakest maps. And obviously, as we've said, we've not seen too much of them. You look at the teams that they have lost to on Anubis. It's FaZe Clan, it's Heroic, it's BetBoom, it's Ecstatic. You understand why, the losses have been seen. And obviously, on the flip side for Partizan, they've got a 23% win rate over their last 13 games. So you're thinking, oh, it's a great pick here from BC Game. But of those plenty of losses, almost recent losses have been 3 of which 13-11s and 1 of them overtimes. We could be seeing kind of a much better win rate here on this map for Partizan than the stats say. So I think we have got a lot of excitement for this first map.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've also got a ton of head-to-heads between these two teams in the last few months, none of which taking place on Anubis. Never seen that map played in 4 different series between these two teams, some of which go into 3 maps. So, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a new testing ground for both of these teams here. As the pistol round goes the way of Partizan, we are seeing BC Game want to bring these weapons out soon, so it's just going to be the second round eco. In-game leader, the new addition in the in-game leader department, been on this team for a little while, looking for these kills, but a couple of frankly found some CGs.
This is the issue I have with the investment from Partizan. There's just far too many Mac 10s. If Collins or Dragon has a rifle there while trying to kind of fight against the onslaught of USBs, I think they find those kills far easier. The 2 casualties there, the fact it was a full eco from BC Game, I don't think they're going to be disappointed with that in the slightest. And I actually really like the call. Just get yourself into canals. Just shift your way through. A strong setup. Sadly, we are already seeing a technical issue. Hopefully, it will be resolved shortly. But an important start for Partizan. The BC Game, I guess they're given a couple gifts in that full eco. But it's all about this first full buy for BC Game. It's about setting the tempo on this CT side, about what they can find here. Obviously, we know Anubis is very T-sided. Obviously, the map was T-sided from the get-go, and a lot of CS2 now has been moved to kind of, I guess, less CT-sided maps. So I think it's going to be very interesting. I think a lot of the time we'll see kind of a 7-5 or an 8-4, and it won't be out the realms of possibility. I think it's when the CTs are the ones that win the half. That's where real problems can be seen in the server. But BC game, first full bar. Let's see what they have to offer.
Yeah, it's some early utility from Partizan out towards that B bomb site, and they are searching for something behind this. It's not all just smoke, and there is a bit of fire to this, as a molly towards Dark will force out Nuke. Spams do eventually connect, but Kindo softened up himself. Early kill goes the way of the T. They've got a good idea.
Oh,
and Dragon spray down, takes down 2. Kindo through the smoke finds Cypher, and you ask, what can BC Games show us on their first full buy? Not a lot, as Partizan don't give them much room to breathe. They take the fight to them, and they eliminate any defenders that are on the bomb site, any defenders that try to rotate in, and Nexus just got to try to save this. He is being held by Dragon, is low HP, and Nexus seems to have a pretty good idea of this.
A great find from Nexus there. Doesn't have a kit. Obviously was never really going to be going for this round, but another couple kills, restricting the finances of Partizan. But I like the idea. It seemed like Partizan just kind of throw the generic smoke to the left-hand side of B, cutting off those CT sight lines. Early molly, and once they deal that damage and realize, you know what, we can just head our way out towards B. I don't know whether a fast B was the initial call or whether it was kind of always going to be on the cards, but maybe Partizan just had a good read. They realized BC game, they do like to play kind of towards Dark, I guess you could say, and this double from Dragon's excellent. Obviously, Dragon's a player that we talk about for this Partizan roster, and kind of how this roster has kind of 3 AWPers. Obviously, Kindo was AWPing for this side before Depression was brought in. Dragon, known as an AWPer a few years ago. Yeah, Dragon, he's been such a star player here.
Yeah, really developed as this rifler. Sort of since CS2, he's really stepped up his game and doesn't look out of role whatsoever. But I think the call from BC Game from Partizan, sorry, in the last, not necessarily forcing their hand towards B. It felt like they're more throwing that utility, and it wasn't a crazy amount of utility they threw. They could have easily backed away and have more than enough to go for a exec, take some space elsewhere. But it felt like more of a decision to use that util. If any kills are given up, you can look to get them. If not, you can look to take the space. It just feels like a good call that gives you a lot of different options. Nexus is here with this safe AK. We'll find the first. Great job taking down the second. And the player at Pillar is causing so many difficulties, but it is a 2 versus 2 as the dust settles.
Yeah, re-smoke into Temple. Cypher does have a sight line with the Deagle in hand as well. Depression has retrieved the bomb now. Collins doesn't need to re-smoke Temple. It's only just gone down. Need to find Cypher here, though. Great shot from Depression. Leaves Nuke in the clutch. Nexus does really well there to get 2, and actually the, as you mentioned, the Pillar player doing a lot of work to kind of keep the T's questioning. Nice first find, but Collins can get the trade. Again, it's another round where, yes, Partizan are victorious, but there's a lot of casualties.
Yeah, there's a few more bodies here towards the B bomb site than there have been previously. And they do find a lot of success. So impressive from Partizan to be able to bring that back after Nexus' superb double. But it is, like you said, a damaging round. It is one that's going to keep their finances very humble, going to keep them a bit slim in the old cash department. But if BC Game are able to win this round, very quickly we can see Partizan probably have to go for a force bar or something along the lines of that. And that could be the difference maker that BC Game need. Like, probably actually going to luckily just dodge needing to go for a force buy. They've got enough money where they could go for the Ego if they want, but out towards mid, the flashbang comes through. Dragon finds the kill. Nuke with a quick trade on the York. So 4 versus 4, as everyone seems to be content with what's happened.
Obviously, the elephant in the room here is that this is a game of ex-teammates. Vladen, he was on this BC Game roster, not under the actual organization, but he was on this team, on this court. I'm sure there won't be any bad blood, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people felt it was a bit harsh, actually, for Vladen to leave how he did. I think people sort of respected what he did on the roster and certainly felt like there was a player in there and a player that they probably would have liked to see explored a bit more on this side. But Not the case, and really successful round there from BC Game, losing the opening kill, but not losing another body since. Great decisions, great calling. Like we said, it is going to put Partizan in a tough financial spot. I don't actually think it's going to make them have to go for a force buy or anything like that. They can go for the eco if they want, but they have opted for the force.
Yeah, I think as well for Partizan. A map like Anubis, I feel like you can use these Tech 9s, you can use these Deagles so nicely. I don't think it's also a map that you really require that much utility for kind of the executes for the site or the post plant. Especially on the A-bomb site, and that is seemingly where they're going to be heading. Kakanito having a slight look here towards Canals. Timing on the Deeg shot for Depression looks good. Just chipping him away slightly. It will be these rifles looking to take the contact, and the pistol sending the utility. Look, this can go really well, because obviously, if the util's well thrown and the rifles can obviously take them down. In the same vein, trading potential could be tough here, but great double from Bladden. Missed Molly, but who cares? He's opened up the A-bomb site. 3 versus 3. They still need to get the bomb down, though, and Nuke posted up with the AWP, realizing there could be a double swing impending. This shot from Nuke. Kakanito close by. Refiring the impending swing from Bladden, sorry, but never comes through. Man advantage. Quite a lot of utility on Nuke as well. And Kakanito can just stay posted. Ooh, missed Molly there. Problems could be seen. Prime taps. Needs the flying Vladden, and he does. Kakanito holding for Depression. Enough time for the defuse. Really well played retake there from BC Game. They're not kind of too frantic. Very stable and disciplined there on that retake, waiting for Partizan to peek in, and it works out very nicely. Second secured here for BC Game. It will be that eco from Partizan now.
I mean, that's the thing. We didn't even see BC Game actively search for a kill. They all got handed to them on a platter, really. You see the initial double swing through heaven. They bait out the AWP shot from Nuke, but after that, the second player there just assumes, okay, it's clear. So they kind of leave the other player to die to Kakanito's rifle, which we should have seen the trade come through there, but not to be seen. And then from there on out, we saw some aggressive angles that it felt like Partizan did have to play. But as soon as the smoke fades and Vladden loses that gunfight, Depression doesn't really have a choice but to swing.
Ooh.
Nice find here from the Deagle of Depression, though.
I think BC Game, they need to be a bit cautious in these types of rounds, because there's always seems to be a Deagle in the right place at the right time. Nexus very isolated here. If Partizan decide to press towards A, Nexus going to have a really tough job, especially because there is no smoke or molly for Nexa. He used them early on, impending this kind of eco half-by rush. And Nexa on the back of the bomb site. He got 2 on the last A defense. We'll get the first. And the rotations have been seen in time, switching to the sidearm, but it might not even be required, as it's fallen very flat here for Partizan. And the HE grenade could find, probably should find, but Depression's still alive. And it is the sidearm of Nexa to get his third. Nice defense there from Nexa. Great rotations as well from his teammates.
Yeah, and keep the damage of that round to a minimum. I think that's a big difference that we saw between Partizan and BC Game.
Exactly,
Partizan, these sort of weaker investments that they were up against always seem to do a lot of damage to them. But BC Game, they can start to grow an economy and bring this game within 1. And obviously, they are on the CT side of this map. So if they can keep things competitive and keep things sort of level, this surely is just going to favor them moving on to that second half here. But while we're in this tactical pause, I want to take a bit more of a sort of discussion on Partizan. Obviously, results with Emmy when he was in-game leading. I mean, such a veteran in this sort of Balkans scene for Serbia particularly. Obviously, you saw so many different rosters that he was on. iNation, a notable one where he played with a lot of legendary players. And then when he sort of led that crazy, that turned into Contact, FPX, that sort of roster. There was certainly an in-game leader there, but for Partizan, things weren't working out. And it felt like we were at that breaking point where Partizan, probably not necessarily 100% confident with the decision, but having to make a change. They changed Emmy. And for in-game leaders, Emmy kind of was the only choice. So it's been a bold call to sort of add Collins into this position, but we have seen a bit of, hopefully not just a honeymoon period from Partizan. Hopefully it can be something that can continue. But it's been an interesting couple of results.
Interesting smoke there thrown by Depression. Obviously, it's the cut sightlines from both Heaven and the bomb site to get to Pillar. Vladden's done so much damage here. Depression is still holding. Cypher and Nexa might look to fight here, but a little bit unnecessarily. Cypher takes up the position here. All an in-game leader. Information gathered as well. Is gun barrel been spotted there? It seems like the teaser staying very well drilled towards Pillar. Kindo's in a great position as well. He can cut rotations massively. Cypher will get one before going down. Kakanito needs to get crunched in on. Kindo is in the back lines, but Vladden confident with the swing. And now Kindo, he's crept his way close towards Heaven. The wide swing onto Norg, so no AWP shot, no AWP saved. And Partizan, they deny BC game, leveling up the scoreboard. So 5-4 here from the teaser. Great call. It's just so unnecessary there from Nexa and Cypher. You know, we see Nexa swinging. I wouldn't have minded the idea of just waiting for them to be together, and then you can kind of swing the trade potential and something like that. But Nexa gives up the advantage, moves to a 4v4. Cypher then takes up his position, and yes, he does get one before going down, but the trade's just instant.
I mean, that's the thing. Is you look at that one in a very different light. If probably Partizan looked to accelerate off of the initial death of Nexa, because at that point, Cypher's going to be fully baited in. And there's going to be no one knowing where he is. But Partizan just opted to slow things down instead. And still, Vladden jiggling towards the pillar position just in case, does spot out Cypher. And at that point, the ruse is up. And Nexa's death was pretty much for nothing. Obviously, with the economy in a very healthy spot for BC Game, they're not going to have any issues in terms of investing in this one. Nort's got the AWP. Surprised Kindo didn't look to save that AWP, actually. Actually, I think he did. Depression does have one. I don't know how I missed that. So we are going to have the AWP duel here. I think Depression was a player that a lot of people sort of heard about a couple of years ago. Hadn't quite got his chance on sort of too many big teams in the last couple of years, but we always knew there was a player in there. And I think sort of on his time with certain different rosters, it was very short stints, only playing a few series before sort of being let go. But it's good to see him fully back on a roster and see what he can do. But what a one-sided round this one is, and back to basics for Partizan as they look to exploit towards B.
Yeah, obviously there's a bit of synergy here with Depression. I know he's just been added into this Partizan roster, but obviously played alongside both Vladden and Dragon back on iNation. So I think maybe they were thinking, well, we're going to be moving Collins, obviously, to an in-game leading role. Kindo can rifle. He has got the ability for that. We know we've got our star rifler in Dragon. So why don't we bring someone that we've got faith in? Why don't we bring kind of a young talent that still wants to make a name for themselves, still wants to prove themselves? So I quite like the idea of it. A lot of people might have thought, well, they've just brought someone in, they've changed their kind of AWPing roles, there's not going to be synergy, but a lot of people do forget that Dragon, Vladden, and Depression were teammates back on iNation.
Partizan extend to 6. Obviously, we are expecting coming into this game, Partizan should be the team leading at the first half in theory, just due to them naturally starting on the T side of this map. Question is what this scoreline is going to look like at the end of the half, though, because it can give us a bit of an idea in terms of where things could look moving forward. And because we don't have a huge amount of sample size from BC Game, it's difficult to really get a grasp on what we think BC Game's T-side is going to look like against a roster like Partizan here. So it really is just a bit of a sit back and enjoy for me, I feel like, at least.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, this is the selection of BC Game. And I think, like, 3 rounds is enough. It is probably the bare minimum. But we've said Inferno is a bit of an interesting one, how we're not too sure how that's going to pan out. And as you mentioned, the last time we saw BC Game play Inferno, it was against Partizan. Yes, it was a loss, but it was a close loss. So, honestly, I feel like this series could literally go anywhere. We could see a BC Game 2-0. We could see a Partizan 2-0. We could see a map trade. We could see BC Game take map 1 Partizan. I feel like there's so many different outcomes here, just based on not only how similar I think these teams are kind of on paper at the moment. I feel like neither in, the best of form and the most consistent form, which always leads to such an exciting playoff game. Honestly, my least favorite games to watch are when you've got one team with a 90% win rate on a map and somehow it's been allowed through or for against a team who've never played it. It just makes it a little bit more boring. Yet this is always so exciting because of how many different outcomes we can see.
Look, we were discussing this game sort of during our break and said, where do we think this one's going to go? And I think we both sort of came to the sort of consensus that anywhere. It really does feel like it could go anywhere, and there's not really anything guaranteed between these two rosters. The Nade could find Kindle and will do so, so it keeps things as this 3 versus 3, but Vladen with the kill onto Kakanito keeps the advantage back in Partizan's favor and quickly levels things up. The bomb is still within reason to be able to be defused, so that kill onto Vladen could spur these CTs on. Nexus has got a good idea, but not quite connecting the bullets. Depression finds the first, misses all shots from both sides. North finally does connect, but Collins gets that trade, and Partizan with 7.
Yeah, look, I don't think I'd be worried if I was BC Game. I think the only issue that maybe you'll kind of find, not only for the remainder of their CT side here, but also kind of the CT sides that they face on the remaining maps, is it seems like Partizan, a lot of these rounds, they have a kind of a bit of a slight look, not fully dumping utility. And they kind of play it by ear. Look, if we get a kill, we'll go here. If not, we've still got players in con. We've still got players towards middle. We can kind of play it by ear, see what we find, which I actually quite like from a T side. It seems like their lack of structure and kind of, you know, systematic way of, okay, well, we've got 7 pieces of util that we're going to have to use for an execute. No, they just send a smoke, send a molly. If they find a kill, they can look to accelerate. I think it's a style of CS that can look really nice. And so far for Partizan, the T sides looked good. They've taken the half. It looks as though they could find plenty more, especially with this being the investment from BC Game. Yes, that they do have, you know, 3 rifles, the AWP and MP9, but utility non-existent, no defuse kit, and the timing on that flash couldn't be better. We've got a Mac 10 in play, but Kindo can get the trade. There is still Nuke here, back at the bomb site. Mollied off and surely to be found here in the flames. Vladen will get that trade. Things get a little bit awkward, but look at the timing, look at the information. Prime Taps can find him, in fact. Depression has to hit the shot, but is successful. And now realizes that Prime Taps will be in the back lines. 1 versus 2 here, and seemingly a save.
Could be wrapping around towards middle, but Depression's got a great idea of this. Still plenty of time on the clock, and yeah, Prime Taps is thinking of giving this one a go, but with time ticking down, finally starts to shift. But look at Depression, he just posted up on this angle, so aware of this possibility, and I think Prime Taps now finally considers, yeah, it's been a bit long. They're probably going to be aware. Let's just keep this AK going into the final round of the half. But 8 on the board now for Partizan. And that's quite a solid streak from them. That's, what is it, 4 rounds in a row? Towards the end of this half, could make it 5 and a 9-3 scoreline. Look, it's not out of the realms of possibility for BC Game to make a response happen on their T side as well. But you do leave a few things up in the air. Like, if the pistol round doesn't go your way, that's when things start to get really scary.
Yeah, kind of the idea of an impending 11-3. And then obviously we talk about how teams love to force on that second round. Could be 12-3, it could be already wrapped up nicely with a bow. All waiting for Partizan to open.
Tactical pause from BC Game. They want this final round. Got good weaponry out. Missed a bit of util on a couple of players. Obviously, no AWP for Nuke. But I think a big difficulty, and look, you can look at this in a couple of ways, one of which being that we haven't seen a crazy amount of BC Game over these last few months. But statistically, the players aren't quite performing to the level you'd want them to be, are they?
No, not massive.
We know how talented a lot of these guys are, but Nuke's the highest rated player with 0.99 rating in the last 3 months.
I think it's tough, though. It is tough when your opponents are the likes of FaZe, Mouse, Heroic. Like, it's not...
I mean, that is only 4 maps. Look, Heroic isn't an easy team either, of course, but that's the thing. I still do want to see a bit more from BC Game, and I don't think that's unfair to say.
Look, yeah, I think they've got great pieces as well.
Hello!
Collins walking right into the crosshair there of Depression. Prime Taps is just going to be so overlooked here. We'll get the first. And now they look to aggress. Prime Taps can get the trade, but Dragon will find one in middle. Found again by Prime Taps, and it leaves the team killer of Depression in a 1 versus 3. What a crazy round
Yeah, I don't actually think this could have gone any worse for Partizan if they tried. Depression goes for a shot onto Collins, doesn't connect that bullet there, and instead just takes down his teammate. And instead, you've got a decent setup in mid between sort of Kakanito, Prime Taps, and Cypher, and they just are able to kind of just draw all that attention from Kakanito's position. I don't even think Kakanito found a single kill that round, but he didn't need to. It's just he took away so much attention that allowed Prime Taps to get a triple.
I don't know. I'd argue Kakanito gets that kill onto Collins. I think that's his kill because he baited him. Right?
I mean,
are we gonna give it to
definitely did fully bait it. That's for sure. But an 8-4 halftime score, like, it's not uncommon to see on a map like Anubis. 7-5, 8-4, 9-3 even. Not the craziest score line, but this is a little bit more even now. And I think it's important that BC Game got that final round just to give them a little bit more leeway moving on to this second half.
I think as well that an important thing will be this pistol for BC Game. I think without it, we're getting very close to saying, okay, well, we're wrapping things up here on Anubis, because let's say Partizan win it, BC Game go for an eco, even then it's 10-4. It's a 6-round lead with only 3 needed to be found. I think then all it takes is one little mistake. Finances could be reset. A lot of work for BC Game to do, but for them, it begins now.
And a slow pistol round from BC Game. Starting to move their pieces out here towards B as we've got a 3-man mid-hold from Partizan, and Cypher catching off Dragon gives the opening kill with Kindo falling. That's the B defense going down as well. And these final 3 players might just consider backing up shop and saving.
Great pistol, though. Nice openness.
Yeah, I mean, Partizan, the difficulty for them is they're 3 players towards mid, and you had just Kindo on the B bomb site. And as soon as they look to push out towards B and Kindo goes down instantly, you're looking to rotate into a bomb site that's completely under the control of BC Game. So these CTs are, well, I say they're attempting to save. They are amongst the action still. And this is a long old fight between Vladen and Prime Taps, but eventually Vladen will come out on top. Depression fires off a shot a little early, but a decent amount of damage being dealt here by these final 2 players. Depression is able to save his armor. Vladen walks away with a couple of frags. And BC Game win the pistol round to bring this game within 3.
And now, this is where the risk factor comes of whether Partizan look to force. Second round force, I mentioned. A lot of teams love it on that CT side. You could draw the scoreline 8-7.
Let's see if they are able to bring this game even closer. It is just up against these pistols here. Vladen's got a couple of flashbangs to send his teammates to peak mid, but there is nothing currently holding particularly close. It was just Cypher holding from deep. All these steps should have been heard by the T's, and still going to be using util, going to be carefully clearing out this B bomb site, but it is going to be around where they get the bomb down on this uncontested bomb site, and Vladen still with 1 flashbang. Could send all the CTs through this smoke. This could be chaos. Okay, with Pressure finding the first kill, the flashbang finally gets thrown, maybe a little late. Already Cypher's holding down left click, and not too difficult for him. So a nice early kill there, but other than that, no danger to worry about. I mean, look, you could have easily seen a flashbang through this smoke that absolutely wipes a couple of players out of the round, but BC Game survive the anti-eco reasonably unscathed. 2 rounds in it now as we've got Partizan on the weapons.
Limited utility here for Partizan. They've opted for those weapons over utility, which could be quite costly for them. I've got to say, there's what, 4 smoke grenades and a molly? This is when we might just see a gamble call because there's no defuse kit either. Flashbang being lined up for Nexa. Collins has got to be cautious. We'll go about timing here. Ooh, bit of a tap here through the smoke, but the flashbang comes through. Collins fully blinded. Caught off guard massively, and now we will see this acceleration onto the B-bomb site. Kindo waiting patiently, finds his burst, needs a second, and he does secure. On the back of the bomb site is Depression. He spotted the Mac 10 here towards B main, sorry. Nork finding the flanking Vladden, but it is this 2 versus 2. Dragon, he's late to rotate in towards Temple. Prime Tap's looking to take a risky push through, and it leaves the low HP Nork now in the clutch. I don't mind the idea there from Prime Taps, because the round's going to be very tough to win on its kind of, well, in the scenario anyway. They're both low, they drop the bomb, it's going to be difficult. Just on its merits, it's going to be very tough, but it goes against them. Partizan, with that limited utility, can still make things work with the weapons.
Yeah, it's a risk from Prime Taps, of course, but it's a risk that does feel like a necessary one. Sure, they can win the round with the instant headshots, but you want to give yourself a bit more chance than just relying purely on aim. So tries to take time and push, does get red. And the first gun round for Partizan is successful, and that's, like you said, with a lot of limitations in terms of utility. No defuse gets things like that. Vladden getting aggressive, is ready for Prime Taps. There was a lot of damage, but kill goes against the CTs. In those spots, Kakanito over the smoke and will get a kill back. 4 versus 4 here. As damage is reasonably even on both sides now. Again, BC Game look like they want to probe and punish towards B.
Oh, the MP9 of Collins being such a nuisance, and he could look to reaggress. The flank's perfect, but Collins is the one to find the kill. 4 versus 2, now making a 4 versus 1. Low HP Prime Taps, and he's getting long flanked here by Depression. It's going to be a 10-6 scoreline with the money in a precarious spot. Partizan en route to take map 1 of this series now. An 11th should go their way. Gives them a 5-round lead with just 2 to secure. Things get scary.
Very solid couple of holds though from the CT side. Kindo in particular. I was always a little bit apprehensive when I saw Kindo take over the rifling responsibilities and sort of sacrificing the AWP.
Yeah.
It felt like it was a big risk. Look, we've seen Dragon transition and he sort of become the leading man on this Partizan team. But yeah, it felt like you're going to really strike gold twice. But Kinto's had some super important moments these last few months. And I think, look, he's looking really sharp with the M4 on this CT side. Even just the last couple of rounds, he's had some really big holds that have allowed Partizan to find these two. Nice find there from the Deagle of Nexa. But Kindo feels like he's going to shut down any funny business in the round. Finds the first. Not quite clearing out the second, but it is just a Glock and Kakanito. 11 secured with just the 1 kill found from Nexa. And like you said, 2 rounds away, and they've got a big, hefty lead.
Yeah, look, I think obviously with the current state of CS, I think nearly every AWPer has to be a hybrid player, just based on kind of how the T-side is on most maps.
Unless you
can
are
be a real
god-tier AWPer.
Yeah, exactly. Unless if you are, you know, I'd say top 4 or 5 AWPers in the world.
Like a modesty level AWPer.
Yeah. So I feel like it's not as though Kindo, it's not as though we were expecting him to not be able to perform with the rifle, but I didn't think it would kind of fit so nicely. I didn't think it would work so seamlessly. And you can see from this game, 17-11, leading the lines now. 11 found, as we mentioned, full buy here from BC Game. Loss bonus is growing, but if they do lose, Partizan with 6 opportunities to close this out. BC Game, not really what we wanted to see from them. We mentioned how, yes, they picked Anubis, and statistically it's one of Partizan's worst, and although BC Game are yet to win it in this last 3 months, it has been against tough opponents like FaZe, like Heroic. But as I mentioned right at the start, Partizan, 5 of their most recent losses have been in kind of 13-11s or overtime losses. So this is why we have to say that stats aren't everything. Dragon looks as though he might take a bit of a risky push here. Timing is everything, but he goes a little too far there. Nexa can get the trade for Depression. Miss Molly there. Man advantage though for BC Game. They've got to convert this round though.
Yeah, had a couple of these that have gone against them. So this is a round that like you said, they really do need to convert. Bomb alone here towards
Yeah, this is
canals.
a
If we saw
big
a
risk.
rogue peak from Collins, which as the lone B defender, I don't know if he's going to take that risk just yet. But if he does, that is going to be a really scary prospect for how this round is going to shape up.
Even if it's just a jiggle, Collins could get great timing, perfect info. Nexa here now. He's getting aggressed on by 2. Vladden will get taken down. Kindo can get the trade, and now they realize it's the bomb. Collins can operate as this flank. Cypher, faster on the A-bomb site, will deal with him, and Nork can find Collins as well. So BC game, we understood how it could have spiraled a little bit out of control, but it doesn't.
Yeah, another question is what are Partizan going to do? They are investing. You have both Depression and Vladden who can't quite buy, so Kindo looks like he's the player to sacrifice a bit of weaponry there. I have no idea how they managed to get full rifles and a North out. Use Depression and Vladden, really not enough. I mean, Vladden, I believe, could have actually bought an M4 and just Kevlar, no you.
A very nice angle from Pillar. If he chooses to peek, he can find Kakanito at any moment. Could really surprise him, and there it is. Collins can find. It's all on Nork. 40 HP, 1v3. And he can't even find the first. It's Collins, is the leader to find the final. After we see this kill come through onto Kindo, there's real possibilities, but Dragon's double. Prime Tap's aggressing towards A for no reason. And Collins, this kill puts the round to rest. Partizan prevail. Their opponent's map pick, Anubis, did not go as the plan here for BC game. And now they go back to the drawing board with an impending Inferno as that second. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after that one?
Yeah, I mean, Dragon had a pretty quiet game there, but I mean, that final round really speaks volumes. And I mean, what he's shown it felt like a real team performance from Partizan, though. Kindo, sure, top of the line, but I said Dragon had a tough game. Look, the push through the smoke. I mean, what a difference make it. I mean, Collins is only on 9 kills, but he had some really big holds towards B. It was a strong first half from Partizan, but and I was a bit worried they're actually going to slow things down. When it went the pistol and the conversion went the way of BC game, it was okay. This is a more even scoreline now. There's definitely chances for BC game, but as soon as the rifles came out for Partizan, it was a different story entirely. We just didn't really see a lot coming together for BC game, and that's the worrying thing, isn't it? That was their map selection. Look, we've only seen them play 4 games of Anubis in the last few months. There hasn't been a huge amount of evidence, especially as some of it has been against some really top teams like your FaZe clans. And it was always going to be a bit interesting in terms of what version of BC game are we going to get to see. Sadly, it's not been the version that we wanted to, and this really sets Partizan up for a possibility of a 2-0 now here, Fred. This is an Inferno. We've seen BC game play it once, and it was against Partizan where they lost it. It's a little while ago now that we've seen it, a couple of months or so. But look, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? We've seen BC game play Inferno once in like the last couple of months.
Yes.
Worrying signs is this is a strong Partizan map as well.
I think the one positive is, yes, it was a loss to Partizan, but it was close. It was in overtime. So it means that we do know that BC game are, not the worst on Inferno. But I think the real problem is where are they going to be feeling confident? We've got Inferno as the second, which is obviously, a decent pick for Partizan. Dust 2 as well. I don't even think that's going to be the best of maps or best of times for BC game. They've got about 10-15 minutes now to kind of mentally reset and I guess physically reset after that one. Hopefully they will be able to and maybe push to that third and final. Charlie, I did mention that all 4 of these games, all 3 of the have gone 2-1, have gone the distance, and it has been the invited teams to win it. We'd need to see a reverse sweep now from BC game to follow that trend. Whether we will, whether we won't, who knows? But we're going to be jumping to a break before that second map commences.
number 2. Hopefully they've ironed out some of those issues that they had there against Paravision, and that was a pretty difficult one to take. They did come back in that series and actually win it, by the way. So pretty crazy things for Partizan. We've always said with this team that they've always had a lot of resilience. They've had a lot of grit with their roster. And I think they've got that to an extent that a lot of rosters probably aspire to. Because even if they are down in a map in a series, they always are able to seemingly bounce back. But here, look, they're the ones in the lead. They're the ones with the chance to take things 2-0. I think they've got a super good chance of doing it. I don't think BC Game overly impressed me as much as I wanted them to. I want to see some of these individuals step up. I want to see what their strategies are looking like. We know that this is a team that has a lot of potential, the players that they have there, it feels like they've got all the pieces. They just don't quite fit together.
Let's see if the Jawlies can fit together in this place of the pistol, and a great from Kakanito. He gets the double, but Collins finds 2, in fact. So makes this round possible. It was a 5-on-2 missed seconds ago. And now if the pistols can connect, Prime Tap's denying. Depression now needing the 1v3, but Nexa from Moto will connect. BC Game, important pistol there.
And Nexa was sort of the one bright sort of a beacon of light, it felt like, on BC Game in the first map. Had some nice moments individually, looked pretty warmed up into this one. Ready to go, and I think BC Game going to need a lot more than just Nexa to step up to be able to take down Partizan. But if Nexa can be the one to spearhead it, I think, yeah, BC Game, why not? Why can't they take Inferno?
Yeah, obviously, as you mentioned, Partizan lost 13-0 to Paravision. It was still their pick. They still chose to pick Inferno, so maybe that's why they are feeling confident. This is their just kind of generic go-to when it comes to map selections. Or checking Nexa. They can get a triple here. It is just a half buy. We weren't expecting much, but Nexa's going to be looking for plenty here with this MP9. The MP9s can make the money. Surely the goal. Yeah, it's interesting that their Inferno's quite inconsistent, but I guess so is just Partizan in general. But you know, we can see dominant victories, dominant losses. We can see dominant victories, dominant losses all throughout. I feel like Partizan are certainly the type of team that they'll have days where they absolutely destroy opponents and then look pretty novice the next. Hopefully for them though, they don't falter here, because honestly, if things get to dust, if you allow BC Game to come back in this series, that's where things could get a little bit awkward.
I mean, Inferno in general is a pretty tricky map to be fully consistent on, as it is, just due to the nature of the map and due to everyone sort of kind of having it in their map pool. And for the longest time, it's sort of being that third map decider in these best of threes. It is challenging for sort of a team that is pretty good at this map to always seemingly be able to win it. But like you said, inconsistent at times, but the jumping AK of Dragon connects onto Cypher, and that was the lone B defender. So with his bomb site cracked open, players starting to cross, but a little late, so it allows Kakanito to rotate in and find depression.
Yeah, he's also done a fair bit of damage to Kindo as well. A lot of utility on Prime Taps and Nuke. So much work for Dragon to do here. Gonna drop a Molotov to try and delay for Nex's peak. Flashbang's good, but the Molly's still down. Speaking of flashes, oh, Dragon sent in. The Flames will find him, but it's a 2 versus 2. A very possible round. It is still the players with utility here. Oh, and Prime Tap's not been quiet. Vladden can find him quite effortlessly. Takes a lot of damage, in fact. That should have been a much easier frag to find, but Nuke wants nothing to do with this round, seemingly.
Partizan to smoke himself off.
Surely it was a CT that retrieved the smoke.
I mean, look at the trajectory came from him. I'm not sure if he accidentally did that. But regardless, locked out of that round there from that smoke grenade, and Partizan, their first gun round is a victorious one. And look, the chips were down multiple times there. We see the opening kill from Cypher, the jumping AK, getting the trade there. But it's the rotating spray from Kakanito, finds depression. That's the bomb going down. Does plenty of damage to the other players, but it's the ruin setup that finds so much success. The early kill found onto
Dragon
Dragon,
does
and just a
so
flashbang, forcing the player to turn.
Nuke though with the AWP, searching for an opener, will find Dragon. Seemed like the T's wanted to take that kind of early fight towards middle, and that's why we see BC Game instantly try and get themselves out of that. Kindo gonna send the molly. Cypher just playing behind it for now. I want to see more of this from Nuke though, going for some early engagements, trying to get that man advantage. You know how tough the rotations can be on a map like Inferno. When you're the ones to lose the deficit, it seems like a gamble call is always needed to be made.
Yeah, not quite quiet on Anubis as well. Can be a really top player on his day. And BC Game going to be keeping their fingers crossed that today is one of those days. Molotov drop from Nuke, but he quickly swaps for the AWP. Can get the no-scope, but the trade will come through, but it baits in prime taps. Able to get one, no quick trade as Depression not wanting to make his way out of balcony just yet. By the time he does, Kakanito rotates on in, and this looks like a clean one from the CT side.
Yeah, I love it from Prime Taps that he just drops some, the smoke on top of himself. All on the basis he's expecting a molly to land, but the utility is not great from Partizan. It was an HE and a flash, but no molly, so not much could be seen. Collins has been heard from Nexa, so free kill here for Nexa. And BC Game find 3.
Yeah, instantly resetting Partizan straight after their early success hit on their first gun round, but it fell a bit flat on the second. It was in part thanks to a strong opening kill, thanks to Nuke's AWP. So, like you said beforehand, wouldn't mind seeing a couple more of those in certain positions, but you do need to be careful not to be too predictable, or very easily you can get punished yourself. Going from 9 kills in map number 1 to Nuke already having 4. Looking sharp with the AWP as well. Hopefully this is a trend that continues for BC Game.
Yeah, look, I feel like Inferno is a map that siding can be very team dependent. It does seem like both these teams do prefer the CT side, so even if BC Game win it here, and although it might be a little bit out of the ordinary and how most teams, yeah, there's a slight favoring to the T. I feel like an 8-4 still within the realms of possibility for Partizan, but it's kind of what we said on Anubis. Early molly here towards Apps. Kakanito will send the molly behind the smoke and getting prepped for Collins and Dragon. Can find them quite comfortably, and now... Oh, the smoking boiler. A great call there. Laden tapping through the smoke in an attempt to connect here to Prime Taps. Excellent from BC Game. Some of those fire, but the A defenders.
Yeah, map's feeling a bit claustrophobic here for the T's. As it feels like they're kind of trapped towards apartments. No real place to go that you feel comfortable that you even have a chance to find a kill. Kindo softened up. Laden still in the apartments, and barely any damage even taken there. As BC Game are growing their finances with a couple of dominant rounds. But obviously it was just a light investment. There wasn't a huge amount bought out for Partizan. And it does tend to be their CT side. We see a bit more of their successes, but it doesn't mean they can just fall short on their T side and just assume and rely on their CT side all too much. Got to give them some time to be able to fight for this map on the second half at least. But right now it feels all BC Game.
We've got to say, you look at that map of Anubis, when it came to opening kills, BC Game were actually the victors. So it's not as though BC Game was struggling in the early portion of rounds. It was just giving up kills in the mid portion. It was getting caught out. It was those double kills. Still remember that spray transfer from Dragon and fighting in Temple. It's just moments like that where Partizan were able to still find success with a man down.
Really great AG grenades in this round from BC Game. They don't initially throw them towards Banana. They wait. They throw them really, really deep, and it softens up Depression, Collins, and a little bit onto Kindo. Another nade comes down there onto Kindo, brings him down to 2 points of health. Nice find from Kakanito through the smoke on one of the healthier players of Laden.
Again, no BC
Partizan,
game.
battered and bruised.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good CT side from BC game. Not only the utility usage, but we saw Nuke wanting to go for an early peek towards ramp. He's posted up now towards apps. A strong setup on A as well, and we know what Prime Taps can do, obviously, from this pit position. Kakanito just tucked in the cubby, and this is where Nuke could look to take contact, but Kakanito wants to do some of the lifting in this round as he gets the double. Although Depression gets the trade, it's a 2-on-4 now, and Dragon with so much work to do here from apps. There's 22 seconds remaining, surely just a save here. BC game 5-1 scoreline now.
Yeah, it feels like Partizan right now, they're just playing into the hands of BC game. This is what it feels like BC game worked on in practice, and right now things are working out exactly as they foreseen. Just in terms of their utility, in terms of their positioning, forcing the T's back. Partizan might need a tactical timeout, might want to take some space faster here.
Yeah, look, where's a B rush been? I feel like a B rush could work out quite nicely for Partizan, especially because BC game, a vast majority of these times, they've been playing this kind of early triple B. They throw the utility, they drop the utility, and then they kind of either just leave Nexa as that lone defender, or they're playing a little bit more reserve. Saying that Nuke has gone for a B peak this round. Certainly wouldn't be the time to opt for this fast B play. Space now being taken though from Depression. Elevates above the smoke in the hopes to find someone, but nice angle from Nuke. Misses the shot though. Not the full-on peak there from Depression. Utility raining down. It is going to be this B play now. We'll see a rotation soon. Cypher gets one hit. Still from the back pillar. What a setup. Where's the utility? Where's the mollies? I know it's just a bit of a half buy, but there's no flashes. No mollies, obviously, to Nubox. Cypher, it's just so simple for him to tap away, and Nuke as well chiming through.
But where's even the damage, Fred? Why is Cypher allowed to just keep on peeking for 3 kills without anyone looking to do any damage? It is this 2-man B defense with Partizan sending all their forces out, and they barely do any damage. It's a really strong hold from BC game, it has to be said, but Partizan a bit uninspired right now on Inferno, it feels, as look, weapons are going to be back in play, but they've had plenty of gun rounds already, and still it's just been the one that they've been able to post on the board. BC game looking really sharp, and although map number 1 didn't go their way, players are certainly starting to get warmed up. Kakanito, I believe, was the bottom performing player in the whole server. He's topping the charts right now, 11-3 for him, and if players like this are able to step up around Nexa, who's obviously got a lot of responsibility leading this team, this is the BC game that we need to see, and we've wanted to see for a while now.
It would just be so devastating if they show this performance on Inferno and then don't bring that level of threat on Dust. Not to say that Inferno's finished, but 6-1 already, and as we've said, Partizan has been a little bit uninspired. Nice find from Vlad, and can back away, but takes so much damage in the process from Kakanito. Great angle from Prime Taps. Kakanito finds Collins. And the advantage falls away so quickly, and the biggest issue is it's still the 2 low HP players of Kindo and Bladen remaining in this 3 versus 4.
And I just don't know where these kills are going to come from.
I think they're going to come from BC game. Partizan. Prime Taps gets the quad in that one. It's just so simple. They're peeking 1 by 1. There's no utility once again. Quite reminiscent to that half bite.
I think that's sort of the biggest. I think that's sort of the biggest, I suppose, insult we can say to Partizan is it looks easy. It looks very simple for BC game. It looks like they've done their homework and they've prepared for this, and they're more than ready for whatever Partizan are going to throw at them. Surprised we haven't had a couple of tactical pauses to fully discuss the game plan, because whatever is on display is not working. And we've said Partizan, they've had inconsistent times on Inferno. They lost 13-0 to Paravision in the Swiss stage.
Honestly, I don't know how any team could ever feel confident picking a map that they've already lost this event 13-0. I get it. It's a go-to map pick, but of the remaining maps that they could have chosen in this series, I really don't think Inferno was the one.
I mean, that's the thing. Look, these guys would have played long enough. They would have been
Mirage,
13-0 enough times in general that it's not going to phase them necessarily the same way. This is still a good map for Partizan, but all of the good work that we've seen them do in the past, where is it hit?
Yeah,
I'm not seeing any of it. It's a great call to hit towards B, though. It is an unmanned bomb site. They can push onto this free of charge. The issue is they are going to have very little util for the post bomb. They're not going to have any real weapons to play with apart from Dragon's AK, so they are going to need to utilize these techs in this post plant. And with utilities still in the hands of BC Game, with plenty of diffuse kits and plenty of time, still going to be a tough one for Partizan.
the problem is they haven't taken any space here, Partizan. If there was maybe a double ruin setup or something like that, there's certainly the opportunity, but there's so many smokes, flashes, HE grenades. This is going to be so tough now for Partizan, but oh, okay, never mind. Quick flurry of kills from the Tex and the AK, and it leaves Prime Taps in a tough 1v2, but they're next to one another. Could have seen that spray, but sadly for Prime Taps, not seen. Vladen gets the double in this round and will get the second round for Partizan. Important that they finally put a muzzle on BC Game, because I think 8-1, that's where we're really talking about things getting out of control. Obviously, Partizan can still end this half with 5, but the expectations are BC Game should find at least one more here on the CT side.
I mean, that's the thing. You really would imagine so in terms of what we've seen, but Partizan definitely can just sort of flip that switch and come alive, come online on this one. Aggressive peek hit in middle from Prime Taps. Vladen gets the kill though, so that's man advantage going the way of the T's. As quick up banana is Kindo, but the util is just forcing these T's back. So much damage is being dealt to Dragon and Kindo, and it's the same story we've seen again. BC Game definitely a winner in the util battle, that's for sure.
They might be winning the util battle, but they have lost the opener in this one. And as I said, BC Game had a tough time on Anubis even when finding these opening kills. Partizan, little do they know, any acceleration towards the A bomb site will be so vital for them. I love the decision from Kakanito though, and Kakanito can single-handedly find so many. He just needs to be disciplined. He's had the steps, he spotted 2, he knows about the 3rd, and will find the 4th. So, great information from Kakanito. How was this round turned from a near impossibility to a near guarantee? Incredible from Kakanito. The quad killer in this one.
Had a couple of quad kills this game already, and it's just one oversight from Partizan. One mistake, one flank, one lurk. And Kakanito single-handedly just shuts down any chance of Partizan stringing these rounds together, which continues to be an issue for them here on this T side. 8-2 in the final 2 rounds. You can see even this buy for Paravision is not perfect. Missing some valuable pieces of utility. They've got a Mac 10, they've got a Galil. And if unsuccessful here, sure, the loss bonus is good, but without a bomb plant, without many kills, you can still have a similar kind of buy, probably going into the final round of this half. BC Game have the option, have the potential to get double digits here on their opponent's map pick. And what a response it would be from them after how disappointing and underwhelming they were on Anubis.
The difference is, though, I don't think Anubis felt this one-sided for Partizan. Whereas for BC Game, it feels like they've had a thorough grasp on this. There was back and forth moments of BC Game 1 looking anywhere near as lifeless. And like, I don't want to be too rude, but Partizan just haven't really been doing much. You think of the rounds that they've won, it was obviously that Tech 9 investment that they just had the B bomb site for free, and BC Game messed up the retake. But like, a lot of these rounds have been very difficult to replicate.
You have to say that Tech 9 round as well, probably a bit fortunate that BC Game did leave their B bomb site unmanned.
Yeah, obviously.
They had 2 on the A bomb site and 2 players towards sort of Arch CT area rather than sort of sending someone back to delay to find a frag or so. And that definitely made Partizan's life a little bit easier there, but no life being easy here as 20 seconds is on the clock as they look to speedily hit towards A now.
They've got a smoke and a flash. It's all the utility they have. Nuke can just post up here. He can find a frag. This is going to be so simple. There's nothing they can do, but in fact, those two kills from Vlad and Collins, Pyjamas and Kakanito fumble massively.
The nade deals 10 damage if it dealt 4 more. That's around 1. No time to retrieve the bomb and plant it. Vladen could have got to take it down, and that could have been a big, big issue. Great find from Nuke. Wallbanging Vladen, low HP, will finish off the damage that he dealt with the nade earlier, but Kindo is his chance to get the backstab. Oh, Cypher is running into him. We'll get this information. No need for him to peek out anymore, and everyone is going to fall here for the CETs. And Partizan win their third. Honestly, very, very lucky that Nuke's initial shot was just a wallbang there.
Almost definitely.
Because Vlad didn't find another kill. He found one of those defenders on the bomb site.
If
Vlad
really
goes down instantly, we see a different look to that.
Yeah, I don't really know how Prime Taps and Kakanito don't find one there. Or find more in that setup. It seemed pretty perfect. It was 10 seconds. Partizan would have been so frantic. Sometimes that kind of chaos with the Mac 10s jumping around corners, AKs flying through the bomb site can be quite tough. Orb is in play for Depression. Depression's had a really tough game. He's 2 and 10. Cypher within the flames will be found by Dragon and Kindo. Look, we said an 8-4 is not out of the realms of possibility for Partizan, but makes things interesting. Nice flashbang. Kindo spots out 1. Nexa looking to aggress. Nexa, he's holding this angle. Great peek from Kindo. We will see Prime Taps find Vladen on the other side of the map. Collins can get the trade onto Kakanito through the smoke. And a 3 versus 2 now for Partizan in the post plant.
Good amount of util has been retrieved and saved for this post plant as well. They've got another 2 smokes so they can drop out towards CT. Got 2 Molotovs as well, a couple of flashbangs to delay. This feels like Partizan have this one dead to rights. Smoke towards CT, still not actually being used yet. Dragon finally going to be dropping that down. I just don't see a pathway into this round for the CTs. Colin gets a double lineup, and Partizan find 4. Honestly, a really big rejuvenation from them there at the end of the first half. That was a pretty poor T-Side. Maybe a bit of complacency at the end of that one from BC Game, losing the final 3 out of 4. Because we could have seen basically BC Game win that game, it felt like, in the first half. Still, Partizan aren't out of hot water by any means. They're still in a tough spot. They are on their stronger side statistically now, though. And like I said, this team has a lot of resilience. They have a lot of bounce-back potential. And I mean, what a game it would be to show it here.
Yeah. I think the difficulty that Partizan will have here is in that most recent game that they played against BC Game on Inferno, that one that they won in overtime, they won 6 on their T-side. They've only got 4 here. And that was 6 without finding the pistol. CT side, it worked out nicely for them when they were finally able to get their economy stable. In the same vein, we had Vladen lighting up the server, whereas no one really for Partizan is having that high impact yet. Depression, 2 and 10. There's going to be this acceleration out towards B. Great find from Nuke, deals to Kindo. Collins spamming through, hoping and dreaming to connect, but doesn't. A little bit of damage dealt there through the smoke. Depression very late to rotate in, just holding for any potential flanks. 4 versus 5 on the retake, no defuse kit, I believe. So Partizan, if they want to give this one a go, they're going to have to hurry things along. Nuke, timing is excellent. Will find Vladen. Now, this is where things can get really costly. BC Game, if they do win this one, which they very much should, yeah, 5v1. Dragon can only get 1 consolation prize of Kakanito. 9-4.
And with that pistol going the way of BC Game, it just instantly enhances that pressure once again onto Partizan. Look, you had a bit of a resurgence at the end of the first half, but you needed to keep that trend going. BC Game were still the ones in the driver's seat. So Partizan, they want to try to bounce back here with this second round force buy in the second half of their map selection. But BC Game, they're surely got to be ready for this. 4 players here towards B, 4 players in Banana, 3 MP9s.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of utility raining down. Look at the util damage already, but the MP9 swarming through. The rifle of Nuke can get 2. Cypher finds 1 with the Mac 10. And there is a nade to land, but not onto Dragon's position. 4 versus 2 here now. If Partizan don't win this round, they like have a 99%, 99 to 1, I'd say they lose this map. Because BC Game will find not only 10, but 11 off of it. Trailing by 7 on a map like Inferno that isn't kind of crazily one-sided like your nukes, like your trains of the world. That's where things can get really tough for them. But again, we put into question why they selected this map. They recently lost it 13-0 to Paravision. I mentioned at the start there was a fair few maps that would have been a little bit better for them. Obviously, the instabans of Nuke and Train, we still could have seen them pick Mirage. We still could have seen them maybe pick Dust, pick Ancient. They opt for Inferno. And look, you understand why. It is one of their better maps. But recent form, how can you be confident when you've just lost 13-0 in the map?
I mean, as things stand, it does look like both teams could be trading map picks and taking one another's map selection in pretty dominant fashion. So it could be leading up to a really climactic Dust 2 as that finisher there. As, yeah, like you said, this is going to be a really tricky one for Partizan. They are going to be saving these final 2 weapons. And it makes you question what is their decision going to be? Because they go for the eco around these guns. Very likely we're going to see an 11-4 scoreline. With these save guns, is there maybe a chance that we see another force buy come through, another investment attempted from BC Game?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think it's a tough call to make if you're Partizan, but Depression might get taken down. Dragon will get 1 hit. Yeah, honestly, I don't know what you do kind of decide here, because Dragon could drop that MP9, invest in an M4. Obviously, the buy would be better than what we saw in the last.
But perhaps with Depression falling as well, that might force them just into an eco, or at least it's half buy, so the loss bonus has increased slightly. Depression just sitting on 2 kills. In a difficult time for him. Not the only player though. Collins, Vladen, Kindo, neither of which exactly setting the world alight here on Inferno, but I think the scoreline suggests that already. I think we could see that just by the eye test alone is, yeah, this has not been a great display from Partizan. Util rains down and the CDs once again look to fight towards Banana. Cypher sees red as he takes down Nextra as well as a couple of the CTs.
There's a series I watched from this BC Game roster where I think Nextra TK'd Cypher twice in the same map. So all I'm saying is Cypher's finally getting revenge for that.
I mean, surprisingly, the recent games that I've watched has been an insane amount of team kills.
Yeah,
and sort of
obviously
before,
we saw one in the last map.
Yeah, I think sort of before like this week, I don't think I've seen a team kill for like a month and a half, 2 months, something like that. And now all of a sudden,
London buses
coming through exactly non-stop. Every team wants a team kill. Going to be another save attempt with these weapons. It's obviously going to be an investment from Partizan in the next, but indeed, BC Game find 11, 2 rounds away from bringing us on to Dust 2. And with Partizan trailing by a substantial margin, their CG side looks statistically it's better, but it's got to be near flawless.
Yeah, I'm excited for Dust for many reasons, and that is my, I guess, confirmation of my expectations of where this game's going. I think it'd be crazy to think that BC Game aren't going to take this, but I'm excited for Dust because for BC Game, it's a map that they have actually had a few successes on in the last couple months. For Partizan, it's a very promising map. You just have to look at their last, 9 results? 7 victories, 2 losses, one of which being in overtime. So I think there is a lot of excitement from when we head to Dust. Because as you said, Partizan need to play near perfect CS. Yes, Depression's on the AWP, but he's only got 2 kills in total on this map. Certainly not going to be confident with the big green in hand.
Could be last chance saloon here for Partizan if there's any chance of them making a miracle comeback on their map selection of Inferno. But it starts here or it ends here. And Kakanito early towards Boiler wants to look for a frag onto Depression. The flashbang works out perfectly. Nexo will get the trade. Nuke able to find Dragon, and advancing is Vladen, advancing into his demise as our Partizan, it seems. The flashbangs are so good. I mean, the util and the trading is perfect here from BC. Initially, the flashbang forcing Depression back. Vladen, sure, he finds the first kill, but that's when the trade comes through.
We do have to say, when you look at the stats for BC Game, a lot of people might be thinking, well, this team aren't, you know, the strongest. How are they making Partizan look so silly here? I think people do forget that BC Game, they've got incredible names on their team. They've got great synergy now. They've got a really good leader who's kind of led, you know, at the highest level of CS. This is not a game. This is not a team to kind of to sleep on. Not a team to forget about.
Yeah, I mean, obviously multiple players who played in Tier 1, played at higher levels for periods of time, but Fred, 3 kills away, 4 kills, I should say, sorry, away from taking Inferno and very quickly bringing us on to that third and final dust. But Dragon take down Kakanito, and with the kill towards B, things are still competitive here, but Nuke finds the aggressing Kindo, and Nexa feels like he's stabilized. Man advantage back in favor of BC Game. Prime Tap's very loud about this out towards A. He gives Depression an easy third kill there.
I feel like every kill that we've seen here, apart from, I guess, the one towards Banana with a flash, probably could have been the easiest kills I've seen in CS for quite some time.
Ooh, a bit of false info here. Depression's pushed through all of middle, and you can see Collins has made his way back towards B. They don't realize he slipped the net and still questioning, is it towards B? Collins advancing closer, finally realized now, and there is no defuse get Fred.
Look, the bomb goes down with no one on A or the B bomb site. It's just a guessing game. Depression does have full utility. Collins with a flashbang. Depression's going to go the long route, though. As I mentioned, he does have a molly. Sending it to Pip will cause some problems for Nexa. But Nexa goes for the peak, missed shot with the orb. Now drops a smoke, is able to drop it before the flames fully fire it. Is there even enough time for the defuse? Depression has picked up a kit, but there's enough time for him to get the defuse off and fly out of the flames. Nexa won't even be able to save the orb. So Partizan, they live on, but it gets so close that picking up the kit and boiler was everything.
Yeah, massive turnaround there, and not able to find the final players. The smokes towards Pit with the AWP in hand. Very difficult for Nexa. Does well to find the first, but there's just no way you can find Depression in time. Still, look, 7 opportunities.
Yeah, it's still the perfect buy for BC Game. No limitations whatsoever yet for Partizan. 2 MP9s in play, no utility for Depression. Kakanito and Prime Taps going to try and take control here in apartments. Vladen jump spotting, timing on the HE grenade. A little late there. Vladen now repositioning. Oh, nice timing for Vladen there, but Kakanito can trade, and now Depression are very worried about the opportunity of Apsa. Will back away from short and just stay well focused here.
BC Game have been happy to give up Banana early.
That's because they realize just so much utility is going to land there. Cypher has felt the force of that. They can just disengage and force Partizan to burn so much utility. The problem that Partizan face in every single round here is they're going to be worried about these fast Bs. They're going to be worried about these kind of fast apartments plays. So they're going to have to use so much utility in the early portion of every single round, because every round is a must win. There can't be any mistakes. There can't be kind of any difficulties. But with the smoke hitting, they will know they're through. MP9 of Collins, somewhat struggling, but will find Nexa there, so they've got the advantage. Rotating in his Dragon's going to send a nade at the smoke, and it's going to be perfect. Not only does the nade find Kakanito, it gets information that the player is on the bomb site. They're not close towards CT. This is going to be so difficult for Nuke now. Smokes are going to fade soon. He needs to find this kill onto Collins. But Collins is now playing reserved. He will look to go for the fight and can find. Orb can be retrieved. Doesn't want the double orb though, so goes back for the MP9.
Close round again at periods. But it was this moment here that I wasn't a huge fan of. The MP9 of Collins is able to find one, but the issue is you've just got 2 players pushing through the smoke. They get the trade, and then it takes a long time for Collins to get that kill. You kind of just wish someone pushed through that smoke. Where is the support at that point, because that's an easy kill on Collins. It takes so much time. Even if you lose a teammate, the trade feels like it's got to be a bare minimum. Give yourself a 2 versus 2 a chance. And then we probably don't need to see Kakanito look to sit in that smoke on low HP and take such a hefty risk. But feels like he needs to in a 2 versus 3. But plenty of opportunities still for BC game. Partizan with 2 on the board. And they should be able to find 3. This is going to be a bit more of a light investment.
It's still the hero AK on prime taps. I think the main aim for Partizan in a round like this is to keep as many players alive. We've seen a weaker weapon featured in nearly every single one of these rounds. It's still this MP9 on Vladen. Early molly towards top car from Cypher. In the attempt to force them back. Seemingly, we're going to be seeing maybe a bit of a speedier approach here towards B from BC game. I like the idea of the boost, but Partizan, they don't want any business towards top banana.
Not on a buy like this, no. Could be a lot of danger that happens towards B and weapon rounds like this. So, yeah, Partizan playing a lot more disciplined. And still holding their nerve, playing at the back of the bomb site. You're just going to be burning this util when they have to. When they feel that pressure from BC game. It still does look like it is going to be this hit towards B.
Yeah, the issue is Partizan, they haven't really taken control elsewhere. Obviously, they're worried about these Tech 9s getting kind of close range, and you certainly understand why, but I think we do have to say the lack of control in apartments allows for BC game to go quiet here. AK shots heard from prime taps. Trying to find a fortunate frag through the smoke. Some steps made backing away, but it is going to be this play here through B. Partizan. They see right through this ruse, as we've seen Depression rotating in now. Smoke
Great
here.
smoke dropped.
Yeah, is that what from
Dragon
the bomb
towards
side?
A, yeah.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Certainly one to learn myself. Last play out through A. Through B, sorry. Kindo can get one. Nice trade here from Prime Taps. Depression needs the smoke to find it. Now it's all an attempt to deny the bomb plant. Collins not with the best of shots and could get found here, but Dragon through the smoke to find. It's all on Nork. 1 versus 3 now. Deagle in hand. Fine shot there from Depression, though. Depression was 2 and 10. Now 7 and 14. Slowly making his way back.
Again, though, I wonder, where is everyone? You got Cypher out on the bomb site. I don't know. Have I missed something that delayed all of these plays? Was it just the flashbangs that were sent over? Because it was Cypher who's taking so much space. But everyone else is still sort of just sitting towards Banana. I'm assuming it was the flashbangs that were delaying, and if so, really well done there from Partizan. But you do wish someone else was a bit closer with Cypher to be able to sort of look for a trade, look to maybe get into Ruins with him before the CTs can really recover. But 5 rounds separates these teams now. Still a lot more work to do, but a faster play up through Banana from Cypher.
X is so low already. Cypher searching through the smoke, not realizing that Kindo is so close, and Kindo could get flashed himself. Again, another nade. Kindo just staying crouched. Trying to be sneaky here. Smoke drop towards top Banana, so Cypher... Oh, Cypher's going to have a look back, in fact! Thought that smoke would have baited Kindo in, but with it, Cypher turns away. Maybe worried about a flashbang or something, but...
It could honestly just be the fact that that smoke was thrown without too much actual presence towards top Banana or looking towards the B-bomb site. Perhaps he thought it was a bit cheap, a bit too easy that they dropped that smoke, and maybe just wanted to have a bit of a glance just in case that smoke faded and anyone was residing in it. Great call from Cypher though. Dragon does get a kill back.
And now Vladen very isolated here towards Pip. Just going to be playing on the edge of this Molotov. Not going to be seen yet. Great find. No trade from Prime Taps though. Norg will find Depression, so the AWP's taken down. Still need to drill with Vladen. Molly to land at his feet, but he's still sticking around in Pit for now. Goes for the peak. And this is all to delay for Dragon. He's creeping his way up short. Nice find from Dragon. Hoping for the trade onto Cypher, or the kill onto Cypher. So much damage dealt, but it just allows for Collins to rotate in time. Partizan now find 8. Again, another round with 3 survivors, so money should be decent for them. Lost the opening kill, but it's Dragon here who does so much work. Madden as well, getting this double and living for so long. That's what really changes the round. All the attention for BC game is on Pet.
But look, we are seeing this scoreline get closed up now. That's 4 on the bounce for Partizan. Still need 4 more just to bring us to overtime. But there's still a possibility of this happening. And look, we knew Partizan had a better CT side, but the fact they ended up losing the second round force, the fact they ended up losing their first full buy of the CT round, it felt like that where we were going to see the finish line be found sooner rather than later for BC Game, but struggling to find the all-important 13th that will give them victory. Quick down banana is Kindo, and he finds the opening kill onto Cypher.
Look, the biggest issue for Partizan is, yes, they brought it closer, and yes, they can find these final 4, but all it takes is one mistake, and the map is over, and we head to dust. That's their biggest problem that they face, because they've now found, what, 4 in a row, yet we still could see one slip up. Prime Tap's nice find, but Dragon through the smoke can get the trade, and it's Nuke now in a 1 versus 4. Partizan.
Definitely no slip up in this round. Really dominant one. Clean kills all across the map, but it starts off with his Kindle aggression towards B, and it forces the T's hand to make their way up towards A, and that's just where Dragon around this smoke grenade finds kills through the smoke. Depression gets that early information. I mean, it's just a masterclass from Dragon here around this long smoke. Ends up finding 2 towards this position.
Yeah, we're going to see some Deagles, some Tech 9s in play now for BC Game. Honestly, I kind of hypothesized this idea with you the other day. If BC Game opt to full eco in this round, it means they could get 2 perfect buys in the last. Well, Cypher's just got a double kill with the Tech 9, so I'm going to shut my mouth because there's a real chance for BC Game to end this here and now.
Molotov is great to delay. There's a need to give a bit of vision, but the Molotov's forced them back for now. Seeing a boost over this smoke. Prime Tap's low HP towards Pool. Another Molotov, and the bomb has to get thrown across for a chance to get this bomb planted. Vladen can't quite see above this, but he can deny the bomb. Spots the second, and Vladen's double kill keeps it as a 2 versus 2 as he gets traded out.
And the fact there's no one else towards CT, Nexus should notice that it is going to be a play through Ruins here. Depression flashed onto the angle. He does have an AWP in hand. Needing to cross towards CT, though, is Cypher. Obviously, he was the one that got that brilliant double to open this round up. Dragon now going to be peeking. Great find from Dragon, and Depression creeping in. Depression, freebie there. So Partizan, they do find 10. As I wanted to say, it's the 3.4k loss bonus. So they're going to have, obviously, they can opt to buy down to about 1,500, then get some Tech 9s, some Deagles, maybe a hero rifle. But there's only 3 rounds remaining. If they go for the half buy, it leaves them with about 5k. They then full buy down to 0. And then if they lose again, they're with another half buy, maybe Galil's or something like that. If they just opt to eco, it puts them at around 7k. If they lose that round, they then still get a full buy in the last. I feel like because they only need 1 more round, because all it is this 1 round, BC Game could opt to eco and then get two full buys instead of a half buy, a full buy, and like a semi-force. I don't really see why they've not opted for that approach. And I'd love to see teams start bringing that kind of game plan in, because there could be a world where this is BC Game's last full buy and they've got bare bones to fight off within 24. Partizan go to overtime, and it's all because they wanted Tech 9s.
Yeah, I mean, certainly here you certainly understand the premise, but you've got to think BC Game are assuming that, oh, they can get at least a bomb plant, but I'm surprised that they didn't find anything more than just a bomb plant in that round. It looked so good. A double kill from Cypher's Tech 9 towards B. Weapons were able to be retrieved. Some upgraded rifles, but it's just the decision-making from Partizan. The first kill from the AWP of Dragon, I believe it was, and the boosting player up, and Nexa with the early kill can't quite take down the pressure on the ult.
Nexa! Great double hit. It's not just a double with the text. There's so much utility still remaining. Nice shot from Depression. Needs to do a lot of work here, though. Dragon has rotated in. Vladen holding for rotations. I love the idea there from Depression. He knows he's got to find Fortune here, so needs the smoke, but caught off. 2 versus 3 now on the retake. Prime Taps knows the banana's clear. Nexus close by. Timing couldn't be worse for Nexta. Prime Taps will find Dragon, but it's all on Vladen. He's got information of Prime Taps as well. Flashbang's coming over. Vladen caught in the open, but Prime Taps can find BC Game. They do take victory. They do find it, but it's this double opener from Nexus. Nexa, it's disgusting That second kill, ridiculous there, onto, I believe, Collins. For BC Game, they had the advantage and the trades did come through. An important map victory. Obviously, this is no Swiss stage anymore. There's no second chances after the series is over. It could be your playoff time finish, but both of these teams, they've got one more map to persuade us who deserves that spot in the quarterfinals. And honestly, I don't think either of us will be confident to give a prediction heading into Dust. But Charlie, thoughts and feelings after Inferno?
Yeah, it's a difficult one to really look at the end because from 90% of that game, you want to say, oh yeah, BC Game, what an Inferno they played, looked really sharp, but it's just the end. The fact that they couldn't find that all-important 13 for a long, long time. They lost the round where they got that double opener with the tech. To be a factor. They don't allow the comeback to be completed for Partizan, and Dust 2 is going to be that third and final for us. And this is one on paper that, look, we have seen a little bit more of it from BC Game. Have had some decent results, even against sort of some more difficult teams in terms of Passenger Way and Mouse. Reasonably close to Dust 2 that they actually showed us there. Also, have seen this map played against Partizan. It was another loss there for BC Game. They ended up falling flat there. But it is still a reasonably even map selection, and it's a third and final map of this playoff one. Anything can happen. And like you say, I'm in full agreement. I don't think there is any certainty with this one.
Yeah, obviously we are will have a good time on. If he went into that with low confidence and wasn't really having much opportunities with the AWP, you'd imagine that it would be troubling for Partizan. But at least for Depression individually, he got himself in the game, had some moments on Inferno, had some really nice shots as well. So Dust 2, we've mentioned it is a bit of a coin flip. We're not too sure who's going to take it. But do you dare to make a prediction, Charlie, or are you going to wait to see the game unfold a little?
I mean, it's a difficult one because, like we've said, I think throughout this whole series, BC Game haven't played a ridiculous amount of maps in the last few months. But Partizan are on a pretty decent Dust sort of win streak, sort of winning 7 out of the last 9 games that they've played. You've got to feel pretty decent for them. But I think looking at map number 1, looking at map number 2, I think it's tough to predict. It feels like it could go anyway. But probably get gifted to a bit of a knife round here between these two.
I love a bit of knife round.
You don't get to see as much as I'd like. And actually, honestly, I think this knife round could play a decent part here. But both teams do actually favour the T side of Dust. Both teams do have a bit of a T side lean in, so maybe this could have some implications going forward. Whoever wins that might choose to start on that side of the map, might get to play on their favoured side. And look, maybe that could be the difference making that spurs them on slightly.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like some teams actually like to pick the worst side, and then they can kind of close out on their stronger side. It's always an interesting one. I'd love to have a conversation with a few coaches, few in-game leaders, and kind of their thought process on that, whether it's kind of better to start strong or finish strong. Because I'm sure for BC Game, they'd probably like to, I guess, start on their weaker side, because we saw how things worked on that CT side on Inferno. We saw how things got, the T side, where they really struggled to close out the game. It was, as you mentioned, I want to say 12-4. We saw so many rounds in a row there. And honestly, I was a believer in that Partizan comeback. I thought it would have gone to overtime, and kind of all on the basis of my hypothetical they're going to have 2 half buys and only 1 full buy, because it really could have come down to it. Partizan were looking really good on that CT side as well, but Nexa just ripped apart the B-bomb site, didn't really give much of a chance. But here we have it, Dust 2 underway. Final map of the series, final map of the day.
And obviously, once this one's all done, we've got half of our quarterfinalists confirmed. The other half going to be set in stone tomorrow. So really exciting stuff here at the Proving Grounds. Really exciting stuff going forward. But the early kill comes through thanks to Depression. Partizan with that man advantage could find even more as a lower tunnels push from 2 players gets spotted, but they're not going to look to press their luck, and we'll just back away.
Should just head towards the A bomb site now. There's no need for them to head towards B. There's so many questions as to where these tunnels players have gone. But Kindo finding Cypher at range with the Glock. We will see Prime taps through the smoke confined. But obviously with the change to Dust 2, we can see him elevate safely and plant that bomb. So 4 versus 2, half HP for Nuke. I don't know whether it was potluck with the schedule, but I love the fact that we see kind of 1 team from each quarterfinal, you know, in the day, so we can have kind of a good idea. We can talk about who's waiting for them and guess, you know, give our predictions of the next games. I really like the idea of it.
Yeah, I think it's nice as well. Also, I mean, there's not going to be enough time for any chance to win the round or anything, but a nice few kills, like you said, and Prime Taps can actually bring out an M4. Does have armor, obviously. Does have like Kevlar, so BC Game could go for a pretty decent force buy if they opt to, because yeah, an M4 on Prime Tap, sure, won't have any head armor, but I think on a second round force buy, it's a risk anyway. The second, you're going for a force buy, there's always an element to risk for it. So I wouldn't mind just sort of adding a little bit more, bringing out the M4 and really being able to go toe-to-toe with some of the sort of better weapons that Partizan bring out.
That is seemingly what is going to be going. We do have some slight technical issues, so it seems as though you'll be seeing our lovely faces once again. Look, we talk about these buys, we talk about these force buys and about the potency they have and how
two bonus rounds for free, and I think a lot of teams want to be able to sort of see if even if they lose the pistol, they can come back in response, have that force buy. But obviously, yeah, like you said, I think there could be a bit of an element to Their buys are never great with the second round ecos, especially on that CT side. You always have to have players seemingly drop down to weaker weapons to be able to bring out full utility. And particularly on maps like Inferno, where it feels like utility is sort of the main way that you can end up winning rounds. A second round eco on the CT side where you bring out a few M4s, you've got FAMASs to be able to sort of capitalize on some of the utility when you're still going to be missing pieces, diffuse kits. It does look like, yeah, that could be an element to it. Be able to get everything, every player on every weapon. And I think particularly for an AWPer, where with MR12 and the economy where it is right now, it's not easy to always bring out your specialist weapon.
No,
maybe it is
not.
just the fact that let's get our AWPer on this gun as soon as possible, because there's only going to be a finite amount of rounds in the game where they probably can actually wield this. So sooner rather than later might be the play. So yeah, I think there's a number of factors to it. But like you said, it certainly does feel like a lot of teams are prioritizing these second round force buys now. You do occasionally still see a couple of these ecos, but it feels like more in certain circumstances or something.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you said, circumstances do hold a lot of weight. It's the fact that Prime Taps, he's got the Kevlar already, got 3 kills so he can get out the M4. It's a premium weapon. That's something that we might not even see too many of, obviously, on the T side, even though they've won that pistol. Look, I think with a lot of these games, and you mentioned Inferno about how important the utility was. We saw BC Game on their CT side, how kind of impactful their util was. Not only getting kills with it towards Banana, but just softening up so many players. We didn't really see all too much of that, obviously, from Partizan. There were moments where the util looked good, but as you said, it was just the fact they were willing to give up that control. You think about a map like Dust, yes, you've got that kind of similar idea towards Long, dropping the 2 mollies, one along doors, one towards Blue Box. Do you think we're going to see kind of a dominance on the CT utility from BC Game in this game? And if so, where do you think it's going to come from? Will it come from Long?
Yeah, it does do. It is a map that utility is obviously going to be important, like every map, but it doesn't feel like the same extent. It kind of feels like the T side in terms of how they use their utility to break open space. It feels like the majority you can have on that on the CT side is going to be what can you use to delay? Is how much can you site when there's still Molotovs, still flashbangs to delay, because that's where you often do see these AX crumble. So yeah, it's going to be more sort of how much discipline can the CTs have on a map like this in terms of making sure they've still got util later into the round. So when Partizan, for example, are going to go for a hit, we can see BC Game successfully look to delay. But we are seeing that force buy come through from BC Game, and we are indeed seeing that M4 board being bought out. Yeah,
I do like the idea of it. It certainly can work. My favorite thing about the utility on the CT side of Dust is when you see 5 HE grenades dropped in CT spawn, just for the kind of the A rotate, sorry, just sat in CT, sending like 5 nades towards short, just systematically. I think it works really nicely. Obviously, the drop nade mechanic is quite old now, but I still feel like there's moments where it could be utilized a bit better. Bit of contact made there towards short, but nothing major. No kills have been seen as of yet, and middle has been taken. Obviously, everyone on Partizan opting for util over weaponry. Yes, AKs could have been invested in, but they've opted for Galils, they've opted for Mac 10s, and Dragon could find the lone rifle here as the M4 goes guessing and aggressing, and that's the A bomb site taken. Yes, there's 2 players towards Long. Let's see, I think the CT should just save it. Give it a go in the next.
Yeah, no need to throw away the weapons that you do have in play. The 1 kill is all that Partizan are going to need, but it is a shame that it is that M4 falling. Because it's been an easy upgrade for Partizan, who didn't have a single AK coming into this round. Walking out with a premium rifle. But BC Game, look, it's still a decent enough investment. You've still got a couple of upgraded pistols, the Scout of Nuke, and then an MP9 in play. And you might be able to snatch away a Mac 10 here, as Kakanito's positioning is really solid. But Vladen does spot. Mac 10 at range is not exactly the greatest of weapons. We'll be able to find one, but the 5.7 of Kakanito finds. Nexa does get one before getting traded out. So a decent bit of damage dealt at the end there from BC Game, but it also is going to make their buy in this one a little less potent.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think a lot we can talk about when it comes to BC Game is that within the last 6 weeks, they've only played 6 maps, 6 HLTV officials, obviously Passion UA, FaZe, Mouse, all being 2-0 losses. So I think we do have to say there's going to have been plenty of theory craft around what kind of BC Game want to achieve. Obviously, they made a fairly recent roster move, bringing in Kakanito, and I've got to say, he's had some big moments. Think of the amount of 4Ks that he got on Inferno, kind of single-handedly helped their CT side out massively. But I think not only do you have the positives of, yes, they would have been able to get loads of practice in and really work out the difficulties they have seen. In the same vein, are they going to be kind of HLTV? Are they going to be official ready? Because we haven't seen much from them in the last couple months.
Once again, it feels like another round where BC Game are kind of just locked out of the bomb site. MTA site. Partizan make the right read, they make the right call, and Depression's going to be hearing a lot of steps here. Fires a bit early, so the trade can come through from Kakanito if Cypher doesn't get taken down instantly. That's an upgrade to the Galil. Can
Also
actually
Mac
look to
10.
save that into the next round.
Yeah. Nexa could bring the Mac 10 as well. I wouldn't mind that at all.
Probably not really going to want to play over Mac 10.
Mac 10 towards lower tunnels, it's usable.
I mean, you definitely can, but I think the thing is, like, this is the third and final map of the series. You're going to find yourself 3-0 down, and already having a Galil, maybe Nuke using the Scout as well. Do you really want to play it as a sort of bonus round type thing? I think there's that point where I probably wouldn't mind even seeing Nuke drop this Scout to upgrade to an AWP.
Yeah, whether that will be the case, though, is the question.
Hasn't purchased util, so I think he is still questioning, and there you go. Brings out the big green. A little bit of util alongside it. So BC Game, first full buy out from them in the third and final map of this really close series. Not necessarily in terms of how the maps are played out, but in terms of both teams trading one another's map selections.
As I mentioned before, Partizan have the opportunity to break the trend of today, as it has been the invited teams winning 2-1. Dragon looks as though he wants to get sent in here. Molly landing behind. Oh, missed Molly, in fact. And towards lower tunnels. A bit of damage has been dealt to Prime Taps. Still alive for now, though. Nuke just playing from car. We've got Nexa in CT. Going to be this A play.
Discipline from both sides, not to give anything up. Molotov well timed as soon as Partizan look to emerge out towards long. He's going to allow Kakanito to get closer. He is going to push in though, and it's being held. I thought he was just going to walk across and get that intel. Nuke posted up on the big green, and we'll find one with the AWP. Missed shot from Depression. So trade quickly brought back, but long in the hands of the T's. And Nexa playing behind this smoke now. We'll be able to find one. Vladen, so much work on his hands.
Yeah, just get the first, and now this is where the AWP could feel a bit isolated, but Prime Taps in the back lines. 2 versus 3 now, accelerating up short. It's Prime Taps. He can drop a molly towards long as well, and this should delay the approach. Collins getting spammed out through the smoke. Has Prime Taps been spotted crossing? Well, Cypher certainly has, and Collins with perfect information now. Collins will get another on the center of the bomb site. Minimal time, but they still make it work. Depression finding, and Partizan secure 4.
I mean, Collins almost gets taken down from the spray there. He almost gets found just while the wild spams through the smoke, but he's able to creep up close enough. Finds a freebie there onto the player, elevated themselves up. And then final two players spotted in difficult positions where there's not a lot of room to move, and with Depression just posted up towards Gandalf and basically saying to his teammate, you find this kill, I'll find the other. And obviously, there was only about 10 seconds there remaining, and Depression had the bomb. So it could have gone very much against them.
It's just been dropped now towards top tunnels. The aggressive play from BC Game can work out quite nicely. Vladen will find Prime Taps. Vladen does have a Molotov as well. A team nade there.
I'm just going to wait this out. A couple of wild spams from Kakanito. Vladen retrieves the bomb and is able to escape. Successful mission there from Vladen. Finds a kill. Picked up the bomb. Still, Partizan are disadvantaged, but This is going to make BC Game feel a bit more uncomfortable about regaining this tunnel's control. They don't have the bomb there. There's no reason for them to stay, and they could easily just give up kills if they're not careful.
Honestly, I'd love to see Partizan head back towards B, because BC Game, they leave tunnels. So they just assume, well, Vladden's going to back away towards T-Spawn. We're going to refight towards middle. Dragon gets one. Nexa, let's get the trade. But BC Game, I think they're quite unsure as to where these final two Partizan players are. But Kakanito's got this information now. Vladden. There's so much time. There's 40 seconds remaining. I don't know why he's just stomping his way out towards B. Could have just waited for Collins. Bit of an unnecessary decision, but it has given BC Game their first round on the board. Obviously, it was that top tunnels crunch that worked out so nicely for them to give them that advantage. Nexa trading in middle. But a bit unnecessary there from Vladden, I've got to say.
I mean, great round from BC Game, though. It's a brilliant call early. The aggression into tunnels, finding 2 kills. Vladden does well to get one back and retrieve the bomb, but it was always going to be a tricky round regardless. And some cheap upgrades, and with that being just a partial buy victory, you can see Nexa, Kakanito, and Cypher sitting on a pretty healthy chunk of change there to be able to play with in future rounds. And instantly, look what it's done. Partizan, they don't have a lot of cash remaining. Vladden's on a Tech 9.
Yeah, it's all because of the fact that some of these rounds BC Game actually have found a fair few frags. Think of that last one where Collins gets the double on the bomb site. Obviously, there's just 2 survivors there. Nade here in middle for Cypher to cross. Dragon creeping in the middle. Triple long setup currently for BC Game. Nuke is already quite worried about this fast short play, and Dragon slowly clearing, not spotted anyone yet. Nuke is still holding though from Cart. Just a silent kind of approach is excellent. Kakanito will find Kindo. Dragon goes 1 for 1. It will be this acceleration towards A. So many flashes are down, and they force Nuke off the angle. Bomb can be planted, but disadvantaged are Partizan. Kakanito very fast here towards short. Just going to wait for prime taps, and they can play shoulder to shoulder. Collins, he does have another smoke. He's heard some steps in CT. We will still see the smoke dropping. Depression playing a risky game, but he will find one. Cypher kind of questioning how Nuke can't find him. Missed AWP shots for both Depression and Nuke. Vladden finding prime taps. How has this round gone so wrong for BC Game? They're the man advantage, but they just didn't have the space. They didn't have the control. And that smoke actually changes that round, because not only does it not deny Nuke having any impact, but it allows Depression to peek towards CT.
Yeah, and it's just the short control being fully under the control of Partizan. And the issue is when you've got just the AWP towards long, I mean, it's a great angle for them to play, but it's also not exactly somewhere they want to push up alone. So when they have no control towards short, when Depression just found a kill in CT, it feels like BC Game, sure, they have the man advantage, but what actual real estate do they have apart from long, which is just Nuke there alone? If you had a rifle by his side, sure, they can look to push up and take some space, but the issue is they didn't. So Nuke's not going to want to push that by himself while his teammates are blocked off from short, while you just had a frag in CT. It's a really good post plant there from Partizan, and it felt like despite the disadvantage, look, all of the pieces were in place for them to win that one, and they did successfully do it. So BC Game, despite winning the partial buy, instantly halted to just 1, but obviously with the partial buy victory, still cash to bring out weapons here.
Yeah, at least there's still a buy and play for BC Game. Give it another go, but Partizan 5-1 scoreline already. They're looking very good. Obviously, though, both teams, they do prefer the T side here. So we were expecting T-sides to take the halves, but maybe not to this extent, especially if it continues. Flashbang here towards top tunnels, holding with the AWP is Depression. Close by his prime taps were found by Dragon. Dragon's been so good on getting these entries. He's been really effective, and he is continuing. Kindo is here, holding, waiting to deal with these players, trying to save. It's a 5-on-2. 30 seconds into the round, it's already done. Dragon wants some more, pushing through the flames now. Nexa is just sat in CT, surely an overlooked angle.
I remember we said statistically both these teams do favour the T side of Dust, and it's clear to see why Partizan do. Able to set their own tempo, able to really dictate when these pushes to come. It feels like it's just working perfectly into their playstyle right now. Everyone chiming in on the score sheet, but like you said, Dragon, great couple of entries, and they are going to be boosting over this smoke. Has been spotted by Nuke. Not actually taking the shot, though. Question is, will he be able to save tucked on the A-bomb site? And yeah, Partizan, they respect it.
Well, their money isn't great at all. Partizan don't really have that kind of big bank of finances that you might expect after being 6-1 up. So they do play a bit more disciplined. Will be the investment here from BC Game. Money is still there for them. Already though, securing 6 just gives Partizan such a platform here. Smoke of the molly. Kakanito could be isolated here. Oh, Kakanito finds 2. No trade from Collins. Dragon, he was a little disjointed, just a half a second ahead of his teammate. Cypher drops the nade of the smoke, realizing that someone might look to make a bit of a play here. And it is Vladen, completely catches Cypher off guard there. The disadvantage, just to 1.
Yeah, Kakanito's double spray down. How long was perfect. Even with the flashbang, still able to keep his aim really tight and find that frag. Vladen through middle. Finds 1, and it's Depression to bring things all square here. Aggression here from Kakanito, though. He's low HP. Great kill on Dikindo there, despite being low. But it does get traded out. Still plenty of time for both teams to play here.
Honestly, it's a worthwhile trade. Low HP for full HP, but when you put into context that it forces this 2 versus 2 scenario, that's where you really have to say, well, obviously
there's a lot of control given up as well. That was long that the CTs
exactly.
didn't need to fear. Now that's another question mark for them to worry about. Both CTs are isolated. 1v1 is going to be given up on either side.
I like this from Depression, though. Depression going first, just systematically clearing. The problem is, Prime Taps, he's so worried about both mid and tunnels. He could get timing done. And speaking of said timing, oh, and there it is. The Prime Taps can double. Missed shots from Vladen. And BC Games secure their second. An excellent round there from Prime Taps, even when it feels like timing goes against them.
I mean, a couple of big individuals stepping up there, but it was a 2-man disadvantage for Partizan at the start. Have to say, unfortunate for Depression. He gets the tag onto Prime Taps, just a wallbang though, and not a single bullet worth of damage dealt from Vlad, and makes that one really tricky. And you can see Depression thinks he's probably bought Prime Taps slightly lower than he did, so brings out the Glock, does connect the bullet, but still sitting around 50 points of health. Second tactical pause here from Partizan. It's interesting that they're the ones in the lead. They're the ones wanting to call these pauses and just make sure that they can get a lot more rounds on this T side, because they have had some difficult times on the defending side of this map when they have played it in the past. So it's clear that they understand this and think, look, we're in a strong position now. We've got one last buyout before we're probably going to be reset. Let's not allow BC Game to get it. Let's not allow them to bring themselves closer.
I think the idea as well is you look to the 2 most recent losses for Partizan, obviously on Dust. It's that 16-14 loss in overtime. They got 8 rounds on the T side. They were 8-4 up in that game, but Zero Tenacity were able to bring it to OT. And then, obviously, they only got 1 round on their CT side against Navi Junior, yet still a 13-9 scoreline overall. But nice find from Kindo. And with Dragon holding here, should be a pretty simple round for Partizan. Cypher's had a really tough game, 1-7.
Yeah, he's still hanging around reasonably close to this bomb side, but this is going to be a save. The call was great. Dragon's lurk, brilliant. Aware that Kakanito might be pushing through long, and it turns that 1-man advantage very quickly to 2. So any chance that BC Game could have quickly looked to find something towards B has been taken away. Cypher maybe going to go for some exit frags here or something, as he very close to this bomb site. Obviously not a huge bomb radius on this map. Had a bit of a look in, Vlad in spots, and now Cypher is just going to be retreating down middle.
Obviously, the finances aren't great for Partizan, so the idea of getting exit frags are quite vital if BC Game want a strong chance to reset. But do you think as well it's the fact that Cypher's really struggling here, that he might go searching for kills when he doesn't really need to?
I mean, sometimes, yeah, when you're having a rough game, you kind of just want a point to prove, don't you? Like, I'm still here on the server, and even just internally get a couple more kills, just so you can warm yourself up and really start to shift that momentum in your favor. But look, it's a 7-2 scoreline for Partizan. Still 3 rounds remaining. And we can still look at this half in a very different context if BC Game can at least find a couple of them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, if BC Game can get at least 4, in my books, I'm thinking that might be enough.
I mean, we do have to say they've done a good enough job to keep these rounds competitive enough where Partizan don't actually have great money. So when BC Game do go for these saves, Partizan do respect it 90% of the time. So it means BC Game can continue to get full buys out. They're not being bought down to any half buys, anything like that. So Partizan always are going to have their work cut out if this does continue. And the fact that that was sort of their cleanest round that they've won in a little while, it does say that, yeah, BC Game, they've at least kept some of these rounds pretty close.
Early boost here. Great find from Nuke. Lovely shot there onto Kindo. Collins, though, will find Kakanito towards A. And what a rotation it's forced. We've already got 3 players ready and waiting. Cypher just tapping through the smoke. Collins might go for a bit of a classic search here. Nuke. Nice position. Dragon has the lurk, though. Oh, bit of TK there from Nuke. That is unfortunate. He died with the nade in hand, with the pin pulled. And that's what finds Cypher. Nexa pushing through the smoke found. And Prime taps all that remains. These steps are going to be hers. Yeah, look at Dragon.
It's another early kill, though, for BC Game. Partizan just feel like they can always flip the script at any moment. Missed shot from Depression, but the fact he's able to keep himself alive, and there's no real need for him to peek. As long as he just plays it disciplined, he's going to drop the smoke grenade, he's going to peek behind it, and that is actually a little bit costly. But Dragon, like you said, you highlighted him earlier, and there's no way Prime Taps is going to be aware of it. 8 rounds on the board. And one last real buy that BC Game can get out.
Yeah, look, it's kind of crazy that Dragon's only got 9 kills. I feel like nearly every single one of these rounds he's had impact. But you look at that last, obviously he gets the first, and then his second kill's stolen away by the HE grenade. Actually, doesn't he even get that first? It said there that he only got 1 kill. A lot of damage, though. Again, the Dragon on these lurks, he's had a lot of impact. Partizan have got themselves 8. Not the greatest of utility for BC Game. And Nuke's taken a fair bit of damage through the Molotov already. Kakanito. Is he going to be prepared for Kindo pushing out here? Kakanito and Pip. All about timing. Kindo with that information now, and Kindo can just back away.
Yeah, just testing the water, seeing if he can get long for free. After spotting some resistance there, he doesn't want to give away the first blood to his opponents, but Nuke is going to go searching for it. An easy kill there onto Dragon.
Attempt at connecting to Depression there through doors as well. All in the attempt to keep attention away from both Cypher and Nexa. And the game plan will work out very nicely. Missed shot from Depression. Nexa will get his second. Cypher was ready and waiting though. Kindo holding for the aggression from Kakanito. We'll find him now. Vladen towards top middle can get 1, but the bomb's dropped in mid. So even though Kindo gets that kill and Vladen finds 1, it's a 1 versus 3 for Kindo, and he's smoked off at the moment. Cypher playing close here towards the smoke.
Kindo can get this kill cleanly. Then we could really have a conversation, but the gun barrel spotted and Kindo looking the wrong way at the worst time. So 3 to 8. I'm not sure what this is going to mean for Partizan's finances, what they're going to look. I feel like at least a couple of players will be able to have pretty strong buys.
Yeah, it should be okay. They had 4 survivors in the last victory, I want to say. Ooh, maybe not as good as I thought. Tech 9's in play. I don't think Kindo and Collins will be too worried about it, though. And we've already seen how well these Tech 9s can operate. We'll post it up here for Dragon. He had the spawn. He had the confidence to call for it. He has the kill to come from it. Kindo now might go looking and searching and hoping to retrieve said weapon. Nuke playing here towards Khan. Nexa playing anti-flash. Molly's landing, though. Prime Taps has taken all of this space, and he'll be able to say to his teammates that it's going to be a playthrough long. Great finds from Nexa, though. He doubles.
And it's the fact that Nuke's able to just get out of there as well. He was trapped towards Car. If he sort of lingered around, that could have been a way for Partizan to bring this one all square. But the final round of the half, and it's shaping up for BC Game to be able to find 4. But we've seen some of the miracles that Partizan have been able to pull off beforehand. But Prime Taps just holding for this flank. So the 2 players on the A-bomb site are going to be aware that this push is going to come imminently.
A lot of utils raining down here. Nuke and Cypher. They've got 1 more smoke to defend. There's 40 seconds here. Depression just going to be re-smoking CT. So much utility here for Partizan. Smoke towards short, Molly towards Gandalf. Cypher now realizing that he might feel a little bit alone in this round. Prime Taps now flanking. Not going to be held whatsoever. Nice first from Prime Taps. Just looked to be a bit of a nuisance towards Long. Collins will get one flying through the air. Important that Prime Tap swings there towards the right-hand side, otherwise he wouldn't have got a sight line. And obviously we saw Nuke out in the open. There was a real chance, there was a possibility, but it's this double from Nexa that secures the round. And as you mentioned, the fact that Nuke was able to escape from Car, huge. 8-4, as I mentioned before, Partizan, their recent loss to Zero Tenacity here. They did get 8 rounds on their T-side. It wasn't enough.
Yeah, I don't actually view this as unexpected, really. Sort of felt like we're going to see a similar thing from both teams, where it is going to be that T-side success. I definitely think Partizan can get a bit of a one-up, though, if they can go on to win this pistol round. But right now it's being defended by Kindo towards Long, all by his lonesome. No one else out here in A. The flashbang comes over, and Kindo just has no choice but to back away onto the site.
He has looked to try and block the smoke, unable to do so. Kindo can get one, though, just spamming through and finding. Nuke drops the smoke towards short now. All in the attempt to delay. Depression's going to be rotating here, holding towards top middle. Great find from Depression. It's a 5-on-3, and with that kill coming through, Depression straight away going to make his way towards Long. He's got 2 teammates behind him as well. This is going to be so tough for BC Game. Now, Nexa realizing that Long could be a problem, so he maneuvers here. Whether he's ready for 3, though, I doubt. And this just forces Kakanito to realize he's got to fight here. Nexa does really well to get one, but with Collins and Dragon combining, it's all on Nuke. PT50 at range, hoping to connect. Will find onto Depression. Still 2 more players to find now, though, and the Duelies at close range. We know what they can do, but Nuke gives a real go, a real good chance, but Dragon denies. 9 found for Partizan and BC Game. Unfortunate there, but great decision-making from Partizan to send 3 towards Long.
Yeah, and you can see basically 3 individual POVs for players trying to fight. You've got Kakanito towards CT. He's able to get 1. You've got Nexa towards Long as well in a really tough spot, but he can manage to get 1. And Nuke with a nice couple of kills towards the end. These 3 players almost make a really tough round possible, but just slightly fall short at the end. Nuke only able to secure the double, not the triple that was needed, but a second round force buy from BC Game, and this is scary times if they lose this.
Obviously, the bomb plant helping out. They've got some Galils in play, a couple Deagles, utility not perfect either. I don't mind the idea just because they have the benefit of the bomb plant. If there was no plant and they still went for this risk, I'd be very much against it, but there's a couple rifles, certainly the possibility. But I think Partizan are wary of it. Great positioning here from Depression, just tucked away towards Goose. There is still 2 mollies in place, so they might actually look to send one towards Goose, so there could be a bit of a difficulty. Just juggling utility high RBC Game. Nexa looking to make his way through now. Flashbang's coming over, realizing it is going to be this play through the A-bomb site. Swinging out is Depression. Collins will be able to get 1. Drops a smoke on the Molotov now. Oh, Kindo. Gonna feel a little bit hard done by there. So man advantage for BC Game. Nexa creeping around the edge of the smoke in the hopes to find Collins. Collins pushing through, will get 1. And now still sitting in the smoke. Nexa's been searching for him for quite some time, eventually connecting. MP9 of Vladden to get the first for him. 2 versus 2, real possibility. But the question is, where's Dragon? The bomb's halfway ticked. They knew about this A play for quite some time. Great shot from Cypher. The round will go the way of BC Game. Slow rotations from Dragon. I don't really know why Depression swings as well. Was there a molly towards Goose? I'm not too sure. I know there was one towards Ramp.
Yeah, I mean, brilliant stuff from Collins, though, to actually make a really tough spot pretty interesting. And could have easily just went down for nothing. Managed to actually find 2. It felt like he was doing God's work to delay for his teammates to come in, but those teammates never came.
There's no molly at Goose there. If Depression doesn't swing, I think it's a perfect setup. The Pyjamas takes contact, Depression completely overlooked. You can have Kindo rotate in as well and help. I just don't really know why Depression's swinging in that scenario.
It denies Partizan getting double digits and denies Partizan likely finding 11. If that round wasn't successful, we could have been at the end game here of this series.
That would have been really scary for BC Game. They give themselves a bit of a lifeline. Still trailing by 4, but with it being the force from Partizan, we could be seeing a 9-7 scoreline from the result of this. Dragon saved rifle, though, we've got to put a lot of weight on his shoulders in this round. I said he took far too long to rotate in, but a great angle. Oh, misses the shots, though.
Five-7 of Vlad finds 1, and actually looked like he was able to escape there, but the crunch onto the bomb site too clean. Dragon going down for nothing with that M4, and this fourth play isn't going to pan out. BC Game are going to be able to bring this game very close scoreline-wise. Collins has Nuke to contest with, and these kills are being found. No defuse kit, so I'm not going to see any sort of late hit towards B come through. But these are weapons that they would love to save into the next round. Not going to be able to, though. Nexa and Kakanito both win their individual duels. And BC Game found 6. 7 should be a simple round for them to find. And pretty quickly, look, even after 8-4 down, after losing that pistol, the scoreline's going to look way more competitive.
Massively so. And not only just competitive to save face, to a point where we are definitely going to be saying BC Game have a real chance at it now. And this is the value of winning that force and going for that force buy.
Both of these teams definitely still having a chance on Dusk, still having the option to close out this series in their favor. Kakanito gets a double. It is just these USPs. Dragon's able to find 1. Final player in Vladon goes down, so it is just a 1 kill found on the eco for Partizan here. But look, bro, we didn't even mention it. The trends continued here in the fact that each one of these playoff games so far have been a 2-1. We're just going to wait to see if the invited team is going to be able to be the one to come out on top still. That's the only trend that's still a bit up in the air. It shows that the playoff bracket's super competitive, and I'm expecting a very similar thing tomorrow.
I feel like there'll be a few 2-0s in the playoffs, but I don't think we can expect too many, just on the basis that there is such competition, as you mentioned. Nice HE grenade softening up Kakanito. We have got the AWP of Depression here. Misses that first, and Cypher finding Vladon. I think the reason that both these teams prefer the T-side is because when it comes to entrying, it's been incredible from both sides.
Yeah, that's a great call. I love calls like that when you're up against the first full buy of the CT side, and you know that they're going to have all the bells and whistles, all the weapons that they want to play with, and you just instantly sort of say, yeah, we'll just hit towards B. We get these kills cleanly, you're not going to have a choice. The round's over before it's even really begun, and half your team haven't even been able to have a look in. Do love these sort of fast vehicles on the first real weapon round, but BC Game almost tying things up here. 9-8, 1 round separates these teams, and not too long ago we had that 5-round lead for Partizan, and it's instantly vanished in the blink of an eye.
It seemed like Nexa was going to look to hunt early on. He was outside long doors for a good 30-40 seconds, and honestly, I thought we would have seen a really good call from Nexa. He could have caught them boosting. He could have kind of really caught them out being so fast towards long doors. He was very disciplined. But I think at the same time, BC Game realized, well, they've got to make sure their finances are strong. They're going to be going on a bit of a streak on this T side. The loss bonus is going to be low. They want to make sure that they can consistently have these strong investments regardless of the outcome. So I think for BC Game, They realize they're in a very strong position, especially because of how much they favor the T side and how Partizan have struggled on the CT side in the past. So the fact we're nearly at a leveled up game, BC game, they are in a very strong position. And Partizan, they recognize that as well. So they're opting for a tactical pause, realizing that, yes, we've got some weaker weapons in play. We've got the Scout, the MP9, but there's also these 3 save rifles. So what can we do with these?
That's the thing. Plenty of damage can be dealt around like this. We just need to see Partizan make the right decisions. I feel like we didn't actually get to see enough sort of aggression on the CT side from BC game. Look, the first round that they ended up winning was a lower tunnels push. And aggression towards tunnels. We haven't really seen that since from them on their CT side, and we're not really seeing it from Partizan. You see plenty of teams on Dust 2 look to get plays in lower tunnels, even look to push towards top mid. Haven't got to see a lot of that, and maybe that is just why these CT sides are feeling a bit flat, because they're very passive in their approach, just waiting for the aggression, waiting to try to counter it. And like you said, the entry's been really strong from both teams today. And that's a difficult feat to do so. Whereas normally on Dust, you see players look to catch out a couple of kills before that execute even coming through.
BC game, though, they've gone silent. We've got this double long setup here. We're going to be seeing a rotation from Collins, and Kindo finding Nexa. An important frag to find. Would quite like to see Kindo rotating round, but Depression here with the Scout. Spots out one, gets the tag onto Cypher. The Orb of Nuke hoping and waiting. Prime taps to find Dragon. Prime taps finding Vlad, and Shorty puts this round to rest, and Nuke gets another. From a 5-on-4 in favor of Partizan, BC game. Not only do they find the round, but not a casualty since.
Yeah, gunfights are looking scary now for BC Games. It feels like they've warmed up into Dust. All square here on the third and final map and our final series of today. And it looks like it's going to be a hotly contested finish, a photo finish, if you will. But a big turnaround from Partizan, from BC Game in general. Sorry, look, won the final 2 rounds of the first half, lose the pistol, but since then it's been all them. Last portions of this game, and they've really come alive.
I guess quite similar to what we saw from Partizan on Inferno, but the difference is there's real belief around BC Game coming back and taking this now, because it's not as though Partizan have got themselves 12 early on, or it's not as though we've seen kind of consistent dominance, and it's all because that force buy victory does come through. They closed the gap so quickly. Obviously, it was that 5-round deficit. It is this leveled up game now, 9-9.
Such fine margins, like you said, that second round force buy on this second half. I mean, it could have been the difference between BC Game falling short on Dust. Util's got to be perfect from Collins. Does drop the smoke, gives himself some room to play behind it, tries to tap away at the short players, will find one. The trades start to come through now, but it's Nuke's up to find, and Cypher tapping away onto Kindo. And another round that Partizan are just going to have to save.
Yeah, it's tough, Partizan. Yes, they'll be able to use these rifles in the next and the AWP as well, but it seems like Partizan are playing really passive. The problem is, it's not as though they're playing passive and they're playing these AAA setups. We saw kind of a double mid, single B, double A. I'd love to see them try and take some space in mid, have a bit more confidence, show some resistance early on, because BC Game, they have all of this space. They've got control of tunnels, they've got control of short, even kind of long doors. It's not as though Partizan are really kind of looking to push. And look, we've said their CT side has struggled in the past, and they're showing signs as to why. Very static.
And this is what I touched on a few rounds ago. Both teams just didn't really want to see any sort of aggression. We've seen it from kind of one round this whole game, and that was BC Game's first round on the board. Other than that, I think it is just too static, too passive.
And I think that probably comes off the back that both these teams not too confident on Dust. I feel like on a map like Ancient or maybe Nuke, where you can see teams look to play quite passive, if it's a map that they play quite a lot, you're seeing those lobby crunches all the time. You're seeing those those cave pushes from the CTs. Yep, here it seems far too slow, far too disciplined, far too nervous on their CT side, because it's clear neither team not only don't want to make a mistake, they're not confident enough to make the play. Flashes towards long, though. It is going to be this fast, long approach from Cypher.
But that's the thing. I don't know if that can be the case. This is Partizan's most played map.
Yeah.
They played it 31 times in the last 3 months. There shouldn't be an excuse for, oh, we don't know the map. They know the map. Their CT's have been bad for a long time. I just don't know how they haven't looked to seemingly change anything up. It feels like the same old Partizan on CT side does too. The nade going to chip away slightly at Kindo. As long has been taken as a big, big A lean here from Partizan as they try to make a bit of a gamble, try to take a bit of a risk here as they leave Vladen to hold both mid and B alone.
I've got to say, this is all going to be on Kakanito, what he can find. Could choose to lurk through CT, could wait for Dragon. Seems like he kind of lost his timing. He was holding for Dragon's position that whole time. Collins is very worried about middle as well. On the back of the bomb site here. Depression just waiting patiently. Dragon. Jumping up, waiting to land. Great shot from Depression, able to back away. Kindo is ready and waiting here as well. Molly at his feet. Will find one. Falls to the Molly, and the Molly on the back of the bomb site deals with Depression as well. Minimal time here. 1 versus 3 for Nuke and Partizan. They will put their first round on the CT side with the weapons in play. Obviously, they won the pistol. But it's been a bit of a dry spell, and maybe the double AWP could be the difference, as Collins has saved one as well.
We've seen a 7-round streak there from BC Game. Sorry, the 6-round streak from BC Game before finally being shut down by Partizan. But it's got to be something that they can look to build upon now. It can't be just a fluke. It can't be a one-off.
Oh,
that
no!
is a wait.
Surely not
he gets
again.
the double. Oh, no. I mean, I say it can't be a one-off. I mean, you don't have much of a chance in this round now. It's a 5 versus 3 very quickly. Depression will get a kill back, but like you said, look at all the room is created. The B bomb site's being taken. The bomb's still in T-spawn, and Cypher's just ready here to catch off these lurks.
It finds the Kindo. Collins now needing to deal with him. Cypher does a lot of damage. Will go down. It's a 2-on-3. Don't get me wrong, BC Game, they've got a really good chance of winning this one, as obviously it was a 5-on-3 at moments. But that double from Nuke is disgusting.
And that's the issue, because it's so early in the round. There's still a nice amount of utility on BC Game. Partizan, I wouldn't be surprised if they do call it quits here. Look, not only is it the B-bomb site, not only are they disadvantaged, but there's still a smoke grenade on Nexa. There's still a couple of flashbangs remaining. And by the time these smokes do fade, the bomb, you'll have about 10 seconds to defuse it. It's not ideal from Partizan, but Nuke takes the round in his own hands. And this is what Dust2 feels like it's all about. These are AWPers. These AWP duels, these long-range angles, these fights like that. And Nuke, not only was it a great first kill, Dragon, who tries to get the trade, gets shut down very quickly after.
I've got to say, I really like what we see from the B players. Once that first kill comes through, they look to accelerate, and obviously the second found just confirms that B is the right play. But we see it as well from Cypher. He looks to get really fast in middle, knows that if they want a chance in the round, Partizan, they're going to have to rush this retake. They're going to have to run through CT spawn. And yes, he only goes 1 for 1, but not only does he cut rotations and slow rotations, he also does a lot of damage to Collins as well. But a great double from Nuke. That is now 11-10, 2 rounds away for BC Game, for them to close out the series and head to the quarterfinals. Remember, they lost their own map pick a couple hours ago. Lost it 13-7. Partizan looked very promising. But this is the issue when you pick a map like Inferno. Talk about being the king of third maps because it's kind of played and known by all, and BC Game have proven risk to that. Kakanito dropping down into lower tunnels. Could see a bit of a boost between Depression and Collins here. Timing on the HE grenade a bit off, and Kakanito's taking a huge risk.
Not afraid at all. Confidence clearly at an all-time high for BC Game, and deservedly so after the streak of rounds that they've been able to find here since moving over to the T side.
Flashbang over. The mid to B smoke, though. It's going to be this play through B. We've got Dragon and Vladen defending the B-bomb site. Dragon does have a molly, nade, and a flash. He's just playing posted up, playing a very tight angle. Smoke, it's going to create some problems. Trying to play above it. Might be able to spot. just on so close to being able to see. He goes for a pot shot through the smoke, doesn't connect, and Vladen elevates himself up. I love this idea from Vladen. He can get the double. Depression gets the trade onto Cypher, and now Depression can find another. Just the tag, in fact. Kakanito, he is close towards middle. He is getting flanked as well. Has Kindo spotted him? Seems very aware. 2 versus 3 now for BC Game. There is still this flank. Kakanito spotted, found, and it's all on Nork. He's retrieved the rifle. He needs to go for an early fight. Goes back and switches to the AWP. Oh, I like the idea from Nork, but with that flash coming through, jumping out is one. He kind of needed the collat if there was any chance. However, unlikely. Partizan, they will find 11. 2 more rounds remaining of regulation. Finances for BC Game are brilliant. Same can't be said, though, obviously, for the likes of Partizan, but it's Vladen getting this double. It's Depression getting the trade as well. Really changes that round. Unfortunately, I don't really know how Depression doesn't get that other kill.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that actually probably should have come through. I mean, the money actually for Partizan wasn't that bad in the round. They could have bought even if they did lose. Slightly different case here as the loss bonus has been knocked down a bit. So they're not going to get as much money. So, yeah, like you said, we're still going to see a buy from them. It is still going to be fine on a few players, but it'll be Collins and Dragons that are really feeling the effect if they aren't successful here. But 2 rounds remaining. We are going to have all 24 to decide who is going to be taking this. Maybe even overtime.
Honestly, I'd love an overtime.
My final round of 16 game of today. I think that with the way that this series has gone, with both teams sort of winning reasonably comfortably on their opponent's map pick, I think this would be a really great game for it to be the decider, be the closeout of it, going to OT. Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah, look, if you're only just tuning in now and you've seen the HLTV game and go, oh, 13-10 on map 2, that's not that comfortable. BC Game have so many map points. Really was their game to take. Important kill for Nexa. Collins now. He found edge of the smoke. Nexa can take him down. Nexa has had some really good openers here. Surely not again. We'll find Dragon. Disgusting from Nexa. I love moments like this from Nexa because I think a lot of people forget that he has still a lot of talent to be seen. He played at the top of tier 1 for so long.
But what a series he's having in general. He was top performing player in the whole server on map number 1 and 2 combined. And here, look, he's showing that he's still got some points to prove. Peeking out in middle. Nexa finds his 4th on for the 8th, but does finally get taken down. They know exactly where Vladen is, and Kakanito's position is going to be good enough to seal the fate. And this is what we feared, Fred. Partizan some money. 3 players, Vladen, Depression, and Kindo can all buy. It's what the rest of the team's going to look like, and it's even what the utilities he's going to look like. But Nexa, he's ready for this series to be done, and he took it in his hands.
Yeah, great from Nexa. Absolutely brilliant. I think a lot of the time you see a moment like that go so wrong, yeah. There's so many 1v1s of which he's victorious. This is it. Partizan, if they want to prevail, they've got some weaker weapons to wield. FAMAS, 2 MP9s, M4s in play on Vladen and Kindo, but the utility not there. No defuse kits either. So this could get really tough for Partizan. No excuses for BC Gamers. It is a perfect investment from them. 1 minute and 30 seconds, 5 kills. All the BC game need to find to close out the series yet for Partizan. That lifeline that is overtime.
8-2 down at one point. 9-4. They've had their backs against the wall on multiple occasions, but BC Game has stood really tall since moving over to the T side. This could be quite the comeback for BC Game to advance through to the quarterfinals and to deny Partizan this fairy tale story that they've made.
And look, if it is to come through, it'll be a reminder to Partizan to never take your foot off the gas, because however leading they were, they've lost the opener here. Kakanito taking the opening onto Dragon. Just a 1 kill found by Vlad, and that's the B-bomb site open. Needed the smoke, and he goes so wrong. Nexa and Nuke combined. It's all on Kindo. Out towards top middle, but it's a 1 versus 4. BC Game, surely to be our victors here. And it's Nuke to deny. He's had an exceptional game with the orb. I'm still thinking about that double kill he got in middle. Vladen to only get 1. It's a risky position. It kind of is a 1 and done. But there it is, BC Game. Counted out by many. after that 8-2 scoreline. They then lose the pistol to go 9-4 down. Yet that T-Side, from that force buy, you saw a level of confidence and a level of kind of just brilliance that was seen, obviously, from BC Game. But we've got to talk about Nexa, the top
Especially in
performing
that
player.
second last round as well. I mean, yeah, not just the top performing player on Dust, top performing player throughout this series now. I mean, what a game he's had. And look, when you need some of that experience to step up, when you need these players on this team to combine, I mean, what a way to do it. Look, it comes very late. It takes a long time for them to really get going. But this is what the names on BC Games can do. This is what people wanted to see from this roster. This is what they know that they can do, where they can overcome real big hurdles like this. The resilience that this team showed today is really promising going forward into that quarterfinal, into a team that really do have a lot of points to prove. And before the player break, Fred, this is their event to prove it.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like there's a lot of haters that they want to silence as well. There's been a lot of negative connotations and a lot of negative noise about this BC Game roster. So, look, I'm happy for them to find the victory here. Obviously, as we have seen, it is the invited teams all winning 2-1. Obviously, whether that is the script for tomorrow, who knows? For BC Game, a quarterfinal spot is a nice one, but their opponent could be scary. It would be Big or Paravision. No easy opponent there. But obviously, to mention, we can bring up the bracket. We can have a little bit of a look of those games. And I guess we can put some kind of predictions on the games that we're not covering tomorrow, because it is that Fnatic Zero Tenacity and it is that Big Paravision match. So we want to kind of have our thoughts on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an interesting one, sort of between those two. I mean, it's really difficult because Big, they're a team that I do love to watch, but they always can sometimes just surprise me in terms of getting a loss out of nowhere that you don't really expect. Paravision has a lot of really promising names on this team. Obviously, recently made a roster change. So I'm excited to see this sort of new form team. Maybe this is the change that it felt like Paravision need to sort of spur them forward, because a lot of name value on that team, but not quite delivering. I mean, honestly, I don't know where that one goes. I'm going to say Paravision, but with no certainty, because Big always can surprise us in that one. As well as the Fnatic ZT. Look, ZT have always disappointed me recently in terms of some of their performances, but they are still Zero Tenacity, and I'm loving that they got to pick up Madden. So
yeah, big signing.
I'm going to say the surprise for Zero Tenacity this time around. Why not?
Interesting. I like that. I'm going to double down with the Paravision. I think Exilo's a great introduction to the roster. I am going to go Fnatic, though. I feel I've got a weird feeling. I've got a weird Fnatic feeling.
Still like the safer pick.
In the yeah. Well, like, I feel like Fnatic could be a team where they also just lose to Zero Tenacity. Who knows? Obviously, the reason we haven't mentioned the 500 versus Iberian Soul and BetClick Cybershock is because we're going to be covering them tomorrow, so we can give a better kind of insight on what we think and I guess maybe some reasons behind it. But to mention, BetClick face Cybershock tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. CEST. So look, already we've seen 4 teams progress to the quarterfinals. By tomorrow night, we'll see the remaining 4, and we'll get to have a bit of a chat about that quarterfinals matchup. But look, we know playoff comes and goes within a blink of an eye. So if you guys are enjoying what we have to see in the Proving Grounds, make sure you drop a follow on the Twitch and the Twitter so you guys can stay updated with the schedules of each day.